201 Resus. How can I educate my grandson? It's not your turn to point out. Armando's eyes were gloomy. He lowered his head and looked at Andre with his eyes hanging. He raised his hand and shot it with a green light. Do not let the wind fall, Andre. A teacher like you, what qualifications do you have to evaluate me? Are you crazy? Seeing the green light, Andre drew sideways and cursed with wide-eyed eyes. Death curse? You are the principal of Hogwarts. Are you shameless? I don't care about anything anymore. You don't really think that it was because of my high level that made me suffer last time? Armando said disdainfully. I just didn't bother to use these magics, and besides, I found a successor for Hogwarts who was 100 times better than me. Armando Dupete, as the principal of Hogwarts, he was originally a highly respected and powerful wizard. When such a character loses his bottom line and starts to use dark magic to confront the enemy, how much can he do? What? Andre was fortunate to be the first person to eat crabs. When he encountered such a wizard who fallen into the magical way, he was already alone under Armando's intensive curse offensive. You are crazy, Dipit. Andre could only keep flashing and releasing protective spells to resist Armando's attacks. There was no room to fight back. Even so, large and small cracks began to appear on his body, and one foot was even completely petrified and hard. The ground dragged to the ground, his dodge pace became slower and slower, and the release of the protective spell became more and more inadequate. But Andre didn't dare to escape. He was afraid that Barry would fall into the hands of his crazy grandfather. At that time, even if Grindelwald was close to him, he would not be able to return to heaven. Finally, in the gap where Armando released a barrier curse, he rolled into the space under the stairs as an 18-year-old young wizard. Taking advantage of Armando's inability to hit his own skills, he was attacked by the demon. The hole blasted by the curse released a distress signal. At the moment of seeing the distress signal, Andre's entourage who was on the deck immediately rushed down. Just as help rose in his eyes, the entourage quickly told him with action, miscellaneous soldiers are disappointing. Never let people down. Reason. 10 seconds have not passed. These few shrimp soldiers and crabs, who seemed to have just been salvaged by fishing boats from Boston Bay, have already fallen under Armando's curse. There is no need to chatter, Andre. I admit that I am crazy. But so what? Didn't I be driven crazy by you? Armando strolled closer to Andre, with a weeping face on his face. Satisfied smile. It's an honor for you to escape so many times under my hands, but I swear that I won't let you escape easily this time. Bug. I've said it countless times. I was just going to buy a baby sphinx next door to your house. Andre Siazi ran wildly in the cabin, shouting, you ask Barry yourself. The people at that time. Is it me? My grandson? He is too young. He doesn't know anything. Armando shook his head, and several more evil curses were shot, one of which hit the keel on the top of the head, with a disturbing click. The hull slowly leaned to one side, and Armando waved his magic wand and said in a hasty tone, I can only see what my eyes see. I won't believe the words of you little people. Today, I will use the black magic you are most proud of to tear you apart. My grandfather, why didn't you use these spells in the first place? Barry asked suddenly, who hadn't heard anything for a long time. Since you are willing to use this kind of spell, you can find the real murderer if you use the curse in the first place. I didn't want to. Armando's voice softened a little, and he turned to face his grandson, and flung his wand behind him, crashing the stairs and pressing Andre down. Why are you willing now, child? Of course it's because of you. I know why. My grandfather. Barry's tone was flat, not at all like a grandson talking to his grandfather, and nothing like a dying person. Because you found out later, I can't be like you imagined. Becoming a person like my father and mother, I have inferior talents, mediocre talents, and cowardly personality. I did not grow up according to your ideas. Not only that, but I also invested in Master Grindelwald under the command of you, and put you as a great wizard to shame. No, Barry, you are my favorite grandson. Yes, But I am not your proudest grandson. I am like a psoriasis, living with your reputation. Barry lowered his head, burying his gaze deeply between the blades of his feet. I'm sorry, it's still causing you trouble in the last moments of your life. The last moment of life? No, I won't let you die. Don't worry, Barry, I will save you. Armando no longer had the calmness of fighting Andre. He waved his hands in panic, and approached Barry. The iron cage said, when Grandpa takes down the enemy, I will let you out. I can't even decide my own life or death. Barry's flat voice fluctuated, his shoulders shrugged, and he said with a crying smile, my damn life is like the damn square on your neckline. Like a towel, I was folded, ironed, and pressed into sharp folds. But did you notice that I was just a towel or a piece of parchment? Barry, Grandpa will let you decide your own life in the future. Parchment and towels can't fit into your pocket. They have their place. Barry shook his head sadly and retorted, but when you fold the crease of the square scarf on them, I can't be myself anymore. No, you can be yourself. The planks under the feet of a few people cracked a big crack and a toothy cracking sound. The sequel of Armando's breaking the keel finally appeared at this moment. Through the cracks under his feet, you can even see the undercurrents surging under the calm sea of Boston Harbor. In the waves, there was no call for help from the deck, and I don't know what happened to the ordinary crew members. After watching the drama for a long time, Daguerre called the god of faith in his heart, rolled his eyes, and secretly vowed, if you have another life, you must not go to Hogwarts. Seeing the disintegration of the cruise ship, Armando grabbed the cages of Barry and Daguerre a little nervously. Just when he was about to get started, an erratic male voice interrupted his movements. Barry, I said, you can be yourself. Silhouettes in black robes appeared in the narrow cargo hold, squeezing the small bottom of this small cruise ship. When they appeared on the stage, the hull of the ship was broken. Gillette green duo, dressed in the attire he was used to, plain long trench coat and a long grey scarf. He walked out of the crowd holding a magic wand, repeating what he had just said. Thank God. Andre, who was pretending to be dead under the wreckage of the stairs, poked out his head. At the first glance he saw Grindelwald. He lay down in peace. He retrieved a piece of wood that looked like a pillow, and put it under his neck. Barry is saved. Me too. Grindelwald passed through the crowd and approached Armando, who was on the verge of an enemy. He leaned slightly, lowered his head, raised his eyes and looked at Armando, done a lot of etiquette, and said, Principal Dippet, although it is a bit out of date, I am very happy to meet you. Grindelwald. Armando gritted his teeth and squeezed the Dark Lord's name from between his teeth, without saying a word. Please let me. Thank you. Grindelwald nodded, bypassed Armando, and walked straight to the cage where Barry was being held. When he saw the bloody sight inside, his heterochromatic pupils shrank sharply, but he quickly recovered his calm. Master Grindelwald, you forcibly breaking the cage like this will only inspire the magical organs inside. Daguerre interrupted unwillingly. Compared with Armando, he was full of respect when speaking with the Dark Lord, and he did not dare to offend. His tiger's whiskers. What are you? Grindelwald was very dissatisfied with his interruption. He turned his head and looked at the cage next door contemptuously. After seeing the people in the cage, he raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, I remember. You. Are you from that group of moles and wild wizards in America? It's an honor for me to be remembered by you. Daguerre said bitterly. Grindelwald didn't bother to talk with this kind of character. He was completely uninterested in what Daguerre wanted to say, but slowly bent down, stretched out his hand, and covered the railing of the cage wall with Barry. The blood-stained fingers touched lightly and looked at Barry's tearful and bloodshot eyes. He nodded and retracted his hand, not caring about the dirty blood and filth, but clenched his fist. Barry, you are for help me find something to become like this. Master Grindelwald. Grindelwald shook his head, raised his index finger to his lips, and interrupted Barry's next words. He put his hand on the cage wall and whispered softly, It's okay, it's okay. We'll take you home. Powerful and sophisticated magic power rushed into the iron cage through the old magic wand without the tendency of magic spells. Under the surgical manipulation of Grindelwald, the blood filled in the groove under Barry rose, and the bloody steam followed. Kikyo rushed back into Barry's body. Barry's body convulsed violently, and as the amplitude of his shaking became larger and larger, a black shadow suddenly straightened from behind him, staring at the man in front of him with his pure white eyes. "Get back!" Grindelwald held the magic wand and continued to crack the mechanism of the cage, without even looking at the black figure who claimed to be Barry Tippett. Following his movements, the iron cage with its blades and hooks seemed to be lost. When he entered the sulfuric acid pool, he distorted and dissolved, disappearing, and Barry, who had lost his support, bleeds all over, and rushed forward. The shadow behind him didn't know where he had gone, as if he had never appeared before. Grindelwald half kneeled on the ground, took Barry, who was leaning forward, into his arms, carefully stroked his back with magical hands, and comforted, "It's okay, let's go home." Mr. Wiltning, there have been divergent opinions in the magic world about the nature of creatures like Dementors. After another week of magic history class, Professor Binns called Nelson into the office. On the empty desk were piles of large books with yellowed pages. He let Nelson sit down and got into the pile of books alone. Took out a green cover and chained book of spells, and threw it in front of Nelson. But we, as researchers of history, must not allow this ambiguity to become mainstream. Nelson could see the brilliance of knowledge in his big milky eyes. He put his hands on the cover and floated in front of Nelson. Said, "From the crevices of history, we can always find clues. Do you have any new discoveries?" "Have." Professor Binns nodded and shook his head again. He grabbed the bell behind the door and shook it slightly. Several house elves in scarves and a blackboard suddenly appeared in the office with their backs to Nelson. The body was hidden behind the blackboard as much as possible, and it was quickly installed on a bracket, and then disappeared. "Mr. Wiltning, what I want to say next, you can regard it as an extracurricular tutoring. Don't worry, it won't be the content of your final exam." Professor Binns clapped his hands, his line glowing. The squiggly text appeared on the blackboard, and Professor Ghost's expression was a little excited and a little shy. "To be honest, I haven't changed the syllabus for 1,000 years. This is the first time I have talked about this taboo topic." Nelson sat up straight and looked at Professor Binns intently. "All the time, we have acquiesced to the fact that Pythia, the witch of ancient Greece, defeated the evil Helbo at the time, Professor Binns. Moles adapted those histories into myths, but in reality, from the perspective of the wizards, the gods who fly into the sky and reclaim the land and reclaim the sea in these stories are just wizards who violated the principle of confidentiality. In Greek mythology, Pythia is just an ordinary priestess serving Apollo, with a little prophecy. In fact, in real history, her position is approximately like this. She has never been affected by advanced magic. She is well known, but Helbo, which has ravaged Greece for hundreds of years, really collapsed under her own planning." Professor Binns introduced in a respectful tone, "People know very little about her, but for now, she is the biggest. The achievement in the field of magic is the development of a curse that can help wizards resist Dementors after 1,000 years. The Patron Saint curse. Is she a curse developed against Dementors? I'm not sure, but as far as the effect is concerned, the Patron Saint curse does have a miraculous effect against Dementors. I believe you also know this." Nelson nodded in agreement. "The point I want to say is not this. You know that before the appearance of the Patron Saints and Dementors, there was a special existence in the wizarding world. They can stimulate the energy that combines emotions and magic without a spell, but they can't control it." Professor Binns knocked on the blackboard, and a brand new word appeared on it. "They may even be the prototypes of Dementors and Patron Saints." Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, The king of the gods is the center of finding the world. Make two flying falcons walk opposite each other until they meet again. Delphi is called the atrium of the world. The young sun builds a temple here. Hold the sunset and sing the dawn. The crevices of the world reveal the mysterious and mellow steam rising from the cracks in the earth. The young priestess chewed the laurel, looking blurred. Connected by the gap is another world belonging to the soul there. The memory of the dead soul told her the cryptic secret. The green false god has no mercy. The army crushes the realm, ghouls, basilisks and evil spirit. He only knows destruction and rule. But I don't know that my actions have already been written into my destiny. How does a child hurt his mother? False gods are just creatures born in the world. The young priestess heard the oracle in a trance. She found several powerful demigods enough to be enemies of false gods. Her eyes are sharp enough to see fate. There is a child whose soul has been torn apart by a false god. Sacrifice one's life for victory. This is a great weapon. This is a great weapon. Dreamlike poems echoed in the office. Professor Binns's unique ethereal voice added a strange feeling across the past and the present to his singing, and Nelson was immersed in it, although the poem only describes the past. Just a few words, but only the first sentence. Nelson sketched in his mind a magnificent scene of the wizard and ordinary people hand in hand against the army of evil beasts, dark wizards and alchemy monsters. This poem, which is as crude as a child, seems to contain magical powers, drawing Nelson into the war-torn history. His emotions fluctuated with Professor Binns' weird pronunciation and tactful intonation, and the magic in his body also agitated. Under Professor Binns's surprised gaze, a white mist appeared next to Nelson. Professor Binns looked around the office. His ghost body could not feel the humidity. He once thought it was a leak. Until the white fog became thicker and thicker, a solid scene was outlined. Various mythological monsters and beasts roared and confronted each other under the guidance of wizards. Soon, these monsters died one after another, leaving only one Taoist shadows. Their magic attacked each other until the one was damaged, and they also showed their fists and fangs like wild beasts. This is Nelson's imagination of the great battle that defeated Helba thousands of years ago, and he was unaware of it. Professor Binns stared at this scene with interest. This wandering song is said to have been written by a northern poet wandering in southern Europe. Even for wizards, the northern poets are a mysterious group. They use the mysterious Luen text records and extols myths and legends. These texts have mysterious powers. Through singing, they can make the stories in their mouths have changes that other wizards cannot understand. Unfortunately, the magic of the poets of the north seems to be inherited only from that group. Among the blood of the Nordic wizards, these wizards living in the ice and snow rarely communicate with the outside world. The most recent official exchange was that Isingama rented a venue in Norway to try Dumbledore. Maybe the history recorded by the poets of the north has long been lost. Professor Binns thought to himself, shook his head regretfully. Suddenly, he raised his head, stared at Nelson, laughed and laughed at himself. After becoming a ghost, my brain is not working well. Mr. Wiltoning. He called out softly, Mr. Wiltoning, Mr. Wiltoning. Nelson turned a deaf ear to Professor Binns' call. The old song has stopped, but Nelson still seemed to be immersed in it. With his eyes closed, the battlefield formed by the white mist around him stagnated as if time and space were still. Professor Binns stared at the white fog that surrounded them. These little guys like soldier toys were of normal proportions and lifelike. He stared at one of the wizards who was struggling at the feet of the trolls, and seemed to feel his gaze. That the little wizard raised his head and looked in the direction of Professor Binns. This little man seems to be aiming at having his own consciousness, his own story, and his own life. Professor Binns sensed the absurdity of his ideas, smiled and shook his head, looking at Nelson. Mr. Wiltoning. He stretched out his finger and nodded Nelson's forehead. A cold touch that hits the soul instantly spread from the top of his head. Nelson gave a violent shock, raised his head, and stared at Professor Binns' own eyes. You seem to like this story, Professor. Nelson broke free from the moment of trance, looked intently at Professor Binns, and asked, what's the matter? What's wrong? Professor Binns saw that Nelson was still a little unconscious, so he repeated, You seem to like this story. Professor, is this an epic? Epic. Professor Binns was stunned, shook his head, and said with a smile, child, this is not an epic, and a wizard can't write an epic. An epic is just a fairy tale, and it has its own format. That's how it is called. Epic. Well, Professor, what is this then? This is a travel song sung by poets in the north, Professor Binns said. They shared the information they heard in the tavern. Through generations of singing, this story finally took shape. To the wizards who lack the habit of recording history, said that before the appearance of the first history book of wizards, this kind of gossip and mole myths were the way for us to understand the truth of history. Is the history of wizards so serious? Nelson was a little surprised. You are a wizard, Mr. Wiltning. Think about it, there are not few wizards who can live for hundreds of years. Professor Binns waved his hand and said, wizards don't need to record history in books, like me. He stretched out his index finger and tapped on his temple. I am also a living history book. I see. Nelson nodded and asked, so is the young priestess Pythia? This song tells the story of Pythia's victory over Helbo. Yes, Mr. Wiltning. Professor Binns nodded and asked rhetorically, can you hear anything from this travel song? Is there a great weapon? Nelson scratched his head. What's that? I'm not going to look for something again, am I? Of course not. The great weapon points to a cursed patron saint curse. Professor Binns said triumphantly, I was a researcher in the history of magic when I was still alive. Many historical materials can prove this. The great weapon in the first song refers to the patron saint curse. This is the only curse developed by Pythia himself, but strangely, this curse has never been defeated in the war against Helbo. Used. Why? Professor Binns repeated. Good question. Why? Because as a prophet, Pythia knows very well what will happen in the future. This curse is a gift she left for future generations. It is a benefit to defeat the Dementors. The sword is also the shackle she laid for Helbo. Especially when I learned that Helbo seemed to be alive. She prepared a spell for 1,000 years from now. Nelson smacked his lips. So did she prepare anything for 2,000 years from now? Since Helbo is still alive, will she have another shackle? Professor Binns raised his arms and shrugged, showing a helpless expression. Okay, Nelson asked dryly. What does it mean to sacrifice one's life for victory? If the patron saint is born like this, it should be black magic. This is what I want to tell you before, the possible common prototype of the patroness charm and the Dementor. Professor Binns glared. This is his exclusive discovery, but after so many years, it seems that only a wizard like Nelson has felt it. Interest. Dementor and Patroness Curse represent two completely opposite aspects of emotional energy. Before them, there has never been magic that can really mobilize the power of the soul. But there is a kind of person in the world, and they are born to be strong. The power of emotion, but it is beyond control. The silent one. Nelson frowned. That's right. Professor Binns clapped his hands and said, what I call innate is still a bit imprecise. The vast majority of silent people are derived from the suppression of magic when they were young and beyond ordinary people's imagination. A painful experience, but I have to admit that in their disorderly burst of magic power, there is a large part of the power of the soul. So the Patroness Curse was developed based on the phenomenon of the silent? I think so. In fact, many wizards have studied the silent phenomenon, including one of the founders of the Academy and my former colleague, Salazar Slytherin. I don't know what he has achieved, but I think if you have a chance, you can look for children whose souls were torn apart by false gods, Professor Binns said, repeating the content of the song. Isn't the silent one the child whose soul was torn apart? Why? It's a false god. Maybe it's because Helbo brought his pain. I think there is a certain relationship between the silent Dementor and the patron god curse, but I'm just a powerless ghost. William Mr. Mus, if there is a chance, can you help me find the connection between them? Do my best, Professor. Nelson nodded seriously, showing a thoughtful expression. By the way, Mr. Wiltning, Professor Binns added, although Duffy is in Greece, but in the story, the center of the world found by Zeus using 2 falcons to travel around the world is not Delphi. Then why write Delphi? Nelson didn't pay attention to the real position for the first time, which made Professor Binns a bit funny. Is there no such situation now? Anyway, when I was still alive, this situation was very seen, he laughed, because Greece was very strong at that time. Don't you write about Greece? Marvs, do you know where Damas from Uruk is? I don't know. Nelson shook his head. You really shouldn't know, because this is my nonsense. Professor Binns shrugged and said, the final location is located in the geographic center of Europe, where Pythia defeated Helbo. If he is still alive, then he who can't survive should still be wandering there. There should be a city there. I don't know what it is called now, but if you look for it on the map, you should be able to find it. Professor Binns was a little excited. The whole ghost was a little red. He was pacing around in the office. If you find there, you must remember theme of the world that belongs to the soul. Professor Binns said earnestly, I am a ghost. I can't tell you too much, but you must pay attention. Krakow. Nelson frowned and said the name of a place that he couldn't be more familiar with. His thoughts surged. Helbo lived because of the Horcrux. If he was defeated in Krakow, then the remnant soul in the blurred illusion near Swissen should be the main body. If it is the main body. Nelson shook his head, and many previous plans and speculations had to be overturned and rewritten. Is that the name? Not bad. By the way, what is this? Mr. Wiltoning? Professor Binns pointed to the white mist around Nelson that had been surging since he began to sing. The mist gave him a breath of water, with a sense of contradiction that he dare not approach and is extremely close. He joked, is it mysterious and mellow steam? I think so. Nelson's answer to this joke surprised Professor Binns. Before he could ask any more, he heard Nelson say, I know what you mean Beanoth, the world belonging to the soul. He raised his hand, and the white mist around him poured into his hand as if swallowed by a whale. Nelson looked at Professor Binns and said seriously, I have been to the illusion. These mysterious and mellow steam is just the mist. Barry, you don't actually need to do this, Andre said distressedly at the side of the hospital bed, staring at Barry who was tied into a mummy. In fact, with your ingenuity, you can do a lot of meaningful things, and some are helpful. Master Grindelwald's approach. Barry raised his eyelids and saw Andre with an arm dropped on his neck. He shook his head. The old man started to talk jokes as soon as he got out of bed, but Barry had nothing to do with him. Who would let him save him? He coughed slightly and said, I just want to find a way to help the adults. Since he already has the old magic wand, the invisibility cloak and the resurrection stone naturally exist. Don't forget, what is our sign? Yes, I know, it's the Deathly Hallows. Andre said, waving his cane, but you know, it took Master Grindelwald more than 10 years to find the old magic wand. This is not anxious. No, Barry retorted, I have found a clue to the invisibility cloak. Did you slip into the cage in an invisible cloak and be locked by a mole? Andre asked quietly. Andre is right. The door of the ward was pushed open, and Grindelwald approached hurriedly. After scanning the two of them, he nodded in satisfaction when he saw that they were recovering well. 3 magic items made by the god of death. How is it possible to make a man the master of death? Barry, I need you to help me do some normal work. Your silent one is about to go away. I don't think you would want White to be a young widow. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website. Nah, wait. When Nelson stepped out of the door of Professor Binns' office, a voice called him timidly, and he looked around and found that there was no one. The vigilance that he had developed in the face of sneak attacks for many years made him immediately put his hand in his pocket and his body became tense. Here. The owner of this voice seemed to be angry that Nelson hadn't found her. Nelson heard it this time. He lowered his head and glanced to the left. He found a small piece behind a knight sculpture in front of Professor Binns' newsboy hat. Oh, Christian. Nelson raised his eyebrows. It's been a long time since he returned to Hogwarts, but he has never had time to talk to Christian. He scratched his head and said as he walked out from behind the sculpture, Hi, I haven't had time to congratulate you in person. I found my family. Congratulations." Christian walked up to Nelson and looked around, as if worried about being discovered by others. "You wrote to me about this." Looking at Christian's unhappy face, Nelson was a little surprised. In his imagination, Christian should be happy to hear this, but now it seems that she is a little bit resistant to her excellent brother. Nelson showed a playful expression, nodded, and said, "I still have to congratulate you in person." Christian replied impatiently. She stood on tiptoe, her face full of anxiety, moved closer, and whispered, Are you free? I want to tell you something." "Okay." Nelson nodded and turned and walked towards the restaurant. "It just happens to be going to eat. Let's go together. Tom is waiting for me there. We can find a table and eat together." No. Christian grabbed Nelson's cuff, shook his head vigorously, and said, "This matter is about Tom. I don't want to say it in front of him." "Oh?" Nelson stopped and asked, "What do you want to say? Does it matter?" Christian didn't speak, but she nodded hard and grasped her hands tighter and tighter to tell Nelson that she had to say this. "Okay." Nelson shrugged, took out a letter paper from his pocket, tore a page, scribbled a few words, folded into 1,000 paper cranes and threw it into the air, flapping its wings towards the direction of the restaurant. "Fly away." Seeing this scene, Christian's eyes were a little surprised, but the anxiety in his heart quickly overwhelmed the excitement of seeing the magic. Nelson nodded, put the letter paper back in his pocket, and said, "I told Tom not to wait for me. By the way, since you seem urgent, where shall we go? I know a place that almost no one in the school knows." After all, Christian took Nelson and walked in the direction of the castle without any explanation. She chose a road that barely touched people, and she could see that she was already familiar with doing this kind of thing. "It's really Gryffindor," Nelson thought, and found himself on the 8th floor of the castle. Christian stood in front of a tapestry and began to pace back and forth. Nelson glanced intently. The tapestry depicts the scene of the giant stick beating the stupid Barnabas. He raised his eyebrows and found the responsive house. He couldn't help but look at Christian a little bit higher. An embarrassing thing happened. After Christian pacing back and forth for up to 3 minutes, the smooth door that Nelson expected did not appear on the opposite side of the tapestry, and the expression on Christian's face changed from embarrassment to anxious. Even the voice has brought a cry. I came before, it's still. It's all right, I'm coming." Nelson sighed, walked to Christian, and kept thinking, "I want a place to talk without being disturbed" in his heart, and walked back and forth 3 times with his hands behind his back. After doing all this, he took a deep breath and turned to look at the wall opposite the tapestry. A smooth door appeared there. Nelson was a little excited. Although he had experienced many things, this was the first time he really came to the legend. The House of Voldemort in Hogwarts. I don't know how many important things happened here in the history of Hogwarts. He took a step forward, pushed open the door of the room of requests, turned his head and said to the dumbfounded Christian, "This room is called the Room of Requests, and it can meet the requirements of users, provided that the user needs to think clearly in his mind what kind of one he needs. Place. Otherwise it won't understand your demands." Nelson stepped into the room. It was clean and almost empty. Only 2 simple chairs and a smooth table were placed in the middle. He greeted Christian to come in and added, "I think it's not disturbed communication place, Christian. Don't worry, this room is really unknown. I just happened to have heard of it." Christian did not speak, but walked towards the room with her head down and sat across from Nelson. There was a silence of several minutes between the two, until she raised her head, staring at Nelson's eyes, and asked softly, "Can I trust you?" Nelson was stunned by Christian's question. All of Christian's actions today gave people a sense of abnormality. Even her temperament was very different from the girl who was gritting her teeth in his heart. He even doubted what he saw before his eyes. The girl who looked very haggard had a curse that caused her brain to be hurt. But for the sake of acquaintance with each other, he considered his tone and said patiently, "Of course, What happened? Is there anything that can help you? Christian lowered her head and moaned her lips, and the suffocating silence between the two entered again, until Nelson was about to pull out her wand to try to solve the spell for Christian. She suddenly raised her head and swallowed. Said, "Nah, I really don't know if I should talk about it. I have struggled for a long time. If you don't come back, I may have to tell Professor Dumbledore." Nelson was irritated by Christian's conscious or unconscious betrayal. He tried hard to find a comfortable posture on this simple chair under his ass, but he ultimately failed. He wanted to start again. When it was out of date, Christian suddenly said, "Tom is practicing black magic." "Yeah?" Nelson nodded, spread his hands, and motioned to Christian to continue. "What then?" "Then," Christian continued with her mouth open, but suddenly stopped. She said excitedly, "Tom is practicing black magic. There is no more." Nelson felt a little speechless. "Your God mysteriously called me here for this." He finally found a comfortable posture, leaned back in the chair, and asked, "Didn't Tom tell you?" "That's right, your grade is not high, and I told you that you might not understand it." No, nah, you made a mistake about what I meant," Christian anxiously defended. "What I care about is not that he doesn't tell me, but that he is practicing dark magic." "Nah, I think you must. I know. Dark wizards are all proficient in dark magic." Nelson finally understood what Christian was trying to say. He waved his hand and said, "But people who are proficient in dark magic are not necessarily dark wizards." "No, nah, Tom has been practicing dark magic secretly since you left," Christian said, biting her lower lip. "One time I went out in the middle of the night to find food, and no one went downstairs. I saw him at the door of her ladies' bathroom, and that day he held a small mouse and used it against it." "Against it?" "Death spell?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. Tom seemed to be unskilled in this business, and he could be hit by anyone. "No." Christian shook his head and said with a horrified expression, "It's imperious. He manipulated the little mouse to do a lot of incredible things." The professor said when he was in the defense against the dark arts class, "A wizard who uses black magic will be eroded by magic power and will eventually become a black wizard who can do no evil. Nah, you must help me. I don't want Tom to become a black wizard." Christian was emotionally unstable. She took off the newsboy hat on top of her head, held it tightly in her arms, and said intermittently, sobbing, "It's not absolute, Christian." Nelson explained patiently, "Only by relying too much on black magic can it be corroded by magic. Magic is just a tool for the strong, and Tom will not become what you think." "But he used black magic," Christian retorted. "It is illegal to use black magic, and he will be punished. After you graduate, you can consider working in the law enforcement department or the ERA office." Nelson shook his head and said, "I think your knowledge of magic is still a bit simple. Have you ever seen Tom use black magic to hurt others?" "I asked the classmates of the same class to go to your party." Christian raised his head, staring at Nelson, and said, "He saw your duel with Tom. Tom used powerful black magic. Isn't that enough?" "Oh," Nelson laughed. "Did he hurt me?" "No, Christian. I think it's necessary to correct your perception." "What? Do you think wizards who use black magic are evil? On wizards who do evil, aren't they the same?" "It's not the same. Dumbledore can also use black magic, but he doesn't use them. On the contrary, I know some guys who have ordinary magic skills. Not to mention black magic, even simple evil spells don't understand. But they can hurt others by virtue of their lack of magic." "Do you think their kind is evil?" Nelson said solemnly. "Chris, I remember the first time I met you, you used magic to steal. Took my wallet. I stole it." Christian gritted her teeth and admitted her fault. She said, "I admit that I was a thief. But you probably didn't know what magic was at the time." Nelson interrupted her and continued, "You unconsciously mobilized magic power at that time and used magic similar to a floating spell. This is not black magic at all, but do you think what you are doing is good?" Christian lowered his head thoughtfully, his expression a little confused. "I can also black magic." Nelson took out his wand and waved it. A black snake slowly crawled out of his hand. He waved his hand, and the snake turned into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated. Sorry, use it. I'm not very familiar with this kind of magic. You can learn this magic with just a glance. Did I suddenly become a dark wizard? The so-called boundary between the black wizard and the white wizard shouldn't be determined by what magic they know. I'll take a look at it. Do I suddenly become a black wizard? This is obviously unreasonable. Nelson shook his head. He learned from Christian's stubborn expression saw that he had not convinced her, but he continued, what kind of behavior is more hateful, to kill people with ordinary spells and protect others with black magic? Of course, I am not encouraging others to learn black magic. It's just that this kind of quick and powerful spell can really help a lot in some cases. I have no intention of exposing your scars. Why not? Let me expose my own scars. Nelson sighed and said, the first time Tom and I used black magic, we went to find the murderer after Jonas died. The black magic of blood and blood has given us a lot of help. Without it, the murderer might really quietly die from excessive drinking in a few days. There are many magic in the world, and there are many, many wizards. Important. It's not what magic you have learned, but what you have done, and the result is the most important. Christian frowned and continued to maintain the expression of biting his lips. Nelson sighed secretly in his heart. He knew that he was not good at persuading, and Christian, who was already a stubborn personality, would not listen to his shocking speeches. He didn't speak anymore, just stared blankly and sat in place. I don't know how long it took. Christian suddenly stood up from his seat, leaned forward, looked at Nelson, and said, I have done wrong with magic, so I don't want people I care to cry because of magic. Okay, I won't tell the professor, but I will use myself to prevent you from using black magic, she said, looking at Nelson with scorching eyes. Since black magic can do what white magic can do, why not strictly demand yourself? Nah, you are right. I am going to work in the ERA office or the law enforcement department. I will let you see my determination. Nelson was speechless. He couldn't understand the logic through which his words made Christian get such a strange result in his heart. I'm very happy that you can have your own ideas, but rest assured, you won't have the opportunity to interfere with us. He shook his head, stood up, and took out a brand new Thunderbird newsboy hat from his pocket, put it on the table. This is a birthday gift for you. But you can change it when you were away before. Thunderbirds are considered a symbol of the law in many places. Putting down his hat and walking towards the door, Christian sat where he was, picked up the newsboy hat, and carefully rubbed the Thunderbird's winged badge. Nelson walked out of the responsive house and laughed to herself. Christian is just an ordinary girl. She has not experienced the things that she and Tom have experienced. For many people like her, black magic is already a taboo topic. Not to mention other things that are more deviant. It is conceivable that as this momentum develops, the resistance between himself and Tom will not only come from the enemy. His footsteps have become heavier, but he quickly turned into a brisk trot. Lunch is not over yet. Running to the restaurant, just in time for a bite of hot food, Nelson sat down next to Tom, and when he wanted to talk about Christian, Tom handed over a closed note. Professor Sykes has something to do with you, Tom said vaguely with food in his mouth. She asked White in Ravenclaw and handed a note with the time and place written in it. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website. It's okay. Nah. Tom swallowed his last meal, pushed over a plate filled with mashed potatoes and some meat, and placed it in front of Nelson. This was what he had planned to pack and bring back to the dormitory to leave for Nelson. He pulled out his napkin, wiped his mouth, and asked, "Do you need me to accompany you?" No. Nelson took the plate, inserted a piece of chicken, and declined. There is no reason to see the teacher and bring personal reasons. Don't worry. Tom nodded and looked at the direction of the Ravenclaw table and the faculty. Professor Sykes did not come to the restaurant for dinner. He leaned his face closer and whispered, "Be careful with yourself. I always think she has bad intentions." It's okay, Nelson said while pulling the mashed potatoes in his mouth. There may be a misunderstanding. Besides, as long as I was not beaten by the principal at school, I can still run if I can't beat them. That's fine. Tom nodded reservedly, and said, I believe your escape route, as long as you don't let me collect the dead body at the end. That must be impossible. Nelson raised his head, shook his fingers, and showed Tom the note. She may have taken this into consideration, so she chose Dumbledore's office. Humphrey. Tom lowered his head, picked up 2 glasses of fresh juice from the table, and put them in front of him. She is such a good and considerate teacher. Indeed, Nelson shrugged, and give students little pets. The two looked at each other, picked up the juice on the table, smiled and clinked their glasses. Oh avocado, it's so terrible. Forget it, don't drink this. Tom curled his lips. Seeing that Nelson had almost eaten, he handed over a napkin and asked, are you busy in the afternoon? Can we go to Hogsmeade to buy something to drink later? Yes, Nelson nodded. Which secret path shall we take? Have you forgotten? Let's go there and apparat directly. Really, Tom, if the secret rooms under Hogwarts are not Hogwarts, then this security is indeed a problem. After eating, the two simply went to the dormitory to clean up, and then embarked on the journey to Hogsmeade. On a country road, Tom was walking beside Nelson with a bag of butterbeer, and walked to the newly opened clothing store. The two of them were so long, it was time to start a new outfit for themselves. Maybe Hogwarts was set after Slytherin left. Tom shrugged, looked at the sun above his head, looked down at the short shadows under his feet, and said, of course. It's also possible that they didn't expect that someone could leave from the ground. Yes, Nelson nodded, raised his hand to cover the sun, and said casually, by the way, your sister found me today. Tom ignored him, but poured the bag of butterbeer into his other hand, drew out his wand and tapped it upwards. A small cloud appeared above the two of them, following them to shade the sun. Christian came to see me today, Nelson repeated, just after I got out of Professor Binns' office. Oh, Tom answered indifferently. Aren't you curious about what she said? Nelson was a little suspicious. Tom and Christian had been weird lately. He rubbed his chin and his thoughts began to diverge wildly. I told her you were in Professor Binns' office. Tom put his wand back in his sleeve and carried the bag back. Young man, less knowledgeable. I think you should still communicate, Nelson suggested. After all, you are brothers and sisters. It's not a problem to be so stiff all the time. No need, she will understand when she grows up, Tom said with a curled lips. And do you think she is the kind of person who can be persuaded? Aren't you good at persuading people? I can't lie to her either. Tom suddenly stopped, put the bag on the ground, looked at Nelson, sighed, and said softly, this is also a good thing, at least it proves that she is not a fool. Let alone persuade. What's the use of her? There will always be some barriers. After all, in her opinion, her brother is a dark wizard. The dark wizard is the dark wizard. Anyway, she has no choice. Tom said indifferently, shaking his head, some gaps are also a good thing. She can't keep up with us. But you are not a dark wizard. For her, yes, Tom said with a serious expression. She is such a person who admits to death. For her, only what she sees is real. Is it? Well, Tom nodded, showing a look of memory, and said, you walked in a hurry before and didn't talk to her very much. In fact, after you left, I was basically taking care of her. Do you remember what is her last name? Riddle? No. Her name is Jewel, Christian Jewel, and it seems that she hasn't changed her name back to Riddle now. Yes, Tom nodded again. Do you know what the surname Juville means to her? Her adoptive father? Speaking of which, she never seemed to mention this person to me. No, she said it, but you watched it. Tom said in a reciting tone, I know it's bad to steal things, but I'm the daughter of a liar. I should be born to steal things, right? Nelson squinted his eyes, thinking back to the night when he met Christian for the second time. The stubborn girl with dirty curly hair and a long scar on her face. Nelson has forgotten when he started. Can't see the scar. The girl seems to hide her past with the scar. I remember, at the Christmas dinner, Nelson said with a frown. At that time I thought she would be a silent person. Seriously, I thought the wordless daughter of a liar were just literary rhetoric, used to express one's strong emotions. No, Tom shook his head and said, Richard Jewell. I went to check afterwards. This man is Christian's former adoptive father. In the City Hall file, he was indeed jailed for fraud. OK. After you left, it was probably the summer vacation of the 3rd grade. I was idle in London and had nothing to do, so I went to investigate the trafficker gang who trafficked Christian. I remember at that time I was hanging out in Krakow and Grindelwald. Nelson was a little ashamed to learn that Tom had done so many things. That incident once again refreshed the lower limit of my understanding of human nausea. Tom said to himself, "Have you discovered that I rarely say nausea now?" This word was still my mantra before, that it's because that summer's survey results improved my tolerance for nausea to a higher level. Seriously, if you meet those people, you will feel that your imagination for evil is really too poor, no matter how vicious. Compared with them, the level of education of the Dark Wizards is equivalent to not knowing the alphabet. I still can't imagine anyone would do such a thing. They would break the legs of young children and make them bleed while begging in the street. These crippling methods are ridiculously numerous. Blinding and beating. Broken legs are really the lowest level method. They will also transform the stolen children into freaks and sell them to the circus. Tom's tone is flat and his body has no ups and downs. But the scarlet eyes indicate that his heart is not at the moment calm. Do you remember the circus that Nagini stayed in? At least they found real freaks, but mole circuses are different. These so-called freaks are out of the box. 9 are all artificially manufactured goods. For example, if you put people in a jar, only your head is exposed. If you grow up like this, you will be a villain in a bottle. Hi. Nelson took a breath. As for the daily beating, scolding and violence, it is commonplace. Tom sipped, and continued, "It's disgusting. Maybe it's because they are so perverted, ordinary little girls can't get into their eyes. They choose a little boy every day. Luckily, as far as I know, most of the children in that disgusting gang have suffered such torture. The bones of suicidal children can almost build a high wall. So, it's totally true. I couldn't believe it at first. But I couldn't help but believe in sensation. This is what those guys did." Tom shook his head, seeming to think it was outrageous. Christian once she almost became a victim, but because she was born with magical powers, she escaped the catastrophe. But in fact, for her, this kind of escape is not far from being hurt. Do you still have to suffer after escaping the devil's den? Yes, because she was able to steal a lot of things. Most of the children who were caught were very dissatisfied with her. You know, when everyone suffers, you don't suffer and you are more likely to be jealous. They always call Christian the monster is the devil, even after she has repeatedly helped her companions. Tom sighed again. He is very sentimental today. This is why she looks like a silent person. In fact, if it weren't for her adoptive father, she might have become a true silent person. Richard Jewell? Yes. He lives on the gang street on the other side of the city, where a group of rats in the sewers live there. Of course, he is no exception. This scammer has entrapped countless victims, but he is only in his own home. When I picked up the hungry and cold Christian at the door, I found it with my conscience. Tom looked at Nelson and said, "After you left, I read the comics I bought for you." He found Christian's anomaly, but he didn't exchange her for money. But like the elder of the alien in the comic, he taught her how to integrate into the environmental turf. This repression may increase the probability of becoming a silent person. It can always make her happier. I didn't expect that by his side. Christian lived at least a normal life as a street kid, until the victim he had defrauded started a relationship, so that the late Christian witnessed his adoptive father being gangstered, battered to death at the door of the house. Tom gritted his teeth and said, he saw Christian before he died, and he was still shouting to protect himself. This is... How did you see it? One of the members of the gang is someone from the trafficker gang. I extracted his memory. Tom closed his eyes and said, it hasn't been a day or two for them to stare at the escaper, Christian. They took advantage of the death of JV. He took her back again. This time, Christian, who was so desperate and remembered that Jewel's teachings, could no longer show the abilities of those monsters. She returned to their control, stealing things day by day, watching. The companions were tortured. Few people who went out because of the smog did not steal their wallets and were almost asked to be prostitutes. Do you understand the feeling of supporting the sudden destruction when you see the light again? I think she understands more than we all know. That's why after the traffickers were arrested, she lived more carefully in the orphanage. Every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite. Nelson didn't know what to say, but just gently pushed Tom's shoulder, and the two walked forward together. Yes, but some people's words are very difficult to read. It's really strange. The two of them marched toward the clothing store. I later went to Christian to ask about what happened back then. She always thought that Jewel's death was exactly what happened. Because of his identity as a scammer, this good person in her opinion would surely live a long life if he didn't do this job, and Jewel, who knew that crime was an abyss, always told her that he must do a job. A clean and good person. This may be why she resists black magic so much. Thinking about it now, Gryffindor really suits her. The two of them walked to an alley and walked through here to the newly opened clothing store. This alley was so similar to the alley where Christian was first seen, so that the scene of the year was in their eyes was staged again. Tom rubbed his eyes and walked in without a word. Tom, walking through the alley, when the sun fell on the ground again, Nelson called Tom suddenly. What's happening? I don't know if it's my illusion. I feel you are more and more like Dumbledore. A smile appeared on Nelson's face. Haha, I think you can consider growing a beard. No, I don't have a brother who hurts each other, and my transfiguration technique is not good. I can't do something with a man, let alone let my sister die in front of me. Tom tilted his head, seeming to imagine what it would be like if he had a younger brother. He was quickly amused by his thoughts. He smiled and shook his head, and said in the direction of the clothing store, speaking of no Foss, shall we see him later? Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, 205 chapters for a long time. Let's go. Just ahead, Tom looked at the door of the clothing store, and the sign on the top was gilded with a few big letters, Gentleman's Clothing Store. He approached and said, except for some new large clothes, I thinking we still need to buy a dress gown. Professor Slughorn told me some inside information. We might need it. What? Does the school organize blind dates? Nelson shrugged and teased. Or do you think your school uniform and gown don't deserve your prefect badge? The moment he heard the words dress gown, Nelson thought of a famous inter-school competition with a long history, Triwizard Tournament, but he quickly rejected this possibility. This event was because of Grindelwald's activity has been stagnant for many years, and now that his power is most rampant, the probability of it being held again is even smaller than before. Is it possible that Farm Uni is coming to participate? Nelson couldn't help but think. If you really have an urgent need for blind dates, Tom opened the door of the clothing store, made a please gesture, and said, I suggest you go to the Slug Club of Professor Slughorn. Last month, he held a party in Diagon Alley. When I went to dinner, a witch who had been married 12 times and widowed 12 times inherited her inheritance 12 times was always looking for a new marriage partner for herself. Seeing Nelson's strange expression, he added, her mother seems to be the same, which makes her family very rich. If there is no conspiracy in it, then it may be a powerful curse. I don't know if you've heard a word, or it's very peaceful. Nelson raised his eyebrows and said, marrying her may be dangerous enough to kill you, but when you are the 13th, there are two kinds of bad luck may conflict with each other. In the end, the 13th person's death was equal to the sum of the first 12. I mean, it is possible to be safe and to reap happiness. Yes, you can try it. Don't blame me for not reminding you that her child is already working in the Ministry of Magic. Tom shuddered a little and stepped into the shop. Two gentlemen, welcome to the Gentleman's Clothing Store. Nelson followed as he approached the store. A faint scent of fuel filled the store. A smiling man in a tuxedo with a cane walked out from behind a wooden hanger. What do you want? As soon as he saw the shopkeeper, Nelson's eyes narrowed. He quietly blocked Tom, who was walking towards the display window, and asked the shopkeeper softly, Mr. Daguerre, you are the only one in the magical world in Europe. Do you do business? Tom stopped. He hadn't even glanced at the shopkeeper before. He turned around and found that the shopkeeper of this gentleman's clothing store turned out to be the shopkeeper of the alchemy shop he had seen in secret. Even for wizards, this kind of thing is too coincidental. Oh, sir, I remember you. Long time no see. Is that camera easy to use? You must think it is worth the money, Daguerre said exaggeratedly, thanks to Nelson not knowing what happened on the Boston Bay cruise. Otherwise, now the small silver ball has filled the entire shop. Seeing Nelson's expression eased slightly, Daguerre explained, it's a coincidence that you are really my old customer. No matter where I open the shop, encountering you. But you are too worried. I have shops all over the world, so it's normal for you to meet me even in Buenos Aires. But why did your store before Hogsmeade disappear after you sold the camera? Nelson picked up a suit in the closet, rubbed the fabric of the innermost chiffon shirt, raised his head and asked, I don't want it either. I've been investigating the location for a long time and it is very suitable for business. Daguerre clapped his hands, and a set of tailor-made tools flew out from the depths of the shop and fell into his hands. Later, a nobleman wanted to come. There is a candy shop here. You know, these old aristocrats in the UK are not bad at money. I thought that my business here could take off, but he gave too much. All right. Tom curled his lips. Except for the eloquence that he bought a large bag of things in secret, he didn't care about Daguerre's stuff. For Tom, who was full of self-confidence, whether there was a conspiracy was irrelevant. It's important. It's just a life-saving straw for the weak to seek success. He waved his hand, pointed to the row of robes hanging behind, and said, don't talk nonsense. Come and take a look at some dress robes. Good. Daguerre squeezed his eyes at Nelson, leaned slightly, turned and ran to the depths of the shop. What a coincidence. It's incredible. Nelson said, he doesn't want to abduct Hogwarts students, right? You are a little sensitive. Nah, we are not Christian, and there are not so many criminals in the world who abduct and sell children. Tom raised his mouth and smiled. He better have some conspiracy. If this is the case, then the store must be his disguise, so the goods he sells will be very good and cheap. That's true. Nelson nodded. Speaking of which, he doesn't poke clothes in this shop. Buy more, lest you have to measure your size later and suffer torture. Hey, brother, long time no see. As soon as Nelson approached the door of Dumbledore's office, a full voice stopped him. Albus isn't here. The Dean of Travenclaw is inside. Nelson looked at the door. A pair of imposing armor was raising his arm and greeted himself. Hello, long time no see, Nelson said, stepping forward, helping the armor to straighten the visor and sweeping away the spider webs on its head. I'm here to find Professor Sykes. Well, I thought you came to me. The armor made a depressed voice like a car man deflating, and even a few rust stains on his body. I heard Albus say that you have been back for a long time. I don't know how to come and see me. But I'm just a pair of armor, one can only stand at the root of the wall. All right, Nelson hurriedly interrupted the armor. He patted its helmet and said, the last time I came to Dumbledore's office, I passed by the door and called you to ignore me. Oh, ha, embarrassed, ha. The armor scratched his head and said, I might be asleep. Does the armor still need to sleep? Nelson raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sure enough, I'm just a pair of armor, an old armor that I can't nap anyone sleeping. In this world, are you going to get married? How do you feel? Weird. Nelson tapped the skull of the armor suspiciously, and looked around. I don't know, the magic armor still needs sleep. Well, I actually slept all the time. Gryffindor told me that year. Armor cleared his throat and sent out a recording. As a lonely armor, you can only kill time by constant sleep. When you wake up, it means that the knight in your destiny needs your protection. How disgusting. Nelson whispered to himself. He scratched his chin and asked, have you found your knight? No, in recent years, I woke up more and more frequently. I thought it was my knight who came. But then I discovered an important truth. What? It seems just because my sleep quality is getting worse. Okay, Nelson shrugged. "Are you going to take a nap?" Strangely sleepy. "What you said?" "Ah, it's a bit." The visor opened and closed, and the good brother yawned and said, "You go in, Il Squint." After that, he closed his upper armor, and there was no sound anymore, and the door of Dumbledore's office opened. "Please come in." Professor Sykes' voice came out, a little bit apart, and some of them didn't really hear it. Nelson pushed open the door and walked in. "Nelson, long time no see." Professor Sykes sat in Dumbledore's seat and raised his chin at Nelson, who came in by pushing the door. "Sit down, please." "Would you like something to drink?" "No, Professor," Nelson said, moving the stool to the desk. "I just drank something." "Yeah." Professor Sykes nodded and watched Nelson sit down, picked up a stack of paper, and said, "It seems that the teaching of Ifamani's spell class is not bad, and your learning progress is still ahead." "Thank you for your compliment." Nelson lowered his head and said, "The two schools have their own advantages, but my study actually relied on the help of tutorial books." "Is there any guidance book that can teach the best student of the year?" Professor Sykes asked with interest, putting his arm on the table and propped his chin. "Absurd." Professor Sykes' deliberate intimacy made Nelson a little uncomfortable. He replied, "It is a graduate of Hogwarts, the Book of Spells compiled by Miranda Gorshak himself. It is of great help to basic learning." Miranda Gorshak. Professor Sykes narrowed his eyes and said, "I remember her, a very talented witch, but disappeared after graduation. Did you go to write a book?" "It's nothing. Simple work." "Do you have her book in your hand?" "Can you show it to me?" "Sorry, Professor, the elder sister said you can't circulate it at will." Nelson opened his hand and said, "I can't do it without her consent." "I understand." Professor Sykes nodded. "Can you tell me the name of her book?" "If it is published, I will buy one." "Standard ... spell?" Professor Sykes shook his head playfully. "It's amazing." "By the way, Nelson, in order to reward your learning achievements, I am going to give you a prize." "What?" Professor Sykes took out a slender crystal bottle from his pocket, which contained a lavender, unknown liquid. Just looking at the crystal-clear crystal bottle showed that this bottle of liquid was very valuable. "A potion that can make your ears and eyes clear is a great help to the little wizard who overuses the brain." Professor Sykes smiled stiffly, but made her statute lines deeper and her expression more serious. Said, "Nelson, this is just a little bit of help for you. Don't worry, I have confirmed with Professor Dumbledore that it is not harmful to you." "Thank you, Professor." Nelson stretched out his hands, and finally the crystal bottle was broken, observing the lavender liquid in the bottle, and asked, "But Professor, the antidote to Curly-Winged Devil's venom is really not going to be taken twice. Are there any side effects?" "Welcome, this is you." Professor Sykes, who was talking impolitely, suddenly froze. She stared into Nelson's eyes and said every word. "What are you talking about?" "Professor, it is true that I have drunk the antidote of Curly-Winged Devil's venom. Although the color is different, the texture of the liquid is very similar to the shape of the bubbles." Nelson scratched his head and asked, "After all, the antidote has more raw materials. Most of it comes from the Curly-Winged Demon itself. I wonder if there will be any side effects after drinking it twice." "You." Professor Sykes stared at Nelson for a long time, closed his eyes, shook his head, stretched out his hand, took the crystal bottle in Nelson's hand back to his hand, sighed, and said, "It looks like you know it all." "Yes, I know it all." "How much do you know?" Professor Sykes was like a serious riddler at the moment. "Since you were called to the office at their Ravenclaw Tower that day." Professor Sykes sighed again, leaning on the back of the chair, holding the crystal bottle. The bubbles in it burst quickly, and a white smoke rose from her palm and was caught in her pocket. Soon, only the crystal bottle remained. Down the purple liquid with swirls. "Well, I am sorry for my sister's affairs. Due to my negligence, she hid the XXXXX magical animal on your body, which caused a bad influence on you." Professor Sykes lowered her head and said earnestly. She pushed the crystal bottle in front of Nelson. "I removed the venom of the Curly-Winged Devil. The remaining potion is really helpful to your creativity and eyes. Take it. Right, I will compensate you. Nelson walked out of the office with some sincere compensation. A small piece of iron suddenly hit his head. He bent down and picked up the piece of iron on the ground. It turned out to be the scales of the armor. Nelson turned his head and looked at the armor. But it seems to sleep deeply. As he was about to go back and put the scales back in place, Nelson suddenly felt some scratches on his fingertips. He put the scales in his pocket quietly, speeded up his pace, and left the door of Dumbledore's office. After walking through 2 corridors and turning a few corners, Nelson took out the scale armor from his pocket and placed it carefully in his hand, observing the skewed characters engraved on it. "Good brother, be more hearty." The eagle-headed horse and beast kid asked the patron saint to tell Albus the curly-winged demon, and Albus also told her about it. Nelson touched his chin. It turned out that Professor Sykes knew that she had drunk the antidote for a long time, but she seemed to want to pretend that she had heard about it for the first time. He turned her head, across the layers of walls, toward the office of Dumbledore. Looking in the direction, another scratch was felt in the palm of his hand. Nelson helped it roll over, and it said in bold handwriting, "It hurts to pull a piece off. Please help me change it for a piece of gold." Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile Version website, Chapter 206 Old Unlucky Egg. It's really interesting. I've said that this old woman has bad intentions. In the secret room, Tom wiped the glass he didn't know where he got from like a bartender. Nagini was swimming up and down the smooth stone floor. After hearing about Professor Sykes' dissection, Nelson told her the name became this old woman and that old woman. He put down the cup and said, "Before you walked in a hurry, Aberforth told a little secret. Do you want to hear it?" "What's the secret?" "What a gossip," Tom said with a slap on his lips, disgusted, but quickly put on an excited expression, rubbed his hands and said, "Do you remember the previous time when you ran into the old man in Dumbledore's office?" "Is it about women?" Dumbledore was still Aberforth at that time. "I remember that the embarrassment that day was deeply engraved in my heart." Nelson was lying on the hammock next to him. He felt uncomfortable. He wriggled in the hammock and finally sat down. After his feet hit the ground, I scratched the ground with my toes, and it felt better. Aberforth forcibly left me that day and asked me to pour tea. "These are not important." Tom waved his hand and put the glass back in place. "It doesn't matter yet. Think about it. What did they say that day?" Tom raised his eyebrows and moved to Nelson's side. "About why Joe underrode a flying broomstick across the Atlantic Ocean and finally landed at the party in Grindelwald?" No, these are not important at all. "It's not important. So what is it?" Question marks filled Nelson's head. "Forget it." Tom waved his hand, sat on the ground leaning on the pillar tied with the hammock rope, raised his head, and looked at Nelson and said, "I guess you have forgotten what happened that day. Don't you think the atmosphere of that day? Is it embarrassing?" Nelson rolled his eyes, then sat back on the hammock and looked at Nagini, who was swimming around. "Do you remember that Alphad sent a note the next day that he suspected that she had an old relationship with Dumbledore?" Tom shrugged and said, "I thought it was pure nonsense at the time. I learned about Dumbledore and Grindel after Woe's incident. I feel even more that this kind of statement is nonsense." "So, actually, Alphad was right, but not quite right." Tom scratched his head and said, "Just now you had a face-to-face with Aberforth and rushed to see the old woman. You should call her Professor Sykes. I have to think about who the old woman is referring to." "Okay," Tom shrugged. "After Aberforth asked what you were doing, I told him about the Professor Sykes. According to him, Professor Sykes once wrote to him. Believe it." "Oh, you mean, what happened to Professor Sykes and Aberforth?" Nelson got interested and turned to sit down. "No," Tom said playfully, rubbing his knuckles and squinting. "Actually, she wrote to Aberforth to learn something about his brother. I remember Aberforth said he didn't know, and even he was curious." HMPH. Tom helped his forehead. "You remember that very clearly, but unlike you, Aberforth is an activist who says to do it." After Dumbledore came back, his free time was focused. "In this matter, don't say anything. It really made him dig out a little interesting content. Aurora Aberforth said that Professor Sykes was a student of Ravenclaw when she was a student. At that time she was very interested in Dumbledore, but unfortunately, the great Dumbledore looked down on her. But she did not give up. Tom played with his fingers and smiled sarcastically. It is said that one of the reasons she came to Hogwarts to find a job was because of Dumbledore. It's a pity that this is a relationship that can't be fruitful. Indeed, it's impossible for Dumbledore to see her. Nelson nodded and said, "One reason? Is there another reason?" "This is the important information I want to tell you." Nagini crawled slowly, put his head on Tom's arm, stretched out the letterhead to make a hissing sound. Tom patted her on the head and said, "Not every relationship will end without a disease. Dumbledore's situation is a bit special. When our plan comes to fruition during the holiday, you can find true love on your own." After that, he raised his head, looked at Nelson, and said, "One day before, I went to the owl room on the roof of the Ravenclaw Tower to find an owl to send a letter. You know, Caractacus's mind was pretty good at that time. Normally, I was writing a letter to discuss with him about the order. When I put a letter in the letterbox, I heard someone talking loudly above my head, and even some conflict broke out, and I kept arguing loudly. Is it Professor Sykes? I used the Phantom Curse and the Silence Curse, and climbed the stairs to the rooftop. Of course, I didn't expect that the Phantom Curse I had only used a few times would not be discovered by so many wizards." Tom shook his head, but found that both Nelson and Nagini looked at themselves well, so they had no choice but to say, "Well, it's Professor Sykes and a few wizards in black robes." "Black-robed wizard?" Nelson's pupils tightened. "Is this the Erosion of Hogwarts by Grindelwald?" No, I know what you are thinking. But their black robes are different from the wizards of Newmangad I have seen," Tom said. "The artistic style is very different and it definitely belongs to another group." "What are they arguing about?" Knowing that it was not Newmangad, Nelson let out a long sigh of relief. "I was shocked. I thought my life was finally going to disappear." "It may be worse than that." Tom shrugged and said, "In fact, your ordinary life may have disappeared." "What?" "Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with you." "What can it have to do with me?" "This group of wizards ordered a curly-winged demon from Professor Sykes, but when they first came to pick up the goods, they underestimated Hogwarts' defensive magic and were electrocuted on the roof of the Ravenclaw Tower, outside the Jowlinen, but they still want to break through. At that time, the curly-winged demon was raised by Professor Sykes' sister Jocunda Sickest, the woman I caught in Paris. Her brain it's not very easy to use, but the skill is really good. With the school's defensive magic and the injured wizards for a long time, it lasted until the teacher arrived." "Why did she fight those people?" "Isn't the curly-winged demon going to sell them?" "Don't they plan to give money?" "No, on the contrary, they brought a lot of sincerity. And even afterwards someone will pick up a few gingerans on the roof of the Ravenclaw Tower." Tom shrugged. "Who knows what illness she has?" In order not to be found by the professors later, she put the winged demon in a passing student bag, but she was bitten by the winged demon in the middle, so she forgot where she put the winged demon. "Ha ha." Nelson grinned and gave a dry smile. "It's a botched lie, isn't it?" Tom curled his lips and said, "I don't think normal people would believe it." "Do the wizards who traded with Professor Sykes believe it?" "Even if they are stupid, it is impossible for everyone to be stupid, so of course they don't believe it." Tom sneered. "What happened to them when they entered the school this time? They were not electrocuted into coke, thanks to Professor Sykes' cooperation from the inside and outside. What should I say? They are really stupid. They even brought money." "Does she have another curly-winged demon?" "It doesn't seem to be," Tom said. "I also checked it out. In 100 years, not counting the one on your body, the recorded curled-winged demon only appeared once, and it was from Newt Scamander. In his hands, he used the venom of the curly-winged demon to erase the memories of an entire city. And that serious violation of the secrecy law also made him a subject." "Is she hitting the idea of the curly-winged demon?" "Newt told me it was gone." "Unfortunately, she is probably hitting the idea in your hand." Tom turned his head and asked, Is your wand still there? Ah, Nelson said, scratching his head. It can be there or not. After all, it's not with me. Oh, raw. Tom raised his eyebrows, showing an expression of I understand. Of course, it depends on how much she gives. Nelson said righteously. Seriously, I think it is very irresponsible for the students to let people outside of the school come in. What's more, I really protect that one. The poison of beasts. It's bad luck, but I really have to thank him, Tom joked. Fortunately, it poisons you, otherwise I may really not be able to beat you. Thank you. Even if it helps, you can't beat me. Really? Do you want to try? Nelson took out a small ball and held it in his hand. Bang bang. The violent and frequent noise quickly echoed in the secret room. What are you doing, Alphad? In the potions class the next day, Professor Slughorn grabbed Alphad's ear and lifted him up. Alphad's face was flushed. The cauldron in front of him was burnt red, and the lid and the pot wall violently collided. With an uncomfortable bang sound, Nelson's sharp eye had already dashed and ran a few meters away, evacuating the surrounding students. Are you generating electricity in the cauldron? What are you doing? Bang bang bang. Professor Slughorn sternly lashed out at Alphad. He pointed his wand at the cauldron, slipped Alphad's ear and threw him aside. A large silver cauldron was brought in, and Alphad's bomb that seemed about to explode was thrown in. He waved his arms and yelled, all out for me. It seemed that the scope of the upcoming explosion was larger than he expected. Nelson nodded and continued to help evacuate the distant classmates. If you really can't do it, learn from Nelson. Slughorn dealt with dangerous goods, and did not forget to teach Alphad, even if the potion is rotten in the pot, it is better than you can make a pot of explosives. If this is an exam, I would even give him 100 points. Seeing all the students withdraw, Slughorn raised his wand and slammed it behind him. The door of the potions classroom slammed shut. The corridor was crowded with students. Nelson and Alphad collapsed. His stinky face is very conspicuous. Bang! A loud noise that was several times louder than the sound of closing doors came from the classroom, and the entire Slytherin tower trembles with the sound of the explosion. Professor, how are you? After waiting for a while, seeing no subsequent explosions, Tom opened the door to find out. Don't come in. Slughorn's reply was much faster than expected, and the door that had just opened was closed again. Hearing the full shout of the professor, the students outside the door put down their hearts hanging in their throats and talked in a low voice. Alphad stood in the eyes of everyone, feeling embarrassed. Alphad, I thought only a first-year student could do this kind of thing like blasting the crucible. Tom poked Alphad in the ribs with his elbow and whispered, how did you do it? Don't take Slugho Professor N blue to death. Oh, I might be slaughtered by my grandmother on the beam. Alphad said with a weeping face, I wanted to make a firework before, and I put one of the matched materials in my pocket. I just put it in my pocket. When I was using the potion, I took it out of my pocket, and when I reacted, the cauldron had turned red. Ha ha ha. The surrounding students laughed like a barbell, and expressed their best wishes for Alphad's next life. Alphad. Nelson squeezed to Alphad's side and whispered, what's the matter, Nelson? Alphad said weakly, do you want to bless me? Oh, right. Think about it, after all, you are a prophet. No, Alphad, Nelson said seriously, suffocating a smile, they're laughing at you, but I don't think so. I think you are a genius. Really? Alphad's spirits improved. Yes, Nelson nodded vigorously, and asked, to tell you, I am very interested in your potion. Can you reproduce it? Of course. Forget it. I'll tell you the formula. Alphad's eyes were filled with anxiety. I hope I can help you before I die. If you are willing to arrange a good destiny for me in my next life, it couldn't be better. I'm a wizard, not the king of Hades. Nelson rolled his eyes and carefully recorded the formula of Alphad's explosive potion. Tom, who noticed all this, had his scalp tightened, and he was already thinking about Nelson's new explosive arrow. Squeak! The classroom door opened, and Professor Slughorn, who had changed into a new suit, walked out with a dark face. He blocked the interesting eyes of the classroom and the students behind him, waved his hand weakly, and said, "Today's class is up here. Go back and write a short essay on the appearance of potions, 10 inches long." After all, he stepped back 2 steps and walked back to the classroom. "That's right." Professor Slughorn stuck his head out of the classroom again and scanned the crowd. Finally, he found his goal and glared at Alphad. "Alphad, you write 30 inches, write it yourself. Come to my office at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening and be confined. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, Chapter 207. Using a cat stick to get close to the Sphinx can make people die without pain. 30 inches. Alphad lay down on the table in the lounge without interest, and pressed his chin against the eaves of the table. There seemed to be wisps of black hair above his head. "He just killed me. Forget it. I wrote in my life may not add up to so many homework. Last week's potions class, spell class, history of magic, and transformation are about 4 to 5 inches together," Tom said with his head toasted on the sofa beside him, and said, "Of course, if you haven't, I have done homework, and it is true that your entire life's homework does not add up to that much." "I can't hear what you're talking about." Alphad put his head in his arms, pretending to be an ostrich incompetent, and said to himself, "It doesn't matter if you don't write it. Anyway, I guess I will soon be killed by my family. I hope I can be buried next to the Baltic Sea after I die. I heard that the girls there are very beautiful." Nell. Tom no longer paid attention to Alphad, who was pitying himself, turned his head to look at Nelson in the corner, and whispered, "Oh, by the way, Nelson." Alphad was refreshed and suddenly came back to life. But Nelson still lowered his head and did not hear the sounds around him at all. "Nell. Now." Tom stood up, walked towards Nelson, who was shrunk aside and didn't know what to do, patted him on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "What are you doing, huh?" Nelson raised his head, holding up a shiny gold sequin, and said, "I'm doing crafts." "Doing crafts?" Tom was immediately intrigued when he saw the glittering things. He approached Nelson and asked curiously, "What is this?" "The scales of medieval armor." Nelson put the gold piece back on the table, turned the flat knife into a file, polished it lightly, raised it in front of him, took out a silver one, put it together, and closed one. "Observe carefully, it doesn't feel much difference." I didn't ask you what it is, I mean, what kind of material it is." Tom looked more and more beautiful in the scales, so he asked, "Is it gold?" "Yes. Pure gold." Nelson put the 2 scales together, raised his wand, and said something to them. "Are you going to make a pure gold armor?" Tom raised his eyebrows, thinking in his heart, "I want to make one too." "Of course." Nelson dragged a long tone and raised his head. "No, what do you think? That's too dirty." "Remember the armor at the door of Dumbledore's office? I used one of its scales, and I have to return one. Golden." "That's it." Tom held his chin in thought. "It's really an armor with extraordinary business acumen." Nelson. Hearing the call, Nelson and Tom turned around at the same time and saw Alphad rubbing their hands, standing behind them and laughing. "Mr. Williams, a genius of transfiguration who has independently published papers during school." "The benevolent Dark Lord." Alphad's tone became more and more flattering, which shocked Nelson's body. "Alphad, it's not that I don't want to help you." Nelson waved his hand and declined. "You know, my potion level may be about the same as a mole, and it takes a lot of effort to write by myself." "Really? If it's metamorphosis, I won't say anything. I will write it for you right away." "Lord Dark Lord." Alphad patted his chest. "Bang. Ning, rest assured, I will definitely not let Ning Bai do it. I can tell Ning what my sister likes to eat. So can my sister. We still have a distant house. My little sister will go to school next year." "You are really perverted." "Thank you for the compliment. Didn't Ning even ask me about the formula of the explosive potion today?" "To be honest, Ning said that there are many such formulas or magics in our family. I can steal them. It is powerful, you know." "How do I feel that your words are so weird?" Nelson scratched his head. No, Alphad waved his hand and said, "I know this is definitely not enough. There are several family history books in my study. I think you must be interested. Nelson scratched his head, thought for a while, opened his hands and said, "Well, what's the topic?" "But your sister and sister, don't forget." "Great Dark Lord, can I kiss your ring?" "If you have a ring." Alphard took a step back, bent down, and gave Nelson a funny wizarding ceremony, making everyone around him laugh. "I didn't think about the topic." "You can just think of one." "Okay." Nelson shrugged, took a roll of parchment from his bag, and pulled it down 30 inches. "By the way, I want to ask." Nelson felt uncomfortable under Alphard's gaze, and couldn't help asking, "Why do you want me to write for you?" "Because your potions class is very poor." Alphard continued to bow and salute, raised his head, blinked his eyes, and said, "I think if Tom can write for me, Professor Slughorn will definitely be fine. I can see that someone else wrote it for me. Only you, who can do homework in particular, are at the same level as me." There was an awkward silence. Tom covered his mouth, finally couldn't hold it back, and laughed out loud. "Alphard," Nelson rubbed his temples, gathered the parchment in his hands into a ball, gritted his teeth and said, "I think it's better for you to be killed by your family. I can send you to the Baltic Sea. 2 beautiful local girls will help you dig the pit." It's so irritating. Do you hear him speak human words? In the library, Nelson held a stack of books and threw them on the table angrily, looking at the opposite Tom and said, "I will enroll next year." "Sister far away, she's so perverted. She's really outrageous." "Are you angry with this sentence?" The opposite Tom was holding a wizard adventure novel that he had just found on the bookshelf, leaning on the back of his chair with Erlang's legs, and chuckled softly. "Especially good at homework, but with the level of skill. It's almost like me. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to give him a medal. Pure gold." Speaking loudly is not allowed in the library. The administrator's voice floated from a distance. "Williams, put your books well. You should love them like your lover." Ha ha ha. "I really like the library more and more." Tom put his arm on the back of the chair and said, "I suggest we come more later." "And you, Riddle, don't put your feet on the chair." The administrator stepped closer, and his angry voice became louder. "Also, the school library is not for you to read wizard adventure novels. Hopefully you can study hard." "Sorry." "He'll put it back." Tom turned around, struck his neck and said, then turned around, lowered his voice, and said to Nelson, "Seriously, I think the library environment is a bit bad. We still go to the secret room and read a book." "Wait for me a bit." Tom took a closer look. Nelson had already unscrewed the ink bottle, and started writing on the parchment with a quill pen. He squinted his eyes and found that Nelson had finished writing 10 inches or more. Hiss! Tom took a breath, which made the whole library warmer. He reopened the wizarding adventure novel, put it on the table, and sighed, "You are really fast. No wonder Alphard said you can do your homework in particular. I also especially recommend that the teacher assign more homework." Nelson rolled his eyes, and dried up the content he had written before. "I will suggest it in the next class. Anyway, I write fast. Let's die together." "That's not enough." Tom turned the book in front of him casually to a page and began to read with a frown. "You should consider other innocent classmates." "Tom, there is no innocent snowflake in the avalanche." "Your sentence is good. I want to write it down." Tom nodded. "You deserve to be the Dark Lord." "It's a good excuse for killing innocent people." "The real Dark Lord never bothers to justify such things." "It's still your professional." "Nah." Tom gave a thumbs up, turned the novel in front of him to the next page, and exclaimed, "Benevolent Lord, Dark Lord. You might as well look for a few more books." Nelson raised his eyes, glanced at the contents of Tom's hand, and said, "Wizards' literary works are about the same level as Alphard's bragging at the party." "It's okay, at least it's a good pastime." Tom curled his lips and said, "At least in this book, this wizard uses a large catcock to get close to the Sphinx. I think it's a good attempt. It may make us less at a loss when fighting the Sphinx." "Leave aside why you are fighting against Sphinx, I think you can try," Nelson said, dipped in ink. "I think this will make Sphinx feel that you are insulting him." and then there will be no pain to die. Not far from the port of London, a huge cruise ship that was quiet as if it hadn't started was quickly approaching the coastline. As it approached the harbour, it suddenly plunged into the water. Newt's commander, this magical animal expert with bubbles on his head, is guarding a large wooden box on the bow, with the suitcase that never leaves at his feet, waving his wand, and using a larger bubble handle. The wooden box was covered with himself and the witch next to him. "I think Nelson would like this," Newt said excitedly, holding the wooden box with his hand, feeling a slight but obvious tremor from the creatures inside. Sphinx. There are probably 203 British wizards. I haven't seen it in 10 years. It suits his kind of mental wizard. I really don't know the fun of guessing brain teasers with a big cat. The witch beside Newt curled her lips and said disdainfully. She had shiny golden brown shoulder-length hair and a black robe. There was a simple shiny silver accessory on her waist. It was Tina Goldstein of the Magic Congress of the United States. She stood beside Newt, playing with a sign engraved with a silver owl, and said grimly, "One, speaking of your younger brother, you are happy. I suggest you go and spend time with him." "You don't understand, Tina." Newt shook his head. "Contrary to most people in the world, the older he gets, the more handsome he is. He hasn't seen him in a few years. His face is full of stories and half-length hair follows." The wand fell down with a swipe and returned to her original hairstyle. Newt stretched out her arm, and Tina naturally pulled it up, but heard him say, "Nelson is a guy who likes magical animals, just like me. I will love the Sphinx." "Didn't you say that you didn't like to take magical animals away from their homes?" Tina retorted. "Now you bring sphinxes across the ocean from Egypt to England. Is this the person who likes magical animals? You don't understand, Tina. The Sphinx can communicate, and it wants to come to the UK to see it." As if to confirm his words, the big wooden box shook, and Newt patted Tina's hand with great interest. Said, "I can see the eagle-headed horse with winged beasts again. I don't know if they let me in. If not, you." Tina snorted, shook Newt's hand vigorously, turned her head and walked out of the bubbles. From time to time she turned her head and took a peek, only to find that Newt was lying in a hole in the big wooden box and looking inside. She stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. After leaving, this set of movements is extremely proficient, and it can be seen that similar things have happened many times. "What an elm bump!" Tina walked to the ship's gunwale and leaned on the railing to watch the fish in the sea. Although the cruise ship was traveling in the sea, the deck and the passengers on the deck were almost unaffected, except for the need to carry it. Except for the bubblehead curse, none of their clothes were wet at all. "Oh!" She drew her wand and poked the squid floating in front of her, but because she poked a stream of ink too hard, Tina jumped aside and sighed. If he understands the mood, it's not Newt. Compared with when Nelson met for the first time a few years ago, Tina's change is not too big, but it is not a small one. She has grown her hair a little longer and fluffy behind her head. Her original serious face softened a lot. Her eyes became brighter. For 3 years, she led her team to search for an anti-wizard organization called Second Salem throughout the United States. Newt followed her and looked for an old friend. They had just found a cruise ship equipped with a Second Salem special cage in Boston Bay, but the clue was broken from the battle traces in the cargo hold. This time they followed Newt to the UK and said it was a holiday, but it was actually an investigation. Can't go down anymore. Thinking of this, Tina rubbed her head and rubbed her hair into a mess. "Forget it. I don't want to." Tina straightened her hair by the clean iron railing, turned and walked towards Newt. "You are going to separate from your Sphinx. The boat has entered the river, I think. British magic people from the ministry should be here soon." "Okay. Bye." Newt patted the wooden box with regret, and walked to the bow of the ship. There were a few wizards with big bubbles floating in the river not far away. He straightened his neckline and waited for the cruise ship. "Get close to them." "Why meet in the water? It's so inconvenient." Tina shook her head puzzled, and she walked back to the cabin as a tourist on the boat. It was time to avoid it. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Spike mobile version website. Chapter 208. Commander Brothers. Newt's commander. A dozen meters below the surface of the Thames estuary, a group of Aurors dressed in standard wizard robes and with the British Ministry of Magic logo stopped a potentially underwater cruise ship. The headed Auror gently swayed his calf, stroked the water, and leapt into class lightly. Newt was relieved, and the respondent finally arrived. After all, the rare and magical animal like the Sphinx was transported. It is not easy work. He stepped forward, and the Auror who came forward to hand over stretched out his right hand. The visitor was slightly shorter than him, but his arms were much thicker, his face hidden in the hood of his robe, and he approached Newt silently. "You are finally here. I thought you would pick us up in the English Channel," Newt said complainingly, "but fortunately, there are no storms along the way." "Thanks for your hard work." The rough male voice came out from under the man's hood. He raised his right hand and shook Newt's hand firmly. This calloused hand seemed to give Newt something familiar. Touching, he squinted his eyes and looked at the familiar Auror. "Theseus?" he asked tentatively. It's been a long time, Newt." Theseus took off his hood, revealing a face that resembled Newt's brows and eyes, but with a lot of firmness. He pulled his hand back, stroked his hair back, and lifted it up. Looking at the top of Newt's head, he grinned. "What's the matter? Will adult wizards still grow? I remember I was taller than you before." The moment Theseus took off his hood, the expression on Newt's face immediately changed from worry to surprise, and the smiles of the brothers were equally brilliant. "It might be because I was wearing boots and I just came back from Egypt. You know, there is a lot of sand, so the soles will naturally be thick." Newt raised his eyebrows and took a step forward. The two long-awaited brothers hugged each other tightly. Theseus wrapped his right hand around Newt's neck and patted his shoulder blades. His left hand dangled weakly. Newt noticed Theseus's left hand, frowned and let go of his brother and grabbed him. Left hand. Theseus squeezed Newt's wrist with his right hand, stopped his movement, and shook his head slightly. Newt pursed his lips and did not speak. Just now, he clearly felt the metal texture under the dragon leather glove of Theseus' left hand. "The voice is loud." Theseus raised his right hand and the wand appeared in his hand. He pointed the wand to his throat, turned around, and said loudly, "Let them go." "No problem." Several big bubbles floated from his mouth, flew to the front of the team of Aurors and burst. They waved to Theseus. After getting permission, several Aurors stretched out their magic wands together. Several golden chains protruded from the tips of the sticks to securely bind the hooks on the bow of the cruise ship, and then, a layer of gold light film was plated on the hull, and the chain drawer floated to the surface, and the cruise ship that sank into the water burst out like a long wail. The cruise ships in the Thames came and went, but they seemed completely. I didn't see this kind of ship that just rushed out of the water. Under the sun, the cruise ship was glowing with a faint golden light, and it was swiftly shuttled through the cruise ship under the guidance of a few Aurors who didn't know when to ride the broomstick, drove towards London. "Newt, what did you bring here this time?" Theseus and Newt leaned on the fence at the bow, looking at the fast-reversed riverbank scenery around. He lifted his leg and gently kicked the big one next to Newt. The box said, "I heard there is a Sphinx." The Sphinx in the box seemed to be dissatisfied with Theseus kicking himself, and the big wooden box shook, making two dull knocks. "You can't say that they airy things." Newt shook his head and said, "They are all unique magical animals. In addition to the Sphinx, I also brought a group of American special magical animals. I heard that the Ministry of Magic also. I found a batch of fire dragons and giant monsters, but I didn't handle them for transportation." "Oh." Theseus leaned against the railing and replied indifferently, "By the way, didn't you come to hand it over? Why don't you know what I gave?" Newt scratched his head, took out an exquisitely crafted leather case from his arms, took out a water bottle from it, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip. "I'm not interested in magical animals or anything. I only asked to lead the team when I heard that it was you." Theseus yawned. For him, this kind of work can be regarded as idle. "Okay," Newt said with a shrug. "The same. Fantastic animals are actually really interesting. The British protection of them is so lacking." "Yeah, you are a good mother of your mother," Theseus simply closed his eyes and put his head on the railing, and said earnestly, "To be honest, the entire Ministry of Magic may not be knowledgeable, so I suggest you get one. The experts are back." "Invite an expert back," Newt murmured. "Have you not received the invitation?" Theseus raised his head and blinked at Newt. "I received it." "Was it you?" Newt was so surprised that he raised his voice. "You know, this is what my mother has always wanted to do." "Don't say that." The middle-aged Theseus stared at the cup in Newt's hand and said sternly, "It's just that the Ministry of Magic feels that contact and communication with magical animals is necessary. I think you can think about how to do it." "I have not." "I don't think you will give up this opportunity." Theseus interrupted Newt's hesitation, waved his hand, and said, "After dealing with Tina Goldstein's affairs, go back to London. This matter, it's true that only you can do it. Speaking of which, why don't you talk to your brother more?" "Can you believe it? When my brother and someone got their marriage certificate, it was his wife's boss who told me when he was on a business trip." Theseus put on a funny expression and joked, "Or do you think your brother is so fragile that you can't see your brother get married if you don't have a home?" Seeing Theseus speak out of the past that he has been hard to talk about, Newt was a little surprised. He was a little surprised and nodded again. "Yeah, I don't know how many years have passed since those things. Hughes is over 50 years old, and even the child born that year has grown up. There is nothing that time can't digest." "Well, you are really strong." Newt stepped forward, patted Theseus on the shoulder, and the two smiled at each other. Theseus turned his head and stared into Newt's eyes and said seriously, "When will I bring her back? Although I know her, you know, this kind of thing is still ... Theseus was accustomed to squeezing all his free time to think about with his busy work. The outstanding era was not familiar with the short topics of parents in this regard, and he stammered for a while. When will I have time to take her home?" He closed his eyes, knocked on the railing with his hand, organized the language for a while, then opened his eyes after a while and said, "At least we have to have a wedding. The Scamander family seems to have no money." "She's on the boat." New Zealand nodded and said, "Then we can have a meal together. The mother has some relics left to the daughter-in-law." And then Theseus asked after a pause, "What did you say?" "She's on the boat," Newt repeated earnestly. There was a lot of confusion hidden in Theseus' small eyes. He kept squeezing his hair like a robot, looking around nervously, as if afraid that Tina would suddenly pop out from behind a wooden barrel. As Newt's elder brother, even though his younger brother is already big and young, he can't help but get nervous. "Should I call her?" Newt raised his eyebrows with a smile. "There is no need to be in such a hurry." Theseus chuckled and changed the subject. "Have you communicated with this Sphinx again? I hope it will not be the kind of old riddles that will appear on the court by then." "Don't worry. I have set it for a year. The second edition has good riddles and jokes every day." Newt shook his head and said, "By the way, what do you want the Sphinx for?" "The riddle contest will select the best." "The great riddler." "You don't know?" Theseus stared at Newt with strange eyes, and asked, "You don't know what to do? Why do you want to take this job?" "I'm going back to England. Someone happened to be looking for me." Newt was even more confused. "When I saw that I was from the British Ministry of Magic, plus the fact that the Sphinx was really worthless in hunting, I came." "Well," Theseus sighed, leaning close to Newt's ear, and whispered, "It's the Triwizard Tournament." "What is that?" "What is it? Why don't you know?" Theseus widened his eyes. After a while, he figured it out and said, "Oh, you dropped out of school halfway, so it's okay." As if to make up for the regret of not being selected as the Warriors, Theseus enthusiastically introduced the history and format of the Triwizard Tournament to Newt, Buzzbarton and Hogwarts. "I understand, but I don't know this." Theseus shrugged. "It is said that they will participate, but I am not from the Department of International Affairs, so I don't know what the situation is." "Right." New Feature nodded, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, and asked, "Is this a secret? Can I tell someone?" "Tell who?" "Grindelwald." Theseus clenched his fist. "If you can lead him over, I can know." "A friend of mine, studying at Hogwarts." Newt continued to rub his chin. "Sphinx. Fire dragon. Of course, Theseus said with a knowing smile. You know, cheating has always been a traditional event in the Triwizard Tournament. Cheating? Newt smiled and said, I don't want to cheat, just chat. It's true, even if you reveal the news, it doesn't matter if you can get it. Theseus shrugged and said, the competition in the school is also fierce. I remember that Gryffindor was in that year. One of the prefects was selected by the Goblet of Fire. Did he win the championship? Win the championship? Theseus said, no, he was attacked by a mountain vulture when he was climbing a rock wall. He fell off and hurt his brain. If you are interested, I can put him in the sanctuary. Mungo's ward number tells you. Hi. Newt shook his head, seemingly underestimated the danger of this activity. The scenery on the Thames receded quickly. A flock of waterbirds fluttered around the cruise ship, flapping its wings and making a crisp bird song. Newt and Theseus leaned on the railings, looking at the only creature on the river who could see the ship. Fascinated, Newt reached out to the railing, and a piece of delicate bread appeared in his hand, which he bought in Jacob's bakery. A pure white waterfowl with beautiful feathers fell in his hand and took away the bread, stretched out his neck affectionately and rubbed his arm. What kind of bird is this? Theseus stretched out his hand in a learned manner, but did not care about him. He sighed and said, it's so beautiful. Now I am slowly understanding why you and your mother like magic so much. Animals? I don't know. Newt shook his head, then took out a piece of bread and stretched out his hand. They are not magical animals, and I don't know what these birds are called. But they are equally beautiful, aren't they? Newt was stunned, turned his head to look at Theseus, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked. That's right. Speaking of it, Theseus exclaimed, looking at the fast retreating scenery on both sides of the riverbed, look at how fast this ship drives. Which reminds me of the vacation in London that year when we secretly went out on the Cavalier's bus day. Are they driving so fast? Newt shuddered, as if recalling some bad memory. Ha ha ha, you guy. Theseus opened his arms, feeling the warm damp wind on the water. I still remember the first time you rode in a car, and it was so dark that my mother thought I was feeding you laxative. Why do you vomit when taking laxatives? Newt shrugged. She might just want to find an excuse to beat me up, Theseus said with a shrug. Remember the conductor at the Cavalier bus? Remember, he wanted to sell me a piece of chocolate for 10 gallons, Newt recalled. What's wrong? Is he a driver? Became, but a few years ago, he was affected by the Saints' attack on Gringotts. Ah? What's wrong with him? Newt asked. Isn't Grindelwald usually not against ordinary wizards? I don't know this, and even if it is true, you can't guarantee that everyone under Grindelwald is Grindelwald. Theseus clenched his fist again. He is just the one who was hurt. In a very ordinary one, but for him, this represents a sad death. And now the night bus and truck driver was his conductor. Passing a degree, is not it? Yes, it really has a degree of inheritance. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, Chapter 209. Shaking his head yes, nodding no. Nelson, where did you get this bottle of medicine? In the Slytherin Dean's room. Professor Slughorn closed the curtains and left the office in a dark but visible state. He carefully placed the crystal bottle on a delicately structured brass instrument and used a spell. Fix it carefully, and the instrument quickly rotates with his movements, throwing out a circle of afterimages of the potion bottle fixed on the outermost side. Centrifuge. Nelson pursed his lips and murmured, what? Professor Slughorn, who had done all this, lifted his head from the instrument and relaxedly walked to the sofa next to Nelson and sat down. I mean, where did you get this potion? Oh, Professor, it was given to me by Professor Sykes. Nelson raised his eyebrows and asked, is there a problem with this potion? Melissa, why did she give you this? At the moment, it should be okay. Professor Slughorn waved his hand and signaled Nelson to relax. My surprise is not whether there is a problem with it. It's just a bit too precious. Even I always thought it was a potion invented by a certain potion master to show off his knowledge of pharmacology. Too precious. Nelson chewed the word, made it up. Yes, I have seen its prescription. In principle, I can't find any mistakes in my potion, but I have never heard of anyone actually refining this kind of potion. Professor Slughorn looked at the brass instrument that was spinning rapidly, said, "This is actually a failed potion." The potion of failure. A good potion depends not only on whether it is good or not, but also on its worth, he explained, seeing the confused expression on Nelson's face. It's not that it has poor efficacy. On the contrary, it is the medicinal effect is unexpectedly good, but its medicinal effect is really difficult to match the cost. Let's put it this way. What is the longest refining process in the potion you know? Let me think about it, Nelson said, scratching his head. A blessing potion? Yes, when you were in the first grade, I once rewarded the most active student in the class with the elixir as a prize. Slughorn showed a look of memory, turned around, and said with a smile, "No, wrong, it's Tom. As far as I know, he should have sent you the blessing potion." He raised his eyebrows and did not wait for Nelson to reply, and continued, "Of course, I have to remind you that it is not good to rely too much on luck, but in your situation back then, a potion that is enough to reverse the situation at this critical moment is the most suitable." He glanced at Nelson's expression, and smiled. "You don't think I don't care about the students in my college? I will give Tom a bottle later." "Thank you, Professor." Nelson was moved. "I'll just say how I sent another bottle of fortune in later." Slughorn blinked and said, "Well, my intention was to let Tom keep that bottle for himself." "Thank you anyway." "No thanks. When I retire, you can use transfiguration to help me repair the house." Professor Slughorn squeezed his eyes and continued, "The production cycle of the elixir is indeed very long, reaching half a year. But in fact, the time you need to stay next to the crucible is only 3 days and 18 hours. The first 9 hours, the final half hour, and the 4 hours of care every 5 days. Even in addition to the beginning and the end. You can find an apprentice to take care of the work and learn how to make your mechanical potion to help you make it. I thought I had to stay by the cauldron all the time. Hey! Do I not eat or sleep?" Slughorn widened his eyes and made a grimace. "Those mole capitalists in London shed tears when they heard it. And your potion, if you guess wrong, it consumes a lot more time for the potion master than the blessing potion." "How long is that?" Nelson really couldn't imagine the life of holding a spoon next to the cauldron. Even squatting next to the pot to eat would make people feel painful, let alone boil medicine. 2 years. Slughorn raised 2 fat fingers, shook it, and said, "Although it doesn't need the potion master to stay by the side all the time, it needs to be stirred every day, and the action is different each time." Can you imagine? A wizard, when on vacation, will apparat and stir the same pot of potion in his home every day for 2 years. Even a few gentle stirrings are enough to drive people crazy. Is it so hard to do? Of course. And only a potion master like me can make it perfectly, because any mistake may make 2 years of hard work and those cherished medicinal materials fall short. Seeing the smug look on Slughorn's face, Nelson thought he made the potion. "So what kind of potion is this?" Nelson asked. "King-a-ling, isn't this name quite fresh?" The rotating brass instrument came to a halt. Slowly, Slughorn stood up on the armrest of the sofa, walked to the instrument and stood still, stretched out his hand to grab the copper tube that was reddened by friction. He didn't care about the copper tube at all. At the same temperature, grabbed the card slot outside with the crystal bottle fixed in it, and threw it into the water tank that was already prepared next to it. For a while, strong water vapor filled the entire office. This is an excellent detoxification solvent. As long as the potion that causes memory decline is mixed in, it can cure the memory problem of the injured, but it can only be used to solve this type of problem. He used his magic wand to disperse the steam. Said, "In fact, this kind of potion can only be used to treat the symptoms of memory decline caused by mentality or other magical factors. It is said that it can also treat the trauma of the soul, but I have not seen the soul that has been injured and can still be alive. For patients in the treatment stage, in addition, it can also improve a little wizard's memory and other aspects. I don't know how to say it, probably brain power. But this only exists in the legend. In the legend? Nelson was a little confused. Slughorn had said so in detail. Why is it still in the legend? Yes. It has two interesting ingredients. One is Gordigan. Only the refreshing prescription requires Gordigan, Slughorn said, staring at the crystal bottle in his hand with fascination. One is the venom of the curly-winged demon, but I haven't heard of the curly-winged demon in a long time. As far as I know, don't Saint Mungo have many ways to treat memory impairment? This is also the strangest point for me. Slughorn pinched the crystal bottle with 2 fingers, lifted it up carefully, raised it to his eyes and observed the potion that was still spinning without power, and used his wand. A bright glow was emitted. In the light, the lavender potion in the bottle was like a gem. It was spinning, but it looked extremely stable. He placed the medicine bottle on the velvet cushion on the table and raised his head and said, "Why would anyone make this kind of potion? In fact, most of the hard-to-treat memory damage hurts the brain. Potions cannot be cured. Only simple memory damage can be repaired by it. Not only does it have good effects, I have to cooperate with it." "Why do you know it so much?" Nelson asked curiously. "It sounds like you have made it." I saw it when I was in school. At that time, I thought this potion was completely nonsense. It should be a joke made up by someone," Professor Slughorn said with a shrug. "So I specifically remembered after I got down, I wanted to find the loopholes in its pharmacology. Unfortunately, by studying its magical medicine principle, my theoretical knowledge has improved rapidly. It can be said that it has made me today to some extent, but it's impossible to do it. I won't make my life miserable for 2 years for a pot of medicine." "That's it." Nelson nodded and said, "Thank you. Put it away." Professor Slughorn reluctantly glanced at the crystal bottle on the velvet cushion, grabbed it and stuffed it into Nelson's pocket. "Although I don't know what Melissa is doing for you. You don't look like the kind of people whose mental retardation is so severe that they need to be treated with lucid spirits. Collect them well, and seal them with wax to be a family heirloom. I think you might need it more." Nelson thought about it, feeling that this thing was useless for his detoxified himself. "I don't need it. The lucid spirit that can't be made is a good lucid spirit." Professor Slughorn shook his head, and took Nelson's shoulders and walked towards the door. "No, I'm going to find Melissa. I to figure out where she got this thing." Nelson clutched his pockets and followed Professor Slughorn out. "By the way, did Tom tell you that he wants to order a dress and gown that you will need next semester?" Professor Slughorn asked as he walked. "Are you ready? If not, the best hurry up. You may be in line for a long time after the holiday." "Tom and I went to the Hogsmeade's Read Our store to order a set," Nelson replied. "Professor, are there any events?" "Read Our shop." Slughorn thought for a moment, and said, "You can go to Diagon Alley and buy customized ones. It's a little more advanced. The 2 of you have a high probability. Or you can pass through Italy on the way to Albania during your vacation. Order a set there. By the way, are you short of money? If you are short of money, I can offer some." "You are welcome." "No, Professor." Nelson shook his head. "We have some savings." "What is the purpose of this dress gown?" Nelson felt that he was getting closer and closer to the answer, and he had even rejected this answer before. "If you don't have enough, you can write to me." Professor Slughorn stopped and walked forward quickly, stopped in the corridor to look around, bent down and whispered, "The Tree Wizard Tournament. If I don't know what it is. You can go to the library to find relevant materials. I think it's possible for both of you, but don't say anything about it." Nelson scratched his head, as expected. "Okay, Nelson, I'm going first. You go and talk to Tom." Slughorn looked at the direction of the Ravenclaw Tower, leaving a light-hearted sentence, "Don't help Alpard with his homework in the future." "Him not that I didn't." "Okay. Let's not take it as an example." Slughorn turned into the stairwell and disappeared, but his voice remained where he was. "The stiff description of potion making is from your handwriting." Professor Slughorn doesn't trust our figure. Tom was lying on the sofa in the lounge. He seemed to have never stood up in this house, while throwing a small tomato in his mouth, and pressing his chest over and over. The shot was bang bang, a natural clothes rack like me, and the size of the Read It Out Air clothes is my size. I wish I had you so confident. Nelson shook his head, sat next to Tom, took a slice from the small basin full of watermelon on the side, bit half of it, and whispered, I think him more suitable for Read It Out Air. After all, only the 3 warriors who lead the dancers will be concerned about whether the clothes fit well. Besides, the ready-made clothes really fit well. How can you confirm that you are not selected? Tom threw a small tomato into his mouth again and muttered, You really feel that you are not as strong as me? Indeed, you are relatively strong. This is generally accepted, Nelson said perfunctorily. I hope you will become bigger and stronger, and create greater brilliance. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for this place. What do you mean? Tom sat up. I won't sign up, don't worry. Nelson put down the watermelon rind and picked up another piece. What are you talking about? What do you mean by not registering? Tom gave Nelson a blank look like a fool, and then lay back. Don't you like to read history books the most? Don't you know that the 3 schools will name all the students, throw into the goblet of fire and finally select 3 warriors? Isn't it okay if you don't want to participate? Nelson thought carefully, as if he hadn't seen the relevant content of the registration. You can think about it. Nelson held the watermelon and made a chakakaka sound. But don't worry, Tom writhed on the sofa, and finally put his feet on the armrests. With me, you can't participate if you want to participate. I appreciate your self-confidence. Nelson was convinced. I hope so. 2,000 gallons, it's really a whistling. It doesn't matter whether money is or not, the main reason is to win honor for the school. Tom grumbled and looked at the ceiling, saw Alpard coming down the stairs, and shouted, Alpard, Dumbledore said if you don't make up hand in the metamorphosis homework, he won't let you take the final exam. Hearing this, Alphard, who was jumping around, immediately changed a crying face and ran away like a ghost. You can go to Albania when you finish the exam next week. Tom emptied himself on the sofa. You have to remember. Albanians nod and shook their heads to mean yes. I see. Nelson shook his head. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, the second 110 chapter Old Place Revisit Gelat. What on earth do you want to do? The fragmented coast is like a glacier colliding with the mainland, and it is uneven and endless, like a torn in half of bread. Around the coastline, there are many islands facing each other, mixed in the cold water. Under the waves of ice floes, these archipelagos that are not far from the continental shelf are like isolated islands, seemingly connected, but in reality they are difficult to approach. Dumbledore was standing on the reef in a solemn black suit, looking at the white lighthouse like a shell not far away. He was holding a silver cross necklace of old age, holding it tightly in the palm of his hand, looking at the beach not far away. Grindelwald, who sat down on the boulder with one knee, was not far apart, similar to the distance between 2 small islands by the sea. When did you become religious, Albus? Gelat Grindelwald was wearing a long black windbreaker with his hem resting on the boulder under the seat. The sea breeze blew his grey scarf and floated gently behind him, pointing at the tall beast in the background. A magnificent building in a field style. He did not answer Dumbledore's question. He just turned his head and looked at the Colosseum behind him. Not long ago, there was a trial against Dumbledore. There were so many wizards in the world. They gathered together, admiring the scene where the world's most famous white wizard was being tried, as if they had become the spokesperson of the great law. When the trial was over, the people who were still excited were frightened and fled by the news of the attack on Grindelwald. In fact, most of them just heard the news of the attack on Grindelwald and did not even dare to go to the rumors. Taking a look at the direction in which Duo disappeared, he was like a headless fly, trapped and exhausted by the crowd. After returning to the comfort zone, he quickly forgot the world-renowned trial. Just like hotspots are always forgotten, the tall Roman pillars at the venue are already covered with moss unique to the subarctic zone. In Norway, a humid and cold coastal country, fragile creatures such as moss and vines will always find opportunities to survive. No, I think you know what day it is. Dumbledore shook his head and squeezed his already tightly held palm. The hard, sharp corner of the cross pierced his palm, but did not pierce his skin. He jumped off the reef, stepped on the shell of a hermit crab, and said, I don't believe this, but I always have a little expectation. Of course I know. Grindelwald shrugged, stood up from the rock, patted the gravel and soil behind his butt, disappeared in place, and appeared next to Dumbledore in the next second, and he moved forward. One step closer to Dumbledore's ears, he exhaled a hot breath that was totally inconsistent with the cold Norway, but the words from his mouth were not so hot at all. Albus, you are just to reassure yourself. You. Dumbledore raised his clenched fist, paused for a few seconds, then let it go gently, and said in a flat tone, yeah. So what? You can think whatever you want. What you say is what you say. Hee hee, you guy. Grindelwald smiled and shook his head, walked to stand beside Dumbledore, and the two looked at the seagulls flying by the sea. After a long time without a word, he suddenly spoke. I have been looking for a way to bring the deceased back from the other shore, but unfortunately, as far as the current situation is concerned, the effect of the resurrection stone is not as magical as in the legend. Did you find it? Dumbledore turned his head and stared at Grindelwald's profile, only to see him shook his head slightly. No need to look for it. Grindelwald reached into the inner pocket of his coat, took out a large piece of bread, broke it in half and handed it to Dumbledore. The broken section resembled the Norwegian coastline. He ignored the bewilderment that he was forced to take the bread. Dumbledore just tore off a small piece of himself and threw it towards the sea. A seagull rushed up from the sea, grabbed the bread cube accurately, and swallowed it in one bite. This is a good thing I found in a mall shop in the United States, Grindelwald said to himself. It tastes good, but I can't eat so much by myself. Dumbledore's body was tense, but he pretended to smile with relief, broke off a piece and threw it in his mouth, and soon his brows stretched, and it seemed that the taste was really good. I hope you didn't blame me for feeding the birds with your food. Grindelwald was still repeating his action of feeding the seagulls. If you like, you can go to your protégé, and let him take you to buy it. Tom? Dumbledore stopped tearing the bread chunks. He must be sad to hear you. Grindelwald shook his head. I mean, Newt Scamander, by the way. Do you know he is married? Is he married? Dumbledore's movements stopped completely. Yes. Grindelwald swiftly finished feeding the birds, patted the crumbs on his hands, and looked at the two suns on the sea, and said, he may not know that when he secretly went to Miami to get his marriage certificate, the registrar was me who pretended to be. After that, he turned his head and raised his eyebrows slyly at Dumbledore. Look at you, you don't care about your students at all. Marriage is a major life event, and you have to have a respected senior as a testimony. Since you are not here, I have to reluctantly make it difficult. I am different from you. I care about your students very much. The wind on the sea has become smaller, and the two suns have combined into one. Of course, I am more concerned about my students. Don't deal with Tom. Dumbledore poked the bread lightly with his fingers, and then threw it to the sea. During the flight, the bread cracked into many small pieces of even size, which was alluring. The rain of bread drew a crowd of seagulls. They soared over the sea, singing loudly with delicious food. It's not good to do this. You are not young anymore. What are you thinking? Grindelwald gave Dumbledore a white look. I have no interest in him. The only curious thing is that if he was killed by me, would you cry at his funeral? He won't be killed by you. No, you won't cry. The two words fell almost at the same time, and the two looked at each other and walked north along the coast. Albus, it's been a long time since we walked side by side like this. That time you pulled me off the building and it didn't count. The weather and atmosphere were wonderfully good, and Grindelwald spoke happily. What the hell do you want to do? Gellert. Dumbledore ignored his closeness, repeating the question he asked when he first saw Grindelwald. On a day like this, you asked me to hear. What do you want to do? As if to strengthen his tone, he repeated it again. Oh, Albus, Grindelwald wailed in an exaggerated tone. You really have no mood. This kind of place should talk about music, talk about literature, and talk about all meaningless things. Gellert, what on earth do you want to do? Dumbledore stopped, grabbed Grindelwald's wrist, stared into his eyes, and said every word. Well, Grindelwald shrugged and immediately put on a serious expression. He pinched Dumbledore's wrist with his other hand and said seriously, I'm just trying, for some new possibility. He ran gently on the beach with the toe of his leather boots, a shell was smashed, and a small octopus struggled to crawl out, drilling a hole deep in the sand to escape. He bent down with interest and stared at the octopus that was burrowing fast. When it was about to successfully dig a hole, he pinched the octopus' struggling tentacles and lifted it out. The little octopus twisted frantically, spitting ink, but it didn't splash on him at all. Grindelwald picked up the little octopus, flicked it hard, and threw it into the sea. Look, if I don't help it, it will always live in a narrow shell and live like this for a lifetime, Grindelwald said proudly. Maybe it will go when it grows up, change to a larger shell, but it shouldn't live on the beach and eat some small bugs. It should live in the water. Maybe it has just been eaten by a passing fish, but it should have become a predator opportunity. Don't you think about? Dumbledore hesitated. Is this actually the octopus habit? Maybe it will live on the shore in this season, and will go down to the sea in other seasons. Oh, is that so? Grindelwald picked up another octopus nonchalantly, threw it into the sea, and said softly, I don't care. I just want to give it this opportunity. Even if this opportunity is something he doesn't need, I want to give it. It has nothing to do with whether it needs it or not. Grindelwald shook his head. Besides, Albus, it's it, not him. Please stop reading and comprehension. Have you found out and talked about it? It's really easy to get tired when dealing with dumb people. Don't you know if you're tired? I'm tired anyway. Why don't you speak? Grindelwald turned his head and stared at Dumbledore with a strange expression. So what is the reason you want to restart the Triwizard Tournament? Dumbledore stretched out his hand, indicating that he was not playing a mummy. If you used to talk like this, I think there should be fewer misunderstandings in the world. Grindelwald spread his hands like Dumbledore, and said, I just want to give them a chance to say what you don't like to hear. Albus, this generation of young people is much better than we were before. They really need such a stage and opportunity. Don't forget, back then. Okay, don't talk about it. Dumbledore waved his hand and asked, what do you want from it? I think people like you should disdain to find something from a group of minors. Yes, do you think they can be our prelude? I've said it countless times. They are them, we are us. Grindelwald shook his head. Don't think everyone is your pawn or marionette. Isn't this you? Dumbledore snorted and asked, how did you persuade the Ministry of Magic? It's true, believe it or not. When a wizard next to me was completing the building for your British Ministry of Magic to collect the final payment, he asked me. He himself is a student of Booth Barton, and is looking forward to his life. Seeing such a grand event again, who would have thought that the officials of the Ministry of Magic knew the identity of his new mum guard? Grindelwald made up a botched story like a lie. They seemed to want to talk to each other a long time ago. We bridged the relationship. So we took the lead in contacting this event. You can ask the Chief of Wysingmau. He knows more about this. After all, Durmstrang is not in my control. If you don't want to say it, you don't need to say it. Dumbledore was a little angry after listening to Grindelwald's stumbling narration. I waved my fist and said loudly, there is no need to call me to waste time. I swear, what I said is true. Your oath makes me even more suspicious of the authenticity of this story. Well, do you believe it or not? Grindelwald said with a shrug. I called you out this time mainly because of Armando Dupit. Armando? Did you find him? Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald in surprise. Is he not in touch with you? As far as I know, he should have cultivated you as an heir. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and continued, I don't know if you remember what I was holding. There was a little wizard named Barry, who was silent. The grandson of Armando? Yes, You suggested that he come to me. Grindelwald nodded and said, he was caught by the lunatic of Second Salem. Huh? Dumbledore's face showed a concerned expression. Is he okay? It's not optimistic. The Silent One is about to explode. Grindelwald pursed his lips, shook his head with a serious expression, and said, Dippet had a face-to-face meeting with me. This person is already crazy, and he can't count on it. What I want to know is whether Hogwarts has any contingency plans for the headmaster after going crazy. After all, if the Triwizard Tournament is not led by the headmaster, it would always seem not formal. Where is he? Dumbledore grabbed Grindelwald by the wrist and asked sharply, what did you do with him? If I do anything to him, I will bring it to you directly today. Grindelwald patted Dumbledore's hand, took it off his arm, and said, I also think it's weird, not before. Never fought him before, but at that time he was definitely not as strong as he is now. Not only did he know how to use black magic, but also his magic was not like an old man who was about to retire. He was strong, vigorous and aggressive. I couldn't even keep him. Is this really the case? When Grindelwald was confused, Dumbledore drew his wand abruptly and pressed it against Grindelwald's temple. Of course it's true. But you did a sneak attack? Grindelwald smiled instead. You are not the one who did the sneak attack, you see. Your wrists are still shaking. Huh. Dumbledore flicked his sleeve hard and his arm fell. I mean, there are a lot of things that need to be communicated by the principal. If Armando Dupete is not there, there may be many omissions. You don't have to worry about that. Dumbledore asked back. Where is the principal of Durmstrand? You locked him up? You don't have to worry about that. He trusts me very much, and he can't wait to let me be the vice principal. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, 211th chapter final exam. Nelson Williams. Mrs. Crimmins sat cross-legged on a cushion in the middle of the hall. Opposite her, Nelson was sitting on the ground, leaning his chin on his hand and looking at the crystal ball in front of him, thinking hard. The only one left. Although Nelson wasted so much time on this exam that the other students in the examination room had almost finished, Mrs. Crimmins still sat there unhurriedly. It seems that this situation has already been expected by her. Mr. Williams, don't be nervous. I have a foreboding about the delay of this year's exams. Let me say it with confidence. What do you see from the mist in the crystal ball? Professor. Nelson raised his head, and in the contemplation that he had just thought, he had already finished the draft in his heart. Call me Mrs. Clements. Teaching such a class of words will affect my sense of nature. Mrs. Clements seemed to look at Nelson, but her pupils were divergent. She sang like the tone said, if you are doing schoolwork, don't worry. I know that many people lack the talent of a prophet. So during my 10 years of teaching, I had given a pass for every classmate. As long as you answer carefully, I will not let you fail. Okay. Nelson nodded, swallowed, and whispered, I saw a cloud of mist in the crystal ball. What's the fog? Mrs. Clements focused her pupils on Nelson, and said encouragingly, tell me. I saw. This should be a cat. Nelson scratched his head and whispered, it seems to have jumped out from behind a fence and knocked down a rat. Fence? So that's the case. Mrs. Clements stared at the crystal ball, took the scoring book set aside, and continued to ask, did you see clearly? Did it really knock down a rat? Was it really a rat that fell? It should be one. Nelson looked at Mrs. Crimmins' eager expression, interrupted the sure words, and said, I'm wrong, ma'am. It should be another creature. What kind of creature is it? Mrs. Crimmins nodded and said, think of the requirements in the question. What kind of animal can you mistake for a mouse? I think it should be a goblin. Goblin? House elf? Little goblin? Nelson watched Mrs. Clements' expression and said several kinds of creatures in succession, but Mrs. Clements was always frowning. Finally, when he talked about the little cat, Mrs. brows stretched. Well, Mrs. Clements, a cat jumped out from behind the fence and fell on a small milk cat. Very good, said Mrs. Crimmins, raising her eyebrows. What does this mean? Think about the topic. Why would a cat throw a small milk cat down? Try to predict the fortune of your most respected teacher in the second half of the year. Don't betray your conscience to say that I am your most respected teacher, said Mrs. Crimmins. Alfred Blackhat tried this before you. I think it should mean that he is going to have a baby. Nelson clenched his fist and said confidently. It was Mrs. Clemens's turn to be speechless. She held her forehead and suggested, you might as well think more. Such things as giving birth are usually more intuitive. For example, you can go directly to his spouse's hospital. The inspection report will be more detailed than predicted. Give birth. Think more about it. Nelson scratched his head and tentatively asked, does it mean that this professor will have new results? And excellent research results are the same for wizards as their own children. Yeah. Mrs. Crimmins nodded in satisfaction, picked up the quill and dipped it with ink, and wrote on the scorebook, exclaiming, you are really talented. Nelson was at a loss for words, and he didn't even know how to take this obviously polite sentence. His performance in the exam was not at all talented. Everything was guided by Mrs. Clemens. Fine Nelson. The process of linking these strange crystal balls, tea leaves, stars and some abstract graphics to finally derive future events is simply incomprehensible. Next is the next question. Just as Nelson was about to leave, Mrs. Clemens put down the scorebook and spoke. The next question. Nelson was a little flustered. He hadn't heard of the next question. By rote memorization. His potions class score even got an E, which is second only to O. As for the reason, with the help of Tom's corrective glasses, the herbal medicine class, which caused the painful learning process due to color weakness, is on the right track. Is the divination class going to be upset here? Nelson shook his head and listened a little nervously to Mrs. Clemens's next question. What do you think? Mrs. Crimmins stared into Nelson's eyes. Her previous blurry expression disappeared and replaced with an extremely serious expression. She nodded and continued, a truly gifted prophet. How should he get the enlightenment of the future? A what? A true and gifted prophet, repeated Mrs. Clemens, looking at her serious expression, as if expecting the answer to this question more than Nelson, who is taking the exam. Feel free to answer. This is an open question. Standard answer. Nelson squinted his eyes and looked at Mrs. Clemens, wanting to read something from her face. After a long time, he said, I think everyone is divergent and even delirium, even in dreams. Some fragments that have nothing to do with normal life may be unconscious predictions, but they are not accurate, directional and easy to interpret, such as crystal ball, and they are even more delirium. Unconsciously? Mrs. Crimmins nodded, savoring the word, stood up on the ground, added another note to the scorebook, and sat on the chair prepared for the teacher. Nelson realized that he should gone. Mrs. Crimmins, happy holiday. He nodded and left the hall, leaving the professor of fortune-telling to sit on the spot. She frowned and seemed to be in delirium, but Nelson suddenly noticed this. The divination teacher who usually talks about divinity is not as focused on divination as he imagined. She has also received and digested a lot of information from the world outside of divination. Nelson. Num, Alfred said anxiously when he walked out of the hall, rubbing his hands. I feel that my divination class is going to have a tea this year. Isn't it? Nelson raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Clemens said that she had taught for more than 10 years and passed everyone through. I don't think she will make an exception for you. No, Alfred shook his head. Do you remember? In class a month ago, she said that she had a premonition that she would make an exception for a person and break her habit for many years. Are you listening so seriously? Nelson said in surprise, his eyebrows about to fly to the top of his head. It's not important. Alfred was crying. Actually, I think okay, kids. Professor Slughorn suddenly emerged from the side, and then he reached out his hand and took Tom to his side like fished out of the air, smiled and clapped his hands, and said, the exam is over. You can leave those annoying books behind in the future, and go to dinner. You see, Tom is waiting so anxiously. True ink, as if to cooperate with him. Tom glanced at Nelson and said with disgust, Go quickly. Professor Slughorn patted the 3 remaining people in a row and pushed them by the shoulders towards the castle. As he approached the entrance of the examination building, Professor Slughorn suddenly squeezed Nelson's shoulder, lowered his head, and asked with a smile, "Nelson, how did you do on the exam?" "Fortunately, Professor," Nelson answered honestly, "yes." "Partial science is something that can't be helped," Professor Slughorn said proudly. "I only got P in the history of magic, but I have not yet become a potion expert." "It's the potion master, Professor." "You little guy, ha ha ha." Professor Slughorn patted Nelson's shoulder hard, and said, "Your grades are a little bit off, but your individual grades are very good. Do you know?" "About 500 years." Professor Binns, who had never been to a small meeting, came to the principal's office after the exam. "He said that you got a perfect score." Merlin's pants. "How did you remember those years?" Slughorn looked at Nelson proudly, patted Tom on the shoulder, and said, "I think you two can even graduate directly." "Professor, I still have a lot to learn from you," Tom said dryly. "Ha ha ha." Slughorn smiled abruptly into the shape of a walrus. He rubbed his stomach and patted the back of the 3 of them. "Go. I have something to deal with." After the professor left, Alphad returned to his self-blaming look. Tom still rubbed his chin with disgust and said, "Alphad, you are not like a Gryffindor. They are not as depressed as you." "I am not Gryffindor." "Anyway, you deduct as many points as Gryffindor." Tom shrugged, looked at Nelson, and asked, "Why have you been in there for so long?" "I'm looking at the crystal ball," Nelson said, rubbing his sour eyes. "Mrs. Clements asked me another question." "Another question?" Tom raised his eyebrows. "No wonder she left you for the end." "What did she ask?" "If a true and gifted prophet gains future enlightenment." "Isn't she?" "I think her usual predictions are quite accurate." "I don't know this anymore." "Anyway, I really can't make predictions by looking at the tea crystal ball." "I'm pretty accurate," Alphad interrupted. "I predicted to myself last night that there will be one test that will fail today. I think it's a divination class." Along the way, Nelson continued to comfort the young man who was about to graduate from the exam but seemed to be in the exam room for the first time, while Tom followed, thinking about something and many more. When the 3 of them walked to the entrance of the restaurant, Tom suddenly stood still, looked at Alphad, frowned and said, "Alphad, you are a paradox." "What?" "You just said that your prediction was quite accurate, and that you would fail the exam today," Tom said hurriedly, "but these words are contradictory." "Indeed," Nelson agreed. "If you predict correctly, today's fortune-telling test to examine the level of prediction will not fail." Tom continued, "But you also predicted that you will fail at the same time, which is contradictory." "But you didn't consider another possibility," Nelson added. "Alphad's prediction is indeed quite accurate. He passed today's divination exam, but the failed exam was actually a morning metamorphosis. After all, the only prediction is that there will be a failing exam today." "Oh, I forgot. Transfiguration was tested this morning." Tom suddenly realized. "You guys don't say any more." Alphad held his head in despair. "Oh, Alphad, are you here?" Walbuga suddenly jumped out from the side, looking like he had just finished the exam, and made up the final blow for Alphad. "Morning, Dean Slughorn. Find me and let me confirm your transcript receiving address. I want to ask you, is there a person named Lalan in our family?" "But don't worry, I asked the professor to change the recipient to the mother." Alphad's feet were soft, but Nelson caught him, and he comforted, "Why are you so nervous before the results have been made? You don't need to worry about him, let him lie there." Wahlberger kicked Alphad's scarf, leaned into Nelson's ear, and whispered, "They got in touch." "Really?" Nelson nodded. "Congratulations." "Thank you," Wahlberger said entangledly, biting his lower lip. "The person in charge of that store asked me to tell you that he has reported your actions to Lord Grindelwald. I hope you can say something to those who are accompanying you when you leave the next time." "Ah? Is he still in England?" Nelson exclaimed. "I thought they were all gone long ago." "He asked our family to take the words and leave," Wolbugan nodded and said, they still want to express their gratitude in person. If I go to London on holiday, I will go around when I have time. Thank you. Wahlberger left with Gowro's brother, leaving Tom and Nelson to walk towards the restaurant. That's right, Tom said, pushing the restaurant door open. Did you think something was wrong during the exam this morning? It's a bit, Nelson nodded. Professor Dumbledore is less embarrassed when he speaks. I thought it was Aberforth who was proctoring the exam. Ill-tested later. You said if Aberforth was the invigilator, then what is Dumbledore doing? Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike mobile version website. The next day, Nelson, who woke up early, packed up his luggage for the whole morning, and accompanied Tom to his duel club. This time Tom set the location by the Black Lake and found some less dangerous ones. Fantastic animals are used for training, and even Professor Slughorn was invited to guide them. At the time of parting, everyone was reluctant to leave, even if they knew they would return to school after the holidays. But for most people, including students from purer blood families, it would be difficult for them to have such a real opportunity to improve themselves. Unknowingly, the event lasted from morning to evening. When the twilight was fading, Nelson and his party walked to the auditorium together. When Nelson returned to the dormitory on the way back to the auditorium, it was already full of people. Except for the empty table belonging to Armando de Pete, all the faculty and staff gathered together and looked at the hall below with satisfaction. Students, this year's teaching results are unexpectedly good, and parents are very satisfied. Even Miss Joey, who hardly ever goes out, came. She wore a white mask covering half of her face. When Nelson came in, the two eyes met. Miss Joey's eyes completed the slender moon, and she nodded to Nelson. Seems to be asking, is my bone spirit easy to use? Nelson only felt a tingling rushing from the heels of his head like an electric current, and then disappeared quickly. He covered his chest and bends slightly towards Miss Joey. Why did you come? It's almost ready to serve. Tom grabbed Nelson's wrist, dragged him to his side, moved his butt to the side, and let out a stool. I just caught the question mark in the dormitory, and it almost solved it. Nelson shook his head, opened his sleeves to reveal his wrists with long and thin scars, and smiled bitterly. It doesn't seem to be very satisfied with the cat I designed for it. Package. If you let someone carry you in a bag and replace a piece of cloth with a plastic display, would you like it? Tom recalled the crossage blockbuster invention Nelson had shown him a few days ago, curling his lips. He commented, if I were you, I would entrust the question mark to Metal, and I feel that she likes that stupid cat very much. You don't understand. This is the joy of raising a cat. You raised a loneliness, Tom retorted. It's not so much your cat, you might as well say it was raised by Og. At least for a few years before, he had been sending dried fish to the question mark. Well, Nelson shrugged. As a master, I have to find a chance to make up for it. Then you might as well stay in the dormitory for a while. Tom looked at the long faculty desk above. Today it was replaced with a metallic silver white linen tablecloth, embroidered with Slytherin's own family castle. The deeds donated seemed to be of great value. Tom stared at the tablecloth, licked his lips, and said without looking back, you may be just in time for the principal to speak. But our principal is not here. Nelson followed Tom to the faculty dining table, his eyes on the high chair in the middle. So who is speaking? Why don't you go up there and try it? You can start the belly draft now. Tom gave Nelson a white look, turned his head, looked at Alfred and said, I have a question. I don't know if it should be said. Don't talk. Alfred was happily bragging to a lower grader, and said with joy. Hearing Tom calling him, he immediately put on a pain mask and turned his head over his forehead with one hand. If it's about test scores, you know, I recently learned a kind of magic that can shield some words from my hearing that I don't like to hear. It's amazing, Tom said with a shrug. But I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your test scores. That's all right, Alfred asked eagerly. What's the matter? That's it, Nelson said. Hasn't we never had the opportunity to visit your home before? There may be time this holiday season, but I found a problem that we have always overlooked. What? Alphad came with interest. Are you finally here? I can finally show you my good things. Oh, we don't know where your home is. Nelson shrugged and said, I thought Tom knew. Tom thought I knew, but we really don't know. Ah, is that so? Alphad scratched his head. I thought my sister told you. Ah, I thought you told them. Not far away. Wahlberger craned his neck and whispered to Alphad. Ahem. Alphad cleared his throat and said, well, I will send you the address during the holidays. Where do you go first after the holidays? London. Nelson blinked. Why send it to us? Wahlberger got up from his seat, walked over to Alphad, and stared at the Slytherin students around him quietly, until everyone around him was stunned by Wahlberger's eyes. Finally, there was a boy couldn't bear it and stood up. Thank you. Wahlberger leaned slightly, lifted the sides of the wizard's robe and saluted, and then sat down beside Alphad. She looked at Nelson and explained, because our home is also in London, and in a dense mole city, in order to prevent moles from discovering, the wizards in the family have set up a lot of protection for the house, verbally explaining the address. There may be no way for you to understand where it is, unless what? Tom asked with interest, playing with the spoon. He was very interested in this special magic. You can come directly to our house after you get off the train, with someone from the Black family. You don't have to look for it anymore. Wahlberger stared at Tom, with a reddish cheek, lowered his head, and continued to whisper, our house, it's just in London, not far from King's Cross Station. It will never delay your time. If you go, I'll write to my home in the evening to let them prepare. There is no need to be extravagant. Tom declined Wahlberger's preparation arrangement, looked at Nelson, nodded when he saw him, and said, well, let's go with you too. Wahlberger clenched his fist under the table, quickly calmed his expression, and looked at Nelson's wrist dignifiedly. Be careful of rabies. It's better to use magic to disinfect. A question mark popped over Nelson's head. You know, I was scratched by a cat, not a dog. It's possible to get rabies when caught by a cat, Wahlberger said confidently. I just took an advanced course in magical animal protection this year. Is that so? Nelson scratched his head, pulled out his wand, and pointed to his wrist. Just as he wrapped his wrist with a ball of blue light, a loud voice came from the long table of the faculty and staff. Children, congratulations. After spending another year at Hogwarts, today, you can finally say goodbye to homework, farewell to class, farewell to cumbersome rules and regulations, and enter into a not short vacation. There are also 7th graders. Children, I hope you can find a satisfactory place for you after you leave the campus. Let's have a toast. Following the voice and looking towards the guest chair, Professor Slughorn was holding a glass of red wine, and he was in 7th grade. The graduates have drank from a distance. After drinking all the wine, Professor Slughorn nodded with satisfaction and continued. Our respectable President Armando Dupit was unable to attend this year's final banquet for some personal reasons. So let me summarize our past year. Please forgive a young man who experienced this kind of scene for the first time and said too much. After all, this may be my first and last concluding remark. Professor Slughorn made a grimace, and under his joking offensive, cheerful laughter came from the 4 long tables. As for why I will host this year, Professor Slughorn sold it for a while. He raised his hands, opened one hand, and held a magic wand in the other. He waved his arms like an orchestra conductor. The starry sky of the dome revolved rapidly, giving people a feeling of starfighting. With the changes in the star map, the original ordinary decorations slowly changed colors and materials, and the paintings on the 2 walls became a majestic, powerful wizard. Behind the main guest seat, there is a huge. The banner depicting the Slytherin snake slowly fell, and the faint green light gave Nelson a feeling of this thing has strong radiation. In just a few seconds, the auditorium was decorated with Slytherin green and silver. Each pillar was dotted with silver serpentine decorations inlaid with emeralds, showing the Slytherin style everywhere. Nelson looked around, and the students from the other 3 colleges had already applauded the spectacular drag show. Instead, It was the Slytherin students, all sitting in jeopardy, with reserved expressions, as if they didn't know that this kind of scene represented what kind of like. Seeing the attitude of his classmates, Nelson's back straightened unconsciously. Oh, it seems that our Slytherin classmates don't like this little gift very much. Professor Slughorn showed a somewhat exaggerated sad expression. He held his forehead and picked up a piece of paper on the table, opened his hands, smiled proudly at the Slytherin long table, and said loudly, "The winner of this year's Academy Cup is." Nelson noticed that the students around him are like springs ready to go. There may be a small steel ball hanging under it and a smooth wooden board underneath it. If Professor Slughorn sells it again, they may. I'm going to suffocate myself. It's Slytherin. Professor Slughorn took the lead in applauding and said, "The grades of each college are similar, so I won't read it specifically. So, Slytherins, you can celebrate." Slytherin's long table burst into a huge cheer that almost lifted the roof of the auditorium. As expected, Slytherin, even the cheers were so neat. Tom also stood up excitedly, and shouted loudly in the crowd. With a smile, Nelson first glanced at the hourglass where the score gap was not small, and then was infected by the surrounding atmosphere and applauded heartily. In this era, the relationship between the four colleges has not been as rigid as decades later. Griffin, Badger, and Snake may have competition, but they are absolutely honest enough to treat each other. In the face of the victory of the Snake Academy, students from the other three colleges also offer a heartfelt blessing. From today to a week later, there will be a train to King's Cross Station every night at 7 o'clock. You can choose your favorite time to go home. Of course, you can also spend a few more days at school with your friends. Professor Slughorn's shouts were overwhelmed by endless cheers. He had to use a loud voice to ensure that the students could hear his request. In addition, your transcript will be in about half of the time. It will be mailed to the previously registered address in the next month. Minor wizards are not allowed to use magic wands outside the school. And if you find a suspicious dark wizard around your residence, please report it to the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible, and contact as quickly as possible. Undine. Looking at the students chaotically in the audience, Professor Slughorn nodded in relief. This was the 3 consecutive championships he led Slytherin, and he should be the proudest person in the auditorium at the moment. Really young. Professor Slughorn sighed. It seems that I have to write another letter to explain the precautions in detail. I've said it all. When you finish talking about the holiday, these bastards will no longer listen to what you say later. Beside Professor Slughorn, sit behind a long table with a smile as if everything is Dumbledore applauded again, and jokingly said, "You should talk about the precautions first, and then announce the ownership and holiday of the Academy Cup." "No, Albus, can you just watch the group of little guys holding back in place, like ... like." Professor Slughorn couldn't find a suitable adjective, and he was stuck for a moment. "Living." "It's like urinating," Dumbledore added, clapping his hands. "Boy, you have to pay attention to the image of Albus." Professor Slughorn leaned down, leaned into the ear of Dumbledore, and whispered, "But personally, I think your description is very appropriate." That's not enough. Aberfas made his own expression with his brother's face, without any sense of disobedience. He rubbed his crooked nose and said, "Do you care about his image?" "It's not appropriate." "That's it. You guy. Ha ha." Professor Slughorn smiled and shook his head. He picked up a silver spoon from the table and knocked on the plate. In an instant, a lot of food appeared on the long table of the 4th Academy. At 7 o'clock that evening, a group of 4 people boarded the train to King's Cross Station and felt the empty and quiet carriages. Everyone couldn't help but admire Nelson's foresight of packing up his luggage in advance. Of course, Alphad and Waldner confiscated their luggage. At this time, their younger sister finally came in handy. At this time, please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, opinion in the 3rd volume. I saw some feedback and thought that the pace of this book was a bit too fast, so I wrote more daily plots, but now I see some feedback that the pace is too slow, which is really difficult to adjust. So I want to ask for your opinions. If you feel that some daily plots should be reduced to speed up the rhythm, please leave a message after this paragraph. If you feel that you need some daily plot, please leave a message after this paragraph. The outline of this book is not a detailed outline, so don't worry about the change of rhythm that may occur after the deletion of daily. For some reasons, a part of the World War II plot was reduced for some reasons, which affected your reading experience. I am really sorry. As for the 3 years between Nymungad and I Farm Uni, it is actually not skipped. The protagonist's experience will be unfolded in the follow-up plots, memory, conversation and other content. The content during this period is to respond to the plot of the Second Salem. The main reason is that if this paragraph is extended and written, the content of upgrading Dagu AI may be more boring. As a preview, the follow-up content of the current volume is mainly about going to Albania to find the crown and the experience of Professor Binns. The next volume is the Triwizard Tournament. Also explain the errata, because the previous chapter has been locked, so it can't be changed. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, 213th chapter, Grimald Square 12. Alighting from King's Cross Station, the group of people crossed the 9th and a quarter platforms, dragged their suitcases and walked out the gate. They took off their wizard robes early on the train, put on mole clothes, and dressed glamorously. The 4 of them formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding wanderers with yellow faces and thin skins and a tattered body. Walbuga, dressed in a dress, raised his legs and crossed an unconscious child lying beside a garbage dump on the side of the road, and said with a disgusted expression on his face, "These moles, if you can't beat them, don't beat them. It will affect your mood every time you go home. They are actually the invaded party," Nelson said on the side. He brought some change back to London this time. He took out a few scattered coins from his pocket, held them in his hands and bounced to the side of the road. After the rebound, the coin magically fell into the pocket of the tramp. He put his hand back in his pocket and said, "If the German wins, I'm afraid you will feel even worse on the way home. In fact, it's okay now." During the war, the municipal department will patrol the streets every day to accept orphans. At least there are very few cases of starving to death. As a loyal fan of Chamberlain, Tom is more familiar with British government affairs. He shook his head and bypassed the rubbish. "I said, if the battle is over, regardless of whether you win or lose, then there will be no time to pay attention to them. It will be their hard life until the government's reconstruction work begins. It has nothing to do with us anyway." Alfred held on to the brim of the pork pie on his head, looked ahead, and hurried forward, but his smiley face that used to be joking is no longer there, and he can see that his heart is not peaceful. 15 years old is really the right age. Little wizards can no longer be called little wizards. Compared to children, they have begun to really get in touch with society, put themselves into it, and put themselves in it, including but not limited to with a series of labels such as class, identity, ancestry, etc. When their simple and mature minds have faded, they can often think completely different from what they were a year ago when faced with various scenes that were common before. Alfred has been on this road for 4 years, and he had more experience of going out when he was young, but it was the first time he really lowered his head to capture the sight of starvation everywhere in his eyes. But he overestimated it. Given his own capacity, just a short time after leaving the station, this pure-minded sunshine boy has become unbearable to look directly. Nelson, after walking for about 10 minutes, Wahlberg led the way and discussed the antiques of the family with Tom. Alfadler lived on the sleeve of Nelson, who was looking at the sleeves, and asked in a low voice, "Certainly. Just ask. Do you know where they will go in the future? Oh, are you interested in them?" Nelson raised his eyebrows, slowed down, and walked to Alfred. Wahlberger and Tom in front of him heard the noise and turned around. Nelson waved his hand to signal that they don't have to wait himself. Then, he rubbed his hair, thought for a moment, and replied, "Generally speaking, they will be found by the municipal department and then assigned to the surrounding public orphanage. Tom and I grew up in the West Side orphanage. Have you been like this before?" Alfred pointed to the stray child behind him, and asked in a low voice, "I am not ... I mean, you were also found on the street?" "Not really," Nelson shook his head and said, "I have relatives in London. They are my aunt's family." As for Tom, he was born in an orphanage. "We were there since we were young. We haven't experienced the street scene. Ups and downs." "Oh," Alfred nodded, then glanced back. "Then why haven't they been sent to the orphanage?" "It should be that the share of the orphanage is not enough." Nelson sighed and said, "The income of the orphanage generally comes from social donations, government funding and church support. It seems that the first two income should be very small." As for the church, there was more income during the war, but very little money could be used in the pockets of institutions such as orphanages. "Why do you need money? Is it difficult to eat a full meal?" Alfred was extremely confused. "As far as I know, the wizard you said it's a wizard." Nelson patted Alfred on the shoulder, interrupting him, lest he make any more talks like "why not eat meat," he explained, "for the numbness without magic for melons. If you want to eat even a simple piece of brown bread, you have to plow the ground and plant seeds the previous year, take care of the wheat for 6 months, grind them into flour, and bake them with other condiments. For most people, they have to complete the process with their own hands. Sizzle. Grinding flour by hand is unimaginable." Alfred shook his head, lost in thought. "If you are interested, there will be too much time for you to walk around the streets of London this holiday." Nelson pulled up the box and chased after Tom, and Wahlberger disappeared. "Yeah?" Alfred nodded and followed. "Is this Grimmauld Place?" Nelson and Alfred quickly caught up with the other two people, and after walking for about 10 minutes, they came to a square. They said it was a square, but in fact it was just a flat ground surrounded by residential buildings. This kind of place is common in Britain. The ground of the square is paved with old bluestone. Looking at the shiny bluestone, Nelson can imagine how smooth and grand it was when it was first built, but the bluestone that has been rounded by the years is a bit pitted when stepped on it. After entering the square, Wahlberger walked straight to a row of houses next to them. They are uniform in shape. The same square door lintel and the same thin and high windows give people an economical Gothic look. She stood still between the 11th and the 13th, and watched left and right under the gaze of the three behind her. Then she drew her magic wand and poked it at the dividing line between the two houses. Soon, the two houses of number 11 and number 13 were separated to the two sides, and a door painted with black paint was squeezed out of the pitch-black gap first. Then came a beautiful big house, which was more. The houses on both sides are much taller, bigger, and more unique. It has a pointed roof and a painted loft. There are even 2 bunches of flowers next to the door, and the 2 large windows facing them are dry. It is clean, and you can see the busy people inside. Unlike Nelson's imagination, this is a beautiful house with bright and clean windows. It looks like they also specially cleaned the outside. Wahlberger raised his eyebrows. First they stepped up the steps, stretched their arms, and rang the doorbell on the door. Below the doorbell is a silver snake-shaped doorknob, but there is no keyhole on it. It seems to be just a place for decoration or when opening the door. "Which one?" There was a response in the door quickly, sounding like a serious middle-aged man. "It's me, Father," Wahlberger replied. "We are back." "How about your classmates?" The male host's tone was a little anxious. "Yes, it is." Soon, with the sound of the chain collision, the door opened wide from the inside. The shaft made a creak-rubbing sound, and a serious face came out from inside. He has a face that is not much different from Alfred, but he is older, thinner, and more serious, with short, dense black hair meticulously combed behind his head, holding a ruddy wooden pipe in his hand. There was a curl of green smoke coming out of it, and he was wearing a very formal black robe, a robe that a gorgeous normal person would never wear at home. A silver necklace and a pendant hung around the man's neck. Carved into the shape of the black family crest were greyhounds clustered around a black shield depicting a mountain peak. dotted with 2 stars and a sharp sword. "Hello, welcome to come to play at home." He stretched out his hand, shook Nelson and Tom lightly in turn, letting go. "I am Wahlburger and Alfred's father. My name is Bollocks Black. Please come in." The crowd responded, and approached the house under his greeting. Nelson noticed that there was a golden medal hidden under the stiff collar of Bollock. He fixed his eyes and saw that it turned out to be a Merlin first-class medal. Approaching the gate, what you see is a huge tapestry embroidered with tree-like patterns with gold threads. Each cluster of trees has a name between the crowns, and on top is a few gleaming large characters. "The noble and oldest black." The only flaw in the family is that there are many small holes burnt out on it, as if an old smoking gun often smokes nearby. Nelson's thoughts involuntarily spread to the pipe of Bollocks. Nelson leaned close to the tapestry and took a look, and Bollock's voice came from behind him. "This is the genealogy of the Black family. Every member of the tribe on it has been influential in their own industry. The Black family is British history, the oldest and purest family." "Thank you." Hearing the commentary that seemed to be a salesman, Nelson felt a bit of toothache. "Welcome. Let the 2 kids take you around the house first." Bollocks nodded and said, "I'll go and order someone to prepare the dinner first." After all, before Nelson could reply, he had disappeared. "Let's go." Wahlburger shrugged. After her father disappeared, she immediately relaxed, and said to the tapestry, "Everyone above is full of influence in their own industry. Of course, there is no influence, just those little holes. I may also become a small hole in the future." Alfred added, "Our family now has about 10 people including relatives. In fact, if we don't burn them off, the Black family should still be very prosperous." "This is the imitation of purer blood families," Tom commented. "Some families have only 1 person left." "Indeed." Nelson looked at Tom and raised his eyebrows. "Let's go. Take you to see our collections. The study is next to it. You should be interested." Wahlburger said, going upstairs. Nelson's first impression of number 12 Grimmauld Place was black. He didn't expect that when he went up to the 2nd floor, it was still the same black. It's not that the lighting is not good. It seems that the family is very happy to use black for the decoration. The last name of Black. "Alfred, where is your room?" Tom suddenly realized an important question. "Are you in such a hurry?" Although they are indeed very good, they are not in a hurry. "No, I mean, just looking at your father's dress, I feel that dinner tonight should be more formal." Tom grabbed his collar and said, "I don't feel very formal in a sweater, and a trench coat." "That's true." Nelson nodded. "In fact, there is no need to care about this. After all, we are still minors." Wahlburger comforted. "That won't work." Tom gave her a blank look. "You guys in your family are asking for since they are very sincere, we can't help but respect them. We just bought a dress gown before." Nelson added, "Well, I owe it to you." Wahlberg leaned forward and told his brother, "You take them to the guest room to change clothes. Well, see you in the study later." "That's it? The good stuff you said. This is it." At the entrance of the study, Tom is trying his best to complain about the treasure Alfred brought from the bedroom, a small drill specially used for underground construction. According to him, this drill can dig out a 500-meter-long drill in half an hour. The tunnel for people to pass through is said to be a flash of inspiration from an ancestor of the Black family. "This is the treasure of our family," Alfred said proudly. "When we were called the Black Wizard, this device helped the wizard at the time pass on a lot of information that was difficult to transmit." "What an extreme condition is this?" Tom held his forehead helplessly. Under what circumstances would it be necessary for a group of wizards to burrow into the ground to deliver the letter? Besides, where is the excavated mound? "Alfred, what are you talking about?" "The Black Wizard?" Nelson caught the point. This was the 2nd time he heard the word. "Yes, but those pairs are a long time ago." Alfred scratched his head. "There is this story in the genealogy I promised you. It's quite interesting." Nelson nodded and took the matter to heart. Then, a chuck sound became louder and louder, and Wahlberger, who was stepping on crystal shoes, approached, and she hurried to this side, while throwing pieces of used cosmetics into the arms of the house elf on the side. "Miss, you forgot your brooch." "I know." Wahlberger grabbed the brooch, and said to his chest, "Shut up. I don't want him to see that I can't even wear clothes." Krecher knows what Miss Krecher wants. The young house elf who looked pretty babbled and held Wahlberger's skirt and approached the crowd. Miss Krecher doesn't need Krecher after she has friends. Oh. I didn't need to have friends before. Wahlberger stroked her long hair and flicked it back. She wore a red high-necked dress that looked radiant, and even the accessories she wore on her body began to shine. She approached the study, leaned slightly, and said to Tom, awaited. "It's okay." Tom took a deep look at Wahlberger. He admired the aesthetics of this suit. Tom nodded and praised, "It's beautiful." Wahlberger. "Really?" Wahlberger stepped a lot lighter. She lifted the hem of her skirt and turned around on the spot. Tom nodded again. He has always praised truly beautiful things. "Sorry, it took a long time to change clothes. Let's see it after dinner or tomorrow. Now we have to go to the restaurant quickly." She is proud of her spring breeze. As for Alfred's "What are you pretending?" Nelson's "Can I go to the study to quickly learn British table manners?" and Krecher's "Miss, your earrings are not fastened" are such inconsequential words, was completely filtered by her. She led the way with her head held up like a proud swan, and from time to time she looked back at Tom's face wrapped in her dress robe. Nelson was next to Alfred, communicating the difference between French table manners and the British. But he quickly found that communicating with Alfred is really better than communicating with house elves. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile Version website, Chapter 214 Black Family. What is this? As he walked through a long corridor, Nelson noticed a place on the wall covered by grey cloth. Under the grey cloth, there were evenly arranged protrusions, like shelves. "You don't want to know." Wahlberger looked back and said with disgust, "What? Is it disgusting?" Tom came and said, "If it is a disgusting ancient painting, no. It's a fine tradition created by an old guy in our family." Wahlberger repeated, "Really? You really don't want to know?" "Krecher knows," Krecher said excitedly, following Wahlberger, who was almost overwhelmed by the tail of her skirt. "The old and noble black will chop off their heads and glue them to this wall, and they will be glued when Krecher is old." "Hey, it's disgusting," Wahlberger said without looking back. "I wouldn't do this, it would be disgusting." "If you insist on sticking yourself to it, then behead your head." "Hope you after cutting off his head, he can still hold it and stick it to the wall." "Hey, it's disgusting," Tom replied, but he didn't feel anything. "I've said it. You don't want to know." Wahlberger shrugged and turned around. "Don't think about it anymore. I'll eat it later." "Nelson, what do you think of me doing like this?" Nelson only has a sense of chaos in time and space. He does not know what will happen to Wahlberger in the future to become a loyal supporter of this tradition. Maybe she has already changed. After all, having her own time and space is a completely different thing. Story. Nothing. Nelson shook his head and said with a smile, "Krecher is right. Your earrings are really not fastened. Touch them yourself. The one on the right is about to fall off." When Nelson and his party arrived at the restaurant, it had already been cleaned up. The center of a wooden long table was neatly covered with a long tablecloth, and the four corners were pressed by candlesticks, leaving both sides of the table for people to eat. The two chairs on the upper and lower heads are inlaid with the emblem of the Black family behind them, while the other chairs on both sides have the same standard and the same extravagance. Several sets of Chinese-made enamel porcelain tableware are placed in front of each chair at the same angle, with a large piece of silk underneath, and tin knives and forks and other tableware on both sides. There is a table behind each chair. The waiter whose plane is hidden in the dark for wizard families who are accustomed to handing miscellaneous objects to magic or house elves. Serving guests with a dedicated person can be regarded as the most advanced understanding. Nelson looked around. The restaurant said it was not big, much smaller than the restaurant at Hogwarts, but it was not too small. A few people around and the same number of waiters standing in the restaurant also seemed empty. The furnishings in the restaurant are also very exquisite, from the Napoleon-era knives and forks to the good-looking tableware, from the floor that feels expensive when you step on it, to the faint fragrance in the room, from the gold candlesticks to the crystal chandeliers and tops. The candle engraved with the royal logo. Everything here is silently shouting for character. I'm rich. Nelson said that he did hear the shouts of the restaurant and was a little deaf because of the noise. Bollocks walked out of the corridor not far away with the support of an old man. He was still walking like a fly, holding a delicate gentleman's stick in his hand, and walked towards the dining room expressionlessly, with Merlin on his chest. The first-class medal flashed under the light of candlelight. His eyes first saw Alfred, scanned his body up and down, quickly moved away from sight, and turned his gaze to Wahlberger again. When he arrived at his well-dressed daughter, he finally showed a satisfied smile. Finally, his eyes scanned between Nelson and Tom, and finally fell on Nelson's face. Bollock nodded, walked to a few people, stretched out his hands, and made a please action. "Come in, two gentlemen." Nelson took a deep look at him and regretted that he hadn't taken out the cane at this moment. Although it was in his pocket, it was too deliberate to take it out. His eyes turned to Tom, only to find that he too. "Looking at myself, it seems that the two people have the same thing in their hearts." "Nah, damn it," he pretended to be. "Tom, I miscalculated." The two adjusted their collars and walked into the restaurant first. Under the guidance of the waiter, they sat in the two lower positions of the main seat. Soon, surrounded by a pair of sons and daughters, Bollocks held his cane and walked in with his head raised up. He first arranged for Alfred to sit next to Nelson. Wahlberger sits next to Tom, and then Sharon walked to it. The first seat, sat down quietly, and gently pressed the small bell on hand. A few people only occupied less than half of the seats at the long table, and Tom's eyes floated backwards unconsciously. "I also have a young son. He is a little young, and he is afraid that it will affect today's dinner, so I asked his mother to take him out to eat." Seeing Tom's gaze drifting to the chairs behind, Bollocks explained, "Of course, if you like children, you can also ask him to come and play with you later." "No," Tom nodded, "I will disturb you." "How can I say to bother you?" Brox responded politely, and did not despise Tom because of his age or status. "You two are friends of my two children at school, or excellent classmates. I always like to find an opportunity to invite you to come out and gather to express my gratitude to you, my incompetent father. I finally have the opportunity today. It should be my honor." "Mr. Black," Tom hadn't seen this kind of battle, and didn't know what to say for a while, so he had to respond, "You said that Wahlberger and Alfred also helped us a lot." "Yes." Nelson took the conversation. From the very beginning, he observed in silence and found that the Black family was not as xenophobic, as conceited, and as ignorant as he imagined. On the contrary, he showed an upbringing and insight that surpassed most people. Wondering how such a family could decline like a rocket in less than 40 years, he nodded and said, "The two of them are also our role models." At this moment, Alfred is quiet like a little chicken that is soaked in the rain, and the usual hearty Wahlberger also poses in a weird posture with clothes, looking like she wrapped her right hand with her left hand, and wrapped his left foot with his right foot. "Ha ha." Bollock let out a burst of hearty laughter, which quickly resolved the embarrassing atmosphere in the restaurant. He might not have thought that Nelson and Tom were not very nervous. Instead, Wahlberger, whom he most counted on, lost the chain at a critical moment. He glanced at the flushed-faced daughter who didn't know what she was thinking, coughed lightly, and guided the topic to the campus life she was familiar with. Under his infinite concern for campus life, the five people were finally able to unhindered talked. During the chat, one dish came up quickly, but no one moved the knife and fork until the butler came up with a bottle of sweet wine before the meal and opened the stopper with a bang. The table manners of wizards are very different from those of ordinary people in the UK. As an ethnic group who has developed restaurant magic to the extreme hundreds of years ago, they don't have to worry about the serving time. A dish does not take much time. Don't worry about the cold dishes, because each plate is attached with the magic to maintain the state of the ingredients. So this process of pouring the wine by the host after all the dishes is already red tape. Mr. Wiltoning, Bollock first filled a glass for Nelson, who was closest to him, and said with a smile, "If I'm right, your family should come from Northern Europe." "Oh?" Nelson raised his head and glanced at Bollock's. "To be honest, I grew up in London and never met my parents, so I don't know much about this." "Sorry," Bollock leaned slightly. "I have also heard of Wiltoning's name." "It's okay, Mr. Black," Nelson shrugged and said, "Can you tell me about them? I haven't found relevant information about my origin." "Of course I can't find this information at Hogwarts. The school library only records some British families. I have a good study of heraldry." Bollock winked at his sons and daughters and motioned to them. "Don't leave Tom in the cold," and while walking up to Tom to pour him a drink, he said, "If I remember correctly, the family crest of the Wiltoning family should look like this." He quickly poured 5 glasses of wine, first declared that the miner only has this one, and then happily pulled a napkin and dipped it with fruit wine on it. Soon, an emblem that Nelson had seen on Melgan in Newt's memory was slowly drawn on a tissue by Borlocks. This seemed to be something he was good at. Borlocks painted while drawing, said happily, "The coat of arms, blue, cut off by the stream, top 1. Goldie, remember it should be like this. The metallic color is gold and the original color is blue." After drawing the main body of the badge, he left a blank scroll underneath. Scratching his head with some annoyance, said, "I forgot what the motto on the scroll is. I can't remember whether there are guardian beasts on both sides and if there are any other accessories. I'm really sorry." After Bollock finished painting, he gently pushed the napkin in front of him in front of Nelson. The Wiltoning family is called the Wiltoning by the Greek, on the one hand because of the roots of their surnames in Norwegian and the stream on the family crest, and on the other hand because of the uniqueness of the Wiltoning family transfiguration and innate talent for transfiguration. Bollocks looked at Nelson with a scrutiny gaze, and said, "Alfred once told me about your achievements in polymorphism. As a young man, you do when it comes to things that many old wizards can't do." This is still on the premise that there is no legendary Wiltoning's transformation magic. If you have the opportunity to go to Booth Barton, you can inquire about this. That's it. Nelson nodded thoughtfully. In fact, after seeing Newt's memory of being transformed by magic, he also found a place where no one was secretly changed into a dragon game, but the effect was not as good as Melgan's. It's like a beginner playing nunchakus. "Thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't finish drawing Wiltoning's family crest." Bollock continued to apologize sincerely. "You don't need to be like this." Nelson stared at the simple family crest on the napkin. The so-called stream was just a horizontal bar, which looked very simple, but he was convinced that this is the main body of the Wiltoning family crest. "It's a big help for me." "Okay." Bollock shook his head and said, "I can send someone to help you find the coat of arms in Northern Europe. For the rest, I think Master Grindelwald should have this information. I heard that there is a Blackstone Tower in Newmundgard, which contains copies of the collections in magic libraries around the world." Nelson tilted his head and noticed that 2 of the other 3 people who were chatting in full swing had their ears pricked up, and only Wahlberger was immersed in it. "When shall I go back and look for it?" Nelson nodded and asked playfully, "My lord, have you seen Grindelwald himself?" "Oh, Lord Grindelwald." Bollock's eyes immediately brought admiration. "I don't know what happened." It hasn't been a few days since Nelson provided contact information. This man who seems to have at least self-judgment seems to be in love. Grindelwald's imperious curse, already a little crazy. I didn't see him in person, but he arranged a task for us. Task? Nelson was a little curious. And there were tasks he didn't know about. Shouldn't the British mission be reported here? It turned out that he had been overheaded. When he arrived here, he asked, "Is it convenient to disclose?" "Of course," Bollock gave Nelson a strange look, and he seemed to be even more surprised at Nelson's ignorance. The wizard who contacted us hopes that we can unite all the forces that can be united. Overthrow the Ministry of Magic? Nelson raised his eyebrows. No. Restart the Triwizard Tournament. Bollock glanced at Nelson again, and he felt less and less able to keep up with the young man's ideas. Oh, it turned out to be the Triwizard Tournament. Nelson nodded. It is indeed a good choice to use the tournament to promote the normalization of diplomatic relations. It's true, Bollock replied. I have always been curious, Mr. Black. Nelson suddenly leaned forward, lowered his voice, and asked seriously, no matter who your family is in power, they are all first-class aristocrats in Britain. Why should you risk contacting Grindelwald? Well, you know, he doesn't have much power in England, and some people have even said that Dumbledore can easily defeat him. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, Chapter 215 The Wizard and Mole's Mr. Wiltoning. Do you really think our family is one of the best in Britain? Bollock suddenly approached Nelson and asked rhetorically. Isn't it? Nelson stared into Bollock's eyes. The two were so close to each other that he could even see the extremely strong in the dark eyes that were exactly the same as Alfred and Wahlberger. The emotion called ambition. These eyes will belong to many people in the future, belong to Regulus, belong to Sirius, belong to Bellatrix Lestrange. But it seems that only this kind of ambition is the most suitable. These eyes. Bollock looked deeply at his son and daughter, and spoke slowly. You seem to think that our family has a lot of money and has a very hard relationship with the Ministry of Magic. Isn't this not beautiful enough? Nelson interrupted him, shaking the glass, letting the liquor climb up the wall and then slowly fall off, and said, I have studied the pureblood family in England, from ancient times to the present. Wholly 218 families are in charge of almost all power. No matter the regime changes, no matter the time changes, no matter who is sitting in the position of Minister of Magic, you can sit on the dry shore, on the throne, and when you meet danger, there will be mole-born wizards to fight. When encountering difficult things, there will be gold and silver treasures to open the way for them. Isn't this power? You don't seem to know the national conditions of the United Kingdom. Sometimes the Minister of Magic is not as beautiful as it looks. Bollock smiled bitterly. Take the current Minister of Magic, the mole boy from Hufflepuff, for example. Admit that he has some abilities and vision, but he is no different from Wisingamo's puppet. The chief of Wisingamo, Judge Chafik, is also a member of your 28th thoroughbred family. Nelson shook his head and retorted. Yes, the man who controls the Minister of Magic is extremely powerful, but you have not seen what happened to us for thousands of years. Please speak. Nelson made an earful gesture. The wizard, no matter how powerful or great it is no different from the mouse in the corner. Bollock shook his head. How much do you think our house is worth? Should be expensive? Nelson looked around and looked at Grimmauld Place where there were scattered pedestrians outside the window, and said, I don't know much about real estate. Once, it was a priceless treasure. At that time, there was a road leading to Diagon Alley. There were several manor houses of wizard families scattered around, and even this house had a manor that was many times larger than Grimmauld Place. At that time, no one did not envy the Black family for having such a beautiful and expensive house. Well, it's really beautiful. Nelson looked at the furnishings in the room, except for the dark ones. It was difficult to connect it with the dirty and messy house during the Order of the Phoenix. But all this soon changed. Bollock clenched his fists and waved twice above his head. The Mole City is developing rapidly, and London is constantly expanding outward. Soon, the manor is wrapped in the new city. What do you think is a wizard who knows magic for moles? A wizard? What else? A wizard, mutant, or it's a god. Tom suddenly inserted the conversation between the two of them. Seeing both Nelson and Bollock looking at him, he waved his hand and said, Sorry, I just didn't care. That's right, Mr. Gunter. Bollock glanced at Tom approvingly. I know the elders in your family. With all due respect, they are not outstanding people. I didn't expect that the Gunter family would have offspring like you. Before Tom could respond, he turned his head, looked at Nelson, and said, whether from the perspective of wisdom, history or strength, the wizard in Mull's eyes is the god in the eyes of mortals. But have you ever seen hiding and being driven by mortals? What about the running gods? Is such a god still a god? Isn't this a requirement of the Wizarding Secrecy Act? Secrecy law. Ah, yes, secrecy law. Bollock grinned, poured himself a full glass of wine, swallowed it, and said with an unhealthy flush on his face, shook his head, little when I first heard about the confidentiality law, I thought it was a great law. When I was young, Nelson asked, repeating what Bollock had said, what about now? Right now? Bollock's thought for a while, and said, I still think it is a great law. This is the deepest compassion that wizards have for the world. If there were only wizards, the world would definitely fall into silence very quickly. The Mulls were rescued from the Black Wizard's extermination and torture and gave them a safe place to shelter. It is no different from the one that Newt Scamander advocates every day. We need Mulls, just like we need magical animals. But why should we be afraid of the race we protect? What happened? Let our pity for Mulls gradually become fear, and become forbearance, so that Grindelwald finally has it after hundreds of years. My lord stepped up to awaken the overkilled magical world. Under the endless protection of these fools, Mulls even have the ability to challenge wizards. Do we need their weapons? We even had one filled last week. The iron pillar of the explosive hit the protective cover of our house. Nelson fell silent, and he didn't know how to refute Borox. In the eyes of Bollocks, the wizards who uphold the secrecy law are undoubtedly some overkill extremes, like those extreme environmentalists that Nelson had seen a long time ago. They would rather starve all over the place than shut down all factories. I would rather return to the era of Rumau drinking blood, would rather call the civilization created by mankind for thousands of years as the cancer of the earth, would rather ignore those development methods that can also protect the environment, and always stick to my own view of an third of the land, thus falling into meaningless struggle. I understand. Seeing Nelson fell into silence, Bollock said in a self-confident voice, relieved, you were raised by Mulls, so it's normal that your way of thinking hasn't changed for a while. Wait a few years. You will understand the gap. Wait, Nelson interrupted aloud, and the blind student finally found Wadian. But Mulls and wizards are both humans. How could it be? Bollock shrugged with a smile. How can there be such a big gap in the same species? Can a little chicken be called a phoenix? So what is a wizard from Mull? Nelson asked rhetorically. Now it was Bollock's turn to be silent. He pondered for a moment and then said, these. Leave it to the scholars. It doesn't matter. In fact, what I want to say is, he didn't seem to know what he was trying to say, and he got stuck here for a while. What is it? Nelson asked, following his words. What really touched me was Lord Grindelwald's claims. I had heard of his claims a long time ago, but I have always suffered from not having the opportunity to bathe in his truth. Mulls should be ruled by more talented and powerful wizards. Management, and domestication, and more capable people should go to a higher position and get more resources. I hope this can answer your confusion. That's it. Nelson nodded. His words really easily resonate with wizards. As a proud disciple of Lord Grindelwald, Bollocks, our family also attaches great importance to you, which is why I always let my two incompetent children invite you two to our house as guests. After all, he smiled and nodded at Tom. When I was studying at Hogwarts, although there were very good students, they were not perfect, and there were too many people behind them. And you two are different. As far as I know, someone like you who can leave others far behind is Albus Dumbledore. Is Dumbledore so good? Tom was a little unconvinced. Of course, he is a bit worse than Mr. Gunter. Bollock blinked and said, aside from my children, as a senior of Slytherin, I also want to see. What did the best Slytherin look like in hundreds of years? My name is Riddle. Tom's ears became ruddy and he lowered his head and said stiffly, Tom Riddle. Well, Mr. Riddle. Bollock raised his eyebrows and filled Tom's empty glass with drinks. You said it. Nelson shook his head. We are still a lot worse than Professor Dumbledore. After all, he is so old. Bollock shrugged, ignoring that Dumbledore was in his prime. and that he might even die earlier than him in the future. It seemed that he didn't want to see Dumbledore. Leto, after living for so many years, there will always be some unique skills. Nelson smiled and shook his head. Upon seeing Borox, he pressed the small bell on his hand again, and several servants stepped forward and lifted the lid on the food. What caught your eye was a very rich dinner. Various dishes and meats that Nelson could not call his name took up the table. Nelson noticed that the food in front of him adopted a French approach, and Tom's even there was also a plate of brightly red tomatoes, which made Nelson look at Bollocks High, and became more and more curious about how the family led by this kind of person did not end up so fast. When the scent of food filled the entire restaurant, the few people on the table had changed to a more relaxed topic. They were talking about Slytherin, about Hogwarts, and talking about the possibility of being in Hogwarts next year. During the Triwizard Tournament, a burst of laughter echoed in the restaurant as the cup was pushed and changed. At the dinner table, Borox, who has a profound knowledge of heraldry, gave Nelson and Tom a detailed introduction to the 28 pure-blooded British companies, and highlighted the Gunter family of Hangilton. Back then, the Gunter family lived near Grimmauld Place. The Wizard family here moved away to our two families. Unfortunately, Marvolo Gunter sold the house. Borox sighed and shook his head, looking at Tom. At a glance, I had a fight with one of your elders when I was a kid. Moffin Gunter? Bollock frowned. It seems to be called by this name. He belongs to you, uncle. He is my mother's younger brother. That's he was right, Bollock sighed. Really? I really envy the Gunter family. Such a family can cultivate descendants like you. It is simply the ancestors who have manifested. Oh, yes. The ancestor of the Gunter family is Lord Slytherin. His manifestation can indeed create such a miracle. They haven't trained me. I'm not familiar with the Gunter family. Tom pursed his mouth and replied. Ah, is that so? I'm sorry. Bollocks slapped his lips. Then they are so lucky. Speaking of training, said Nelson, who was full of food and drink, suddenly said, for Grindelwald, as long as he is a wizard, he is treated equally. If he is really successful, then there may be no more family training and resources are such a thing. Is that so? Then I need to think about it. Borox frowned and quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. He once again took a deep look at his children, staring at the glass without saying a word. After a long while, he looked at Nelson and asked seriously, Mr. Wiltning, do you think the same as Master Grindelwald? No two people have exactly the same thoughts. Nelson opened his hands and said an answer that was a vain answer. Even the most determined saint may not agree with every word of Grindelwald. It's not Grindelwald. How can it be the same as his thoughts? I mean, for our families. Borox considered his words, and once again turned his eyes to the two children. For example, the Black family, what do you think? As far as I know, the contact with us, those people's ideas should be a little different from yours. This is one of the reasons why I want to find you. I hope I can get in touch with Lord Grindelwald more directly and save those annoying intermediate steps. Bollock seemed to see something and kept probing. Me, Alfred and Wahlberg are my good friends. Nelson pointed to his nose and shook his head with a smile. I'm very curious. Who told you that I am a proud student of Grindelwald? To be honest, I think neither Grindelwald nor I have said this. I understand that there are always people who like to chew their tongues, but I swear that none of us will take the initiative to inquire about this, said Bollock with a serious face. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Don't worry, Nelson said, picking up a napkin, wiping his mouth gently. Tom and I may be going to Albania in some time, and we will transfer from Krakow in the middle. Maybe we can take you to Newmont on the way. Gad, are you interested? When Borox had a very rich expression. He didn't seem to have thought that Nelson would initiate such an invitation. He rubbed his hands with some excitement and said, I think I should prepare. We are going to, Nelson said, stopping the conversation. He looked at Tom and asked, didn't you say you want to do something in London? It's the same when you come back. Anytime. Tom raised his head and said to Bollocks, we will leave tomorrow. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike mobile version website, Chapter 216, The Black Wizard near the Black Tower. Do we need to prepare anything? Bollocks took out a bottle of perfume spray, closed his eyes, and sipped a few drops on his face. It seemed that he was more concerned than the young boy seeing his sweetheart. He took back the perfume, took out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, and looked at it in disgust. After looking at the sky and the dim twilight around him, he asked, Master Grindelwald has any other preferences? I'm afraid these gifts are not what he wants. Several wizards in black robes of pirated saints stood motionless behind him, like sculptures, which were mistaken for gifts he prepared for Grindelwald, who loves sculpture art. You have been asking all night. Nelson smiled and shook his head. He doesn't care about these things very much. You know, no matter how precious treasures you are, there will be no precious treasures in his collection, unless Nelson stopped talking and waved his hand grinningly. Upon seeing this, Borox reached into his pocket and asked, Except what? Ha ha, I said you can't catch it. After that, Nelson squeezed his eyes at Tom, who was still awake, and walked to the center of Grimmauld Place, where rows of boxes were neatly arranged. Have you seen London at 4 o'clock in the morning? This is the worst air quality time of the day, and this time happens to be the worst air quality ever in London. Feeling the pollutants like sand in the air, Nelson regrets not wearing a mask. He stepped on the ground, walked around, found a relatively flat ground, pulled a long black cane from his pocket, and pointed it on the ground. These damn moles, I haven't seen a sunny day since I was a kid. The sky seemed to be obscured by rag, and Bollock stood beside Tom, pacing pretendingly, looking towards the sky, waiting for the saints he imagined to come to meet him. Mr. Black, Tom said with a yawn, it has nothing to do with moles. Even if there is no one inhabited here, you can hardly see the sun. That's true. The horizon turned white, showing the color of a dead fish under the refraction of the haze. Bollock took out his pocket watch, struggled for a moment, and finally asked, Mr. Wiltning, I didn't mean to. I want to urge you, I just want to know when the people who will meet us will come. The one who meets us? Nelson shook his head. I'm just measuring. What to measure? Measure how big a circle I should draw. As soon as the voice fell, Nelson shook his stick, lifted it high, and then thrust it into the ground forcefully. The stick sank effortlessly into the bluestone floor tiles of Grimmauld Place as if tofu was forbidden, and then, Borlox stared in horror, under the gaze of Nelson, a white aperture with a radius of about 10 meters with Nelson as the center rose straight from the ground, just right to include the wizards and the boxes present. He finally understood why Nelson wanted him to arrange for people to use moles early. The expulsion curse. Why did he let him gather the people and things he wanted to take in an empty field? Nelson glanced around and saw that nothing had been missed, so he placed his other hand on the jewel at the top of his hand, and shouted in ancient Greek, Pitya. The center a dazzling white light flashed, and the next second, a group of people disappeared in the center of Grimmauld Place with their luggage. As for the moles who got up in the morning and saw that the flat ground in the center of the square, like a knife, would extend some urban legends. This is not within Nelson's consideration. In a place that no one had discovered, in Nelson's pocket, because of hearing the ancient Greek name Pitya, the Order of the Guardian medal burst out with the same dazzling silver light because of Nelson's shouting, but I can't see my fingers in my pockets with how many things I don't know. No one sees this bright light that is not inferior to the outside world, and its brilliance is not accompanied by sound or heat, and even its owner did not feel it. Strange changes. Not long before the light gradually faded. After the silent teleportation, Borox's panting voice came into everyone's minds. Except for Nelson, who had closed his eyes long ago, and Tom, who had not opened his eyes at all. The group finally slowly recovered from the short-term blindness caused by the glare. Coming over, Bollocks raised his head and met Nelson's curious eyes. Mr. Black, are you motion sick? Huh? Bollock blinked his eyes and asked suspiciously, has it arrived? Yeah, What do you think? Nelson stretched out his hand and pointed around. He saw a group of people in a huge white domed building with complex shapes and round magic patterns in gold and silver carved at their feet. There are still countless such magic patterns in the venue. Countless goods and wizards are busy in it. A scene of enthusiasm. Destination, Newmangud. Visit, London. Is the transmission from London to Krakow open now? A young black-robed wizard with heavy glasses like the bottom of a beer bottle is never far away. The registration office ran up, brandishing a booklet, staring disgustedly at the rubble scattered on the magic pattern. How many times have you said, "Don't bring rubbish"? When you send it, our cleaning will delay the next wave of transmission. Okay. Nelson waved his hand. I see. It's good to know, but it can't be like this next time. A guy brought half an orc over, and it was so disgusting that we hadn't eaten for a few days. The registered wizard helped his eyes and continued to stare at the pamphlet. Visit the reason. Buy? What is this? I thought you were sending military money somewhere. Applicant, Nelson Wiltoning. Wiltoning. He was chanting the name and suddenly realized who the visitor was. His body was tightened. He stood upright. The boot on his right foot slammed on his left foot, making a bang, and he threw the pamphlet on the ground, performed a standard wizard ceremony, and shouted, "Master Wiltoning." When the busy wizards around heard the call of the registered wizard, they stopped their work and looked in the direction of Nelson. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to find a box to open and hide in, so he had to pay attention to the people around him. Sharon walked to the registered wizard, stood in front of him, coughed lightly, and said, "You take them to Newmangud. These are British wizards. If you want to join, you must treat them well." "What about you, Lord Wiltoning?" The registered wizard's face flushed, and if it wasn't because of shyness, it was blown by the wind. He asked reluctantly, "Don't you take them yourself?" "Me?" Nelson scratched his head. "I have something to do, so I left them a letter of introduction. If you can't find someone to make a decision, go to Zweig. Do you know Zweig? This place should be managed by him after I leave." "I know." The registered wizard looked at Nelson with piercing eyes, but turned into embarrassing eyes under the refraction from the bottom of the beer bottle. He was a little scared but very firm and said, "Master Zweig ordered, if when you come back here, you must stay and inform him. Do you know that this kind of thing is not suitable for telling the target so blatantly? It is easy for him to escape." I remembered. Looking at the flushed face under the glasses at the bottom of the beer bottle, Nelson stretched his voice and said, "Are you back from the North Pole?" "My lord, it's Antarctica," the registered wizard corrected. "I think I already remembered why I sent you to the South Pole." Nelson raised his forehead, leaned closer, and whispered in a low voice, "I think a young and promising wizard like you should go to the North Pole again. Polar bears are also a kind of a creature full of magic." I really want to see Zweig. I really miss him," Nelson said with a bitter face, and put on a sad tone. "I'm actually more sad than him when I can't see him, but you know, yes, there are some things that time is waiting for no one. Think about it. You are now interrogating me for 10 minutes. What if you are short of 10 minutes later?" The bottom of the beer bottle was a little shaken. "Think about it. No one has ever seen me come here." Seeing the bottom of the beer bottle, he wanted to refute. Nelson didn't care about changing his breath and continued. "After all, no one wants to go to the North Pole. The matter is our personal relationship. But there are some more important things that I need to do. If you are lucky enough to be back alive, I ask you to go to the North Pole to eat shrimp, and you should remember to contact me when you come back alive." There was horror on his face at the bottom of the beer bottle. "My lord, you?" "Oh." Nelson patted his shoulder while the iron was hot, and asked earnestly, "Tell me, what is our purpose?" Once again, the bottom of the beer bottle stood upright, and Grindelwald's famous words blurted out, "For yes," Nelson said after him, "for the greater good." As a result, the bottom of the beer bottle turned his face serious, and trotted to the registration desk in small steps. "Wait." Nelson called him back. Fuhr ordered a few words, and then let him go. After doing all this, Nelson shrugged and walked back to Tom. The long-standing Bollocks looked at the prosperous wizards around him, and looked at the important supplies that suddenly appeared on the magic patterns that were lit up everywhere. After the materials were cleared, the magic pattern used for the next wave of receiving or transshipment was immediately illuminated. I was shocked by the fact that in such a space not as large as a street in Diagon Alley, the throughput of goods surpassed the Black family in just 10 minutes. As the head of the household, he can see more of the total throughput of the business for several months. The common transportation methods used by wizards have not changed for hundreds of years. They are nothing more than transportation such as flying broomsticks and magic carpets, advanced magic such as phantom shift, or transmission props such as flunet and door keys. But they are more, at least there are flaws. The more intuitive point is that they need at least one person to use, and cannot carry too many things. But Bollocks saw that in a magic pattern next to him, a box of unrecognizable goods appeared out of thin air. After being removed by the alchemy doll waiting here, another batch of goods appeared in the same position. It was hard for him to imagine that if there was a conflict, the British wizards might not deliver strategic materials at the door of the house as fast as the magic pattern of Newmangud. As a black wizard who once specialized in delivery and transportation, the proudest invention of the Black family is the double-sided mirror and the connected vanishing cabinet. But these expensive props are nothing compared with Krakow's teleportation magic pattern. Little ugly Bollocks, who had been confident in his family's technology before, realized at this moment that perhaps the gold and silver treasures he brought with him were the most precious things he had at present. He clenched his fist, firming up his choice even more. "Wake up, Tom." Nelson went to a pile of boxes and looked at Tom, who was sitting on it, resting his head on his arms, posing as a cold look like Tom, and whispered, "We should go now." "Huh?" Tom was a little dead asleep, and the shout woke up Bollocks, who was aside. Nelson turned his head, looked at Bollocks, and said with a smile, "It's shocking, isn't it? That's why I recommend you come to Newmangud to learn from it." "It's indeed very shocking." Bollock nodded and said, "I thought the truce before the Saints was a real truce. Now I want to come." "When you see this, it's hard to get away anymore," Nelson quipped. "Who knows that?" Bollocks turned around and said to Nelson earnestly, "Our family will not run away." Following the strong is the instinct of every wizard who yearns for a strong one. I think Master Grindelwald is undoubtedly such a one. The strong. Nelson scratched his head, not knowing what to say, so he spread out his hand and introduced, "This is Krakow, the geographic center of Europe, and the center of the Witcher Highway in Newmangud. Those bad battles, in peaceful times, the value of logistics here will also be quite high." "Indeed." Bollock rubbed his chin and nodded heavily. "Yesterday Alfred borrowed some books from the Black family," Nelson continued. "I noticed that the magic of the Black family's fortune is actually quite similar to this. We are far short of the miracle created by Master Grindelwald." "No, don't be arrogant." Nelson shook his head. "Although I did not preside over the construction here, I was in charge of it at the beginning. Although there is no real work, I can feel that the wizards in the center are touching the stones. Crossing the river, you may just not think of these ideas, but the Black family must be more experienced in magical matters. This is why I strongly recommend you to Grindelwald." "Thank you so much." Bollock took off his hat, grateful. "Someone will take you on the next road." Nelson scratched his head, stretched his arms, snapped his fingers in Tom's ear. Tom was awakened, and Nelson grabbed his arm and said goodbye to Bollock. "We hurry to Albania, let's say goodbye." After all, he pulled Tom, flashed and teleported to a spot where the magic pattern was just lit up not far away. Before leaving, Nelson looked deeply at the big wooden box he wanted to get into when he was embarrassed before, followed by white light. When they let go, the two disappeared. In less than a blink of an eye, the next magic pattern lit up, and a big bald head flashed out. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike mobile version website, 117th chapter Albania. The feeling of crossing the teleportation magic pattern is no different from jumping from one puddle to another. Tom, who has been teleported twice and has just made up for a while, finally wakes up. He opened his eyes and caught his eye. The sky and the sea are full of blue, except for the white waterbirds and waves. Almost everything is blue. I don't know where the moist sea breeze came from and hit Tom's face straight. He lowered his head and found himself standing on a tall stone pillar surrounded by the sea and not far from the long white coastline. The pillar is 4 or 5 meters above the coastline, and the top can only accommodate a few people standing. In the middle is a small stone plate engraved with teleportation magic patterns. Tom walked to the edge and bent down to look down. The stone soil pillar, the lower half of the movie, is even worse than the upper half, full of cavities and traces of water erosion, and it looks shaky. Tom shook his head, retracted his head, and waited beside the still luminous stone plate. He felt a little surprised. It was obviously Nelson who came in first, so why did he come out first by himself? Not long after, the hot and humid sea breeze became lighter, but it made the surrounding air more humid and hot. Tom saw a drop of sweat from his forehead falling on the hot surface of the stone soil pillar and instantly vaporized, so he had to get from his sleeves. Throwing out the magic wand in the middle, cast a cooling curse that included the stone formation on the spot. This place is amazing. Tom, who was watching seagulls fishing, turned his head and saw Nelson walking slowly out of the glowing magic pattern holding a book. It seemed to be a book introducing the national conditions of Albania. As he stepped out, the light extinguished, but it lit up again at the moment it extinguished. Nelson raised his eyebrows, closed the book with one hand and held it in his arms, drew his wand and waved behind him, and the teleportation magic pattern with the rock as the base suddenly broke into several pieces and lost it. The gloss was lost, and the teleportation that had just started was clearly interrupted. "TSK Tusk," Nelson said, shaking his head, "is it still coming?" "Who?" Tom blinked and asked. "Of course it's the one who wants to catch me back." "I told you. Zweig." Nelson smiled and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Before we leave, he can't catch me unless he rides." Flew over with a broom, and cruised across Albania, imagining an image of a bald-headed diligently patrolling on the broomstick. Nelson laughed unconsciously. Tom didn't grasp his smile. Instead, he pointed anxiously at the broken stone plate behind Nelson, and asked, "Does it really matter if you broke it?" "It's okay." Nelson shook his head. "I can build another one at any time. My cane that can connect to the internet is an important part of the hub." After that, he took the stick out of his pocket, held it in his hand and turned it around, then raised his hand and threw it into the air. When the stick was about to fall, he raised the wand and pointed it lightly. "Avoid others for me." "Oh, there is no one else here." Nelson finally noticed his surroundings, raised his eyebrows, and muttered to himself, "I remember when I was looking for a place, the sea was not so high. It may be the flood season." He shook his head, bent down, and wiped the edge of the stone soil pillars with his wand. Soon, a ladder seemed to grow from the stone soil pillars to the white sandy beach and the walking stick floated on. Over his head, he was constantly rotating and patrolling, while Nelson took Tom and stepped down the ladder that was just connected. When they reached the beach and their feet were down to earth, the ladder behind them was like a castle of sand, which was blown away by the wind. "Where are we?" Tom asked. "Didn't you say it?" Nelson looked at Tom strangely. "The Albania you miss. I thought we would land in a forest or some other similar place. I didn't expect it would be the sea." Tom nodded and continued, "It's a little different from what I imagined. You can't treat Albania as a landlocked country just because it has a forest." Nelson smiled and shook his head, patted Tom on the shoulder, and walked forward. "Although this beach is very long, it is not wide, and the distance grows. The land with trees is not far away." Over a boulder, the two set foot on the moist soil. Although there are only some low shrubs beside them at the moment, the forest is not far away. Nelson stood in place, waiting for some panting. Tom said, "Now you can release Nagini. This environment should be more suitable for her." Tom nodded, took out a small silver ball half-red painted by Nelson from his arms, gently pressed the upper mechanism, and placed it carefully on the ground. After a while, A scale was bigger than a small silver ball. The big black python crawled out of it easily. Nagini first raised his head and observed the surroundings, then crawled to Tom and coiled himself around him. "Nagini, I want to walk." Tom reluctantly patted the scales on Nagini's neck, scratched the gaps between the scales with his knuckles, and then looked at Nagini, who had untied himself, and asked, "Shall we go straight over?" "Go over?" Nelson shook his head. "I just came to the shore first. The sea is too hot. I don't know where you are looking for. I have caught you in the forest of Albania. You should lead the way next up." "This is the forest?" Tom frowned, looked at the small saplings around them that were malnourished by the erosion of the salt and alkali of the sea, and asked, "You broke the teleportation array, and it won't affect Newmangood's presence here, right?" "No, to be precise, there is nothing wrong with Newmangood here." Nelson shook his head. "I said, this place is strange." "No, it's amazing." "Is it?" Because he nodded in denial. Tom understood. "No. Because everything here has no value. Resources have no value. Wizards have no value. Nothing has value." Nelson shook his head. "Germany occupied this place from Italy before, and found that it has no other meaning. But you can't withdraw your troops, and you won't be able to win the battle." "Hi." Tom shook his head, expressing unimaginable. "It's not like a European country on the Mediterranean coast at all. You said it was founded by Antarctic penguins." "I believe it." Nelson said Tom Yang and said, "I'm here to bring some extracurricular reading materials. This book can be loaned to you." "So do you know where you are looking for?" "I can't wait to find a place to build a house. After all, Animagus will take a long time." Hearing Animagus, Nagini, who was swimming among the trees not far away, also stuck his head, staring at Tom with green eyes. Okay. Tom shrugged, reached into his arms and fumbled, and quickly took out a delicately shaped woman's purse, and said embarrassingly, "This was lent to me by Wahlberger, you know." "Yes, her things are generally not right." "Understand." Nelson nodded and asked, "So where are you going to find the place?" "Don't worry." Tom unfastened the silver clasp on his wallet, reached in and fumbled carefully. After a while, he held a bronze ring with a sense of age and raised his hand. Nelson saw this familiar ring suddenly, squinted his eyes. "Seriously, I sincerely regret that Hogwarts is missing a major feature." Nelson craned his neck and looked closely at the door knocker that had been at the entrance of the Ravenclaw lounge for 1,000 years. Tom lit the eagle-head knocker with a string of complicated spells. The knocker floats horizontally on Tom's palm, with the sharp corners of the eagle's head pointing straight to the northeast. Tom looked at the scale on it, raised his head, and said, "The direction is determined, but the distance is a little far away. I think it may take a little effort to walk over." "How far?" 300. 300 what? There was a question mark above Nelson again. 300 meters? 300 steps? 300 miles? Or 300 light years? What are light years? That's not important. What's the important thing? I don't know. Tom shook his head and said, "This unit is too old and I don't know it. But I don't think it will take too much time. I brought a flying broomstick." According to Miss Gray, she is in the forest. After running for 2 days, I was caught by the bloody barrow. I think a lady should not be able to run too far in 2 days. What's the matter? Tom looked at Nelson, who was hesitant to speak, and asked, "I don't know how to ride a flying broomstick." "What is it now?" "Hurry up and use your Alpipus Wahlberger wallet to find a way." Nelson curled his lips. "I just saw a corner of the flying carpet pop out. I don't know how to ride a flying broomstick anyway." "You can figure it out." "Okay." Tom lowered his head again to look for it, and soon pulled out with a one-millimeter thick roll. "This flying carpet should be a family model, suitable for large families or 3 generations." Fortunately, the pattern of the flying carpet is not strange. The two worked together to unfold the flying carpet the size of the living room and spread it out on the ground. Tom wiped his sweat and asked, "Nah, there is a very important question now." "What?" Nelson asked. "You don't know how to use flying carpets, do you?" "As expected of you." Tom gave a thumbs up approvingly. "What do you mean?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. Do you really know how to use flying carpets? Yes, I have never used this kind of transportation. The two finally got on the flying carpet. Under Tom's wonderful hand, the flying carpet took two people and a snake and flew into the shape of a golden snitch. Nelson never thought that he would participate in Quidditch in this way. Item sports. Above the flying carpet, a walking stick was wrapped with a door knocker, and the two people below were staring with small eyes through a snake head that was obviously airsick. Tom, I think the flying carpet should be used to fly. Think about it, it's like we just spread out on the ground, and then we sit on it. Very stable, and can even make a cup of tea. Nelson's hair was in the air. The wind was blown into a wild and unruly appearance, except for the sound of the wind. There was a buzzing noise, and the Tom opposite him was banged by the wind, revealing the worrying forehead of the hairline. You use a flying carpet like this? Rolling us up makes me feel like I am luggage. Didn't we fly like that in the first place? Tom asked rhetorically, but the wind was so strong that the horns were blown up. His voice fluctuated up and down, disappearing in the sound of the louder and louder wind. With the rapid flight of the magic carpet, the surrounding trees became taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, the forest became denser, and the types of plants became more and more abundant, and the cane above the head turned from time to time to boring. The earth turned somersaults in the sky, and Nelson realized that he had reached a virgin forest where few people set foot. More and more trees that Nelson can't call his name appeared in his field of vision. Under the cover of the dense canopy, he could no longer see the ground. Some residents in the forest poked their heads out of the canopy to observe this weird, uninvited guests flying low overhead. After a while, when Nelson felt that his face had become numb, the speed of the flying carpet finally slowed down. It slowly fell, and beat itself 1 meter above the ground, and it would be rolled up. The two who got up threw a snake like a violent sort of luggage. Nelson rubbed his buttocks, feeling the gradually regaining consciousness and the buzzing of silence, and looked at Tom, who had fallen to the side but was full of joy. What's the matter? Made you comfortable? Nelson walked up to Tom and stretched out his hand, trying to pull him up, but Tom clapped the hand he had reached, and then continued to lie on the ground happily. Asked, "Are you there yet?" Tom nodded and raised his finger to a strange-looking mountain in the distance. Following his direction, Nelson looked at the mountain through the gap of the leaves like an axe stuck in the ground, where they landed. In the shade of this mountain, the lack of direct sunlight makes the vegetation here relatively sparse, and there are large areas of bare ground. If you are not afraid of bugs, then this is definitely a good place to live. That's the mountain, Tom lying on the ground said excitedly. Unlike his tired body, his voice was excited. There is a hollow tree stump around, look for it. Ravenclaw's crown is inside. There are too many trees here. Nelson took out a small ball from his pocket and threw it into the depths of the forest. As he walked to a large rock by a small stream, he drew out his wand and began to deform it. Under the influence of magic, this big rock, which may not have changed for thousands of years, is rapidly changing its appearance, moving closer to the house with chimneys that Nelson likes. While maintaining the deformation, he said, "Let's settle down first and go out to look for it together later." Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, Chapter 218th Silent Forest. If you want me to say, we can live in a tent. The tent that Wallbad to lent me is still here, and there are even tea sets in it. Tom was holding his magic wand and chopped down the covered branches one by one like a baboon wielding a stick. The branches with fresh leaves fell like rain. Fortunately, there were no caterpillars on it. Nor did it affect Nelson's normal construction. We are going to stay here for a long time. Nelson was carefully turning the wood that Tom had cut into a wooden door and installed it on the doorway of the stone house. An alchemist who was less than 30 centimeters in length jumped out of his pocket. After a while, the entire vacant lot was filled. Led by an alchemist who looked like an exclamation point, he began to level the surrounding land, and picked up the branches that Tom had dropped, tied them into a fence, and tied them around the hut without head. Said back, You can take out the furniture in the tent and put it in the house. Of course, if you want, you can also set up the tent directly in the room. Do you think I have this quirk? Tom rolled his eyes, looked at the sky above his head that was trimmed into a standard square, nodded in satisfaction, turned sideways and walked past Nelson into the cabin without doors and windows. Said, "I want that sunny room." "Yes," Nelson nodded. "Remember to install windows." "Can't you just help?" Tom shrugged, leaned out of the empty window frame, grabbed a handful of branches on the ground, and drew back. The efficiency of magic is unquestionable. Under the influence of Zweig's professional construction team, Nelson's business has become very proficient. It took less than half a day, and even the position of the sun has not been moved much. This beautiful stone cottage, it has already begun to take shape. The surrounding flat ground is covered with metal plants for defense, and the fence covered with spikes and magic patterns looks around. In the garden underground, there are some more fierce machines. If you are ready to go, there may not be any fortress in the world with such a fortification, but the object they guard is a mushroom-shaped hut painted with a red roof that seems to be moved from a fairy tale. The stove that Tom moved out of the tent just happened to be stuck in the flue of the hut. An exquisite silver kettle was sitting on it, steaming grumblingly. Tom was sitting on the sofa next to him, rubbing his sore shoulders, looking at Nelson, who was giving orders to the alchemy villain who worked last night in the sun at noon. "Is it necessary?" Tom lightly picked it with his magic wand, and a column of hot water shot out from the kettle in front of him, and poured it precisely into the teapot beside him. After a while, the whole house was overflowing with tea fragrance, and he was satisfied. Nodded, bent down and took out a bottle of butterbeer from the ice bucket under the table. "Do you want to conquer Albania in this battle? Be careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years. Nelson gave the last alchemy villain the task of leading a patrol, turned around, and walked towards Tom. "It is said that Albania has a population of vampires. This kind of creature is not to be underestimated." "Vampire?" Tom grinned mockingly. "Is that the race of the guy who runs the bar in the slum?" "This is the base camp. If you don't keep it all, they will have any masters." "It's useless to have a master." Tom waved his hand and said, "Have you forgotten? You came here to practice animagus." "I asked someone specifically." "In the next month, this place will be. It's a sunny day." "I've always been very curious." Nelson looked at Tom's brewed tea strangely, and also drew a bottle of butterbeer from the ice bucket, sat on the sofa opposite him, opened the bottle cap and drank tons. He got up, half a bottle of his stomach, he closed his mouth, swallowed the burp, and asked curiously, "Who did you ask? Does anyone specialize in weather forecasting now?" "I asked Mrs. Clemens." Tom shrugged. "Ask her to help me make predictions, and she promised that there will be no other weather except sunny days." "Guaranteed?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. "Is that accurate?" "No." Tom lowered his head, took a sip of the butterbeer, and said, "She told me that the magic of prophecy should not be used for such trivial things. She taught me a spell to disperse clouds and mist, which can be forcibly maintained. At least a month of sunny days." "What's the matter with you?" Tom raised his head. "What is your expression?" "Nothing," Nelson said dryly. "This is indeed an accurate prediction. I'll just say it." Tom proudly raised the glass bottle in his hand, drank Nelson to clink glasses in the void, and asked, "By the way, is there a wizard here?" "Yes." Nelson changed to a more comfortable position and picked up the book he had been reading. "Although most of the wizarding families in Albania have moved out of this place due to the influence of vampires, there are still a small number of them. Most of the wizards who are unwilling to leave their homeland, and the local Melbourne wizards choose to complete their studies in Durmstrang, which is why the local wizards can balance with vampires in a sparsely populated situation." "I see. This is a dark wizard's den." Tom nodded. "In fact, it's not. Their attitude is mainly influenced by their own religion and folklore." Nelson shook his head and said, "I don't know how to describe it. We also dealt with them when we came here to build the teleportation array, but how do you say it? They are even more difficult to communicate than vampires." "Well, I really want to see and see. In the dimness, Tom only felt that he had a funny dream. In the dream, he was standing at a very high place. Everyone was kneeling under his feet, while Nelson stood quietly opposite and told him, "Here, facing mortals, you shouldn't pretend like this." "Then how should I pretend, Tom? How should I pretend?" Tom asked anxiously, full of curiosity. Tom, who was awakened from his dream, opened his eyes and saw Nelson, who raised his arms and was about to slap himself, rubbed his eyes and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nagini is gone," Nelson said anxiously. "I just asked the alchemist to find her, but they only returned halfway." "Is there something?" "I think so." Nelson nodded hard, pulled Tom up, looked at his watch, and said, "It's 2:30, not long before. I think it will be too late." Tom clenched his fist and slammed a hole in the arm of the sofa. The leather armrest rebounded slowly. Tom flicked his sleeve and a wand appeared in his hand. "Want to bring some garlic?" "I think vampires shouldn't come out to do things like this." "Well, where shall we find it?" "Follow it," Nelson said, pointing to the alchemy villain beside him. It said it saw the direction in which a large number of villains disappeared. And Nagini probably disappeared too. "It's not worrying." Tom walked outside the house cursingly, grabbed the alchemy villain and threw it in front of him, let it lead the way with speed, fastened his shoelaces with magic, and said in big strides, "I'll open the way, you after the break." Tom and Nelson walked carefully through the woods with their magic wands. As they continued to deepen, the crown of the trees above their heads became denser, and even completely covered the sky. The original noisy cicadas gradually disappeared, except for the rubbing of leaves above their heads. The two of them could hardly hear the sound of rusting even their footsteps. Nelson's leather shoes stepped heavily on the moss that had never been seen on the ground without making any sound. "The sound of this leaf is really annoying." Tom pushed aside the thorns on both sides with his protected hands, and followed the bouncing alchemist idol forest in the depths. Nelson followed behind and took one at a time. "The small balls are stuffed into the branches of the trees on both sides. It's a good thing to be able to hear the sound," Nelson said with an untimely sneer. "It at least proves that you are not deaf." "Ha ha." Tom grinned blankly, and continued to move forward. Soon, the surrounding light became dim, and only the lighting spell on the tips of the two wands could be used as a light source, which made people confused between day and night. The repeated environment also made people lose their sense of time. They couldn't help but start to wonder, yes, it's not that they walked for too long, the two walked from day to night. "Nah, how long have we been walking?" Tom frowned, took out his pocket watch to check the time, and said suspiciously, "I am here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's only half an hour before we set off." "Hush." Nelson motioned for Tom to silence. The two stood there without making a sound. Immediately afterwards, Nelson turned his head and asked with a solemn expression, "Have you heard the sound of leaves since the beginning?" "No." Tom was listening, then shook his head and said, "I can't hear anything. Not even the sound of the wind." Exploring in a place like the forest is sometimes quieter than noisy or even more dangerous. When you can't hear any sound or see any animals, it proves that there is either nuclear radiation or a top predator, not to mention, said the scene at the moment where you can't even hear the wind. "It's really a good thing to be able to hear the sound now," Nelson said dryly, putting his hands in his pockets, and saying, "You stay close to me, ready to show your presence at any time." "Yeah?" Tom nodded, raised his wand, his eyes lit up with red light. He looked forward, his body was tense, and he was already in a state of fighting. "Should I go ahead?" "Let's go. I'm behind you." Nelson nodded, and a strange device with magical light was floating behind him, and they fired lasers at each other, linking them to form an intangible barrier. These silver devices are slender and beautiful. The slender cylindrical main body is supported by two huge transparent elytres that are quickly fanned. In the center of the main body, a red light spot looks at everything around me indifferently like an eye. Several devices fly to the front and arrange them to the left and right of Tom to protect him. "What is this?" Tom raised his eyes to look at the silver figure above his head, then lowered his head and looked forward. not daring to relax. "This is a new turret I made. It can fly. It's called a mayfly," Nelson introduced. "Do you like it?" "The name is not very auspicious," Tom commented. "It feels a bit short-lived." "It's okay, basically no cost," Nelson shrugged. "They are as cheap as mayfly, but useful. As long as there is enough." Tom stopped his thorny movement and stood still. "And can eat an elephant." Ahead, two trees close to each other blocked the way, and the alchemist who led Tom jumped to the junction of the two trees, seeming to observe the road conditions ahead. Tom vigorously blinked his eyes, which had become dry due to long-term tension. But when he opened them, the alchemy villain in his vision suddenly disappeared. "Who?" He raised his arm. A beam of red light shot straight forward, making a boom, and the two trees blocking the road separated a little to the sides. Apart from this, they did not suffer any other damage. "It seems that their ordinary bark is what kind of powerful magic immunity material is general." Hearing Tom's hands, Nelson didn't ask what happened. He just raised his right hand, and the red dots on the mayfly who followed lit up at the same time. Then, beams of spells shot out from the red dots, covering the front densely. "What happened?" Nelson asked nervously, reaching out his left hand and grabbing Tom by the shoulder, ready to take him away at any time. "I don't know." Tom shook his head, gritted his teeth and stared at the black hole in the bush. "Your little guy suddenly disappeared. I didn't even notice it." "Sure enough, there is something unusual in the woods." "Something unusual?" Nelson squinted and made a fist with his right hand. "In the surrounding bushes, every hidden corner was lit up with red lights." Without knowing what the enemy was, a fierce attack was on the verge of exploding. The forest seemed to perceive Nelson's desire to attack, and also guessed the possible power. Without any external influence, the two trees blocking Tom's path fell straight to the sides and slammed on the ground vigorously. Over Tom's shoulders, Nelson could see that the road ahead suddenly opened up. A naturally formed avenue led straight to the front. On both sides, the crowns of tall trees falling towards the center were connected to form an arch-like structure. The scars painted with annual rings are like eyes, staring silently at two uninvited guests in the forest. A gust of wind blew, and Nelson finally heard the long-lost rustle. These thick trees bent forward under the breeze, as if welcoming two visitors. Nelson's pupils tightened, and through the business shared by the mayfly, he saw some alchemy doll fragments and blood-stained vines hidden in hidden corners behind these trees. A sharp female voice rang in front of the two of them, echoing in the bushes. "Are you here to steal wisdom too?" Please remember that this book starting domain, Bike mobile version website, Chapter 219. The enemy is the forest. Who are you? Tom gritted his teeth. His eyes released a terrifying red light, raised his hand to accumulate energy, and then, a thick black electric light full of destructive power shot forward. It became thicker and thicker as it was flying, and it was in the forest in an instant. An open space was left in between. The exposed soil was dry and cracked and turned black. The tall trees that were rubbed against the leaves by the electric light lost all their vitality and turned into a curled coke. Some stones scattered on the ground contain metal. The composition, with faint black electric light jumping and flickering on it, exuding a dangerous atmosphere. The black thunder cut off the leaves above the head, and the bright sky shone from the top of the head, illuminating this land that has not seen the sun for a long time. But the soil that has not seen the sun for a long time does not show any greed. On the scale of time, the lifespan of a few trees may be nothing to the earth at all. The dark wizard who covets wisdom. The female voice groaned softly, and there was no more sound. After showing his strength, Tom raised his head and said viciously, "No matter who you are, give me Nagini." Rustle. The breeze blew, and the trees with leaves not far away made a neat movement. A wind with a large number of leaves rushed out of the airstrike caused by Tom's curse, blocking the vision of the two, and Nelson stepped forward, put up the barrier. This wind before the words fell, the wind made up of almost half of the leaves suddenly accelerated, and hit Nelson's barrier fiercely. The violent sound of swords chopping armor followed one after another, knocking Nelson back several times through the iron curse. step. A few seconds later, Nelson felt a little less powerful. He just raised his head. However, the second wave of attacks followed. The leaves blocked by the barrier gathered into a strand, flew high, and fell heavily. At the moment he could not reflect. The barrier is completely shattered. Nelson's eyes widened. This was the first time that his iron armor curse was shattered by this seemingly non-destructive attack. Even if the barrier was broken, he did not find a trace of magic on the leaves. It seemed that the attacker was only with the tremendous power brought by speed and quantity. He shot such a powerful attack. He raised his arm and subconsciously covered his face. Although the unknown enemy is strong, Nelson is not a weak hand. He did not give orders, but the mayflies who had been on the sidelines activated the moment the barrier was broken. The mayflies next to Nelson flocked to them. The red in the center lighted up. Red high-temperature beams shot around without any scruples. The mayfly's abnormal movement awakened more mayfly and other devices hiding in the forest. Countless sound of breaking air came from the corners of the woods. From the sky above their heads and from the ground below their feet, various spells and various projectiles, crossbow arrows, rope nets were thrown out, and the forest around the two of them was messed up in an instant. And there were violent explosions one after another. It broke out, and the sound of a huge explosion spread for several kilometers around. Fortunately, there were no humans in the surrounding area, only animals that felt the danger and raced to flee were frantically restless. So troublesome. Nelson's hand has just been placed on his face at this moment. He put down his hand and stared at the gunpowder in front of him. The magic in his hand kept on, and the barriers were constantly piled up around. Under his command, a series of mayfly passed through the barrier and into the gunpowder smoke. Drill away. What's the matter? Tom reacted and started to bless magic around him. This involuntary attack aroused the tyrannical psychology in his heart. For those who are difficult to communicate, the magic wand is indeed the most effective communication tool. Let me see. Nelson frowned, closed his eyes, and shared the careers discovered by the mayfly through magic. However, whenever he linked one, the mayfly would instantly break the link. In the blink of an eye, they were wiped out by something unknown. What? Nelson's expression became more solemn. Tom noticed his expression, and silently set two more magics. Time passed by minute, he still knew nothing about the identity of the enemy, although it was vague speculation. But this kind of speculation can often push the war situation to a more unfavorable situation. Did you see anything? Tom looked at the thinning smoke in front of him, always feeling a slight vibration on the ground. He turned sideways, blocked in front of Nelson, raised his wand, and was ready to go hand in hand. Nelson's gaze was constantly switching between the perspectives of the scent mayflies. Every time he saw one, it would immediately go out. He simply waved his hand and sent a group of mayflies to huddle closely together and slowly flew straight ahead. His gaze was always fixed on a mayfly in the center. As soon as the mayfly left the barrier, he quickly and silently attacked them. Nelson's spirit was tense and he was unwilling to miss any information. Finally, when his vision was completely dark, at that moment, Nelson opened his eyes and gasped violently. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, and Tom was startled by this look. What's wrong with you? What happened? Tom only dared to tilt his head and asked anxiously, what did you see? I'm fine, just a little nervous just now, don't worry. Nelson shook his head lightly, rubbed his temples, his mouth curled up, and he looked at the thickened bushes ahead. I don't know when the traces left by Tom's blow spell were erased. The one in front of him. The forest became dense again, and tall trees filled the vacancies brought about by the destruction, holding their heads upright to resist the endless attacks of Nelson's silver balls. They were motionless, as if there were just a few unconcerned little ones around them. Sandstorm. What did you see? Tom stepped back and asked in a low voice. I think. Nelson nodded. Our enemy should be a dryad. What? What is a tree spirit? Tom raised his eyebrows. Is the beating willow still some similar magical plant? It should be stronger, but at least I know what it is. Nelson closed his eyes, rubbed his temples, and said, I saw it. It was the entire forest that just attacked them. I checked. It shouldn't be. Transfiguration is a kind of magic that activates and controls, and they have a unified consciousness. Will you die? Tom didn't seem to understand. Nothing is immortal. Nelson took a step forward and put his hand on Tom's shoulder. That's fine. Tom grinned, smiling excitedly, and whispered, Nagini is still alive, and we need to make a quick decision far away from here. I see. Nelson raised his wand and waved his arm. The smoke in front of him instantly dissipated. He raised his head and looked at the sky, waiting for the opponent's next reaction. Our next battle may cause irreversible harm, Nelson said loudly. We have no contradictions, and there is no need to provoke meaningless hatred. Let Nagini go. I can forget the blame, Tom said. Don't hurt the forest, Black Wizard. The cold female voice didn't answer Tom's question. Your violence is meaningless to the forest. It is nothing for the hurting forest like the fall of a tree. She removed her disguise, and vines climbed out of the shadows in the forest, waving like tentacles. So you can talk? Tom squinted and repeated, I said, let her go. I will not blame it. Stupid people have a common habit, which is arrogance, said the cold female voice without any emotion. Although her words were extremely rude, Nelson felt that she was not swearing subjectively. On the contrary, she seems to really feel like this. You have just been taught by my children to drop your helmets and remove your armor. How can you say that you are not responsible for the past? Your children? Nelson read this sentence and whispered to Tom, she really seems to be a tree spirit. Damn fellow. I can hear your whispers. The whole forest is my ear. The female voice finally took on a little emotion, and she shouted angrily, you will pay for your disrespect, stupid dark wizard. We are not a dark wizard. Nelson shook his head, and put his hand on Tom's shoulder slightly harder. Giant, where is Nagini? Silly. She moved really angry, and the surrounding Tengman began to shake violently, and even the big trees with them were like ghosts squirming in the dark night. It was terrifying, but Nelson didn't care about these huge-looking soldiers. The most common trees in these forests cannot break his defenses. The ground in the distance began to crack, and a large seam extended to the two of them. Then, the ground arched from the place where the crack started, like a giant beast marching under the ground. Nelson felt the ground shake. Immediately afterwards, the defensive device he placed underground was smashed into pieces by the devastating force. It's now, Nelson said hastily. Tom nodded and raised his hand. The long-supplied spell rushed forward fiercely, and saw a twisted, slender, knotty black shadow rushing out of the ground in front of the two of them. A green compound eye with a diameter of about 1 meter was located in the center of the black shadow, just in time to meet the black light from Tom, and the huge impact staggered the black shadow, who had just emerged and couldn't see what it was. The tyrannical curse, led by the sharp tip, used great force to penetrate the compound eyes of the black shadow, and the green mucus gushed out like a fountain, and fell on Nelson's barrier, making a sound of sizzling corrosion. The barrier was the ground was eroded layer by layer. The black light penetrated into the body of the black shadow through the scar of the compound eye. The next moment, the black shadow twisted in pain, waving its terrifying huge body, sweeping the surrounding trees to pieces, and Nelson could see it clearly. The whole picture. A vine, a thick emerald vine with about 4 or 5 people, a vine with compound eyes like a fly every 2 or 3 meters, and a vine that is bleeding with a strong fishy smell. Man, it doesn't seem to have a vocal organ, but a scream that hits the soul proclaims its pain. The black light that shoots into the body destroys it unscrupulously inside, and soon every compound eye opens with marks, and it exudes a smell of death. The black light came out cruelly, announcing its breaking. Nelson saw a strong hatred in every small hexagon in its compound eyes. It was like a child who was just born but was beaten. He didn't understand what is strong and weak, and he didn't understand death. I just wanted to give these two nasty guys a hard look. It's disgusting. Tom used the most simple language to make the most appropriate evaluation for this 10,000 Tenman. He shook his head, raised his hand holding the magic wand, a black thunder flashed by, and Tenman was pressed back into the ground forcefully. Rumble when it lay down completely. The sound of thunder came from the horizon. To be honest, I feel that this may be just one of. Before Tom finished speaking, he felt the hand that had been resting on his shoulders slightly hard. The next moment, darkness and depression hit him. When he opened his eyes again, it was hundreds of meters high in the sky. He lowered his head, looked at the ground, and said the second half of the endless sentence, 1. The shake became shorter before casting. After a short stay in the air, Nelson did not forget to take time to praise Tom's magic. What did you say? I said, you are getting more and more comfortable with this magic. Unlike the first time, it feels like a century of suffocation. I said, it was the first time I used it. Nelson condescendingly saw that at the moment when he took Tom's apparition to high altitude, several giants exactly the same as the Vineman just broke out of the surroundings, and there was even an unearthed place where he just stood. Local. They destroyed everything around them in a frenzied manner. After sweeping the surroundings into ruins, they stared at Tom's several fallen companions at first, and rushed to stretch out the spikes to pierce the compound eye of the Tengman, absorbing its nutrients. The fallen Tengman quickly became withered, and then quickly weathered and turned into fine sand, with no trace of existence. Tom shook his head, retracted his gaze, looked at Nelson and said, you don't want us to float like this forever? Nelson shook his head, stretched out his hand, and pressed his feet. A steel-silver falcon suddenly appeared at his feet. This is a body made by his unguarded god. Although he can't use a guardian now, the shell is still worth using. At least it is much better than a flying carpet. Under Nelson's control, the eyes of this mod-like bird glowed with blue light, and blade-like feathers protruded from the paws of the wings. Soon, this bird was born to soar in the sky. The giant falcon came alive. Nelson rolled over and sat on top of the giant falcon, looked at the ground, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Immediately afterwards, the mayflies he stayed on the ground shot red and dense high-temperature rays towards each other, connected to each other, and shuttled through the vines with dexterity, using high-temperature rays to cut these low-intelligence vines to 7 and 8. Drop. Is the main body over there? After finishing all this, Nelson looked far and saw a tall tree in the distance, which looked unusually abrupt against the surrounding relatively low trees. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, the 20th chapter. Tree Spirit, Ravenclaw. What kind of tree is that? Tom frowned and stared at the towering tree that stood out from the crowd. It looks like a spruce. Nelson took a look and asked, although I don't know why there is a spruce here, it looks very special. You think the guy who attacked us will be there? Although it looks like an important place, I think what we are looking for should not be there. Tom shook his head and pointed in the opposite direction of the tall tree. Nagini is over there. Following Tom's direction, Nelson saw an endless expanse of ordinary trees, no different from any direction in the forest, and even that direction was a little sparse due to the stone mountains nearby. He nodded, did not ask much, manipulated the iron falcon under the seat, and flew straight in the direction of Tom's finger. Right. The more conspicuous the place, the more likely it is a trap. The strong air current rolled Nelson's half-length hair into a beautiful lion. He put up a barrier on the iron falcon's back and said loudly, no, I know if you have noticed that since we flew here, the attack from the ground has not stopped. Is that so? Tom turned his head, put his face on the barrier, looked down, and a leaf flew up from underneath his scalp with a swish sound. It frightened him, and hurriedly retracted his head, and said with lingering fear, you said correct. How far is it? Nelson controlled the iron falcon to soar, enjoying the freedom of flying in the air, turning his head to ask Tom, are there any specific numbers? Tom nodded, stretched out his right hand, opened his left sleeve, and put his index finger and middle finger on his wrist. Nelson noticed that a black snake-like rune that looked like a tattoo was slowly emerging in red, and Tom closed his eyes, frowned, and said in his mouth, the direction you are flying needs to be 1 hour away from the left-hand side, which is about 2 miles ahead, but it is deeper and may be buried. What about the situation? It's healthy. At least it can respond to the call. Tom noticed that Nelson put his hand in the Iron Falcon's back, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "What do you want to do?" "You will know soon." The next moment, a toothy metal rubbing sounded from the Iron Falcon's body. It tried its best to spread its wings. In the feathers, sharper daggers stretched out. Nelson did not disguise their appearance. The flickering cold light indicated that these dagger-shaped feathers were used to kill. Immediately afterwards, these cold feathers fell off, turned upside down in the air, dragged the slender and hot tail flame neatly forward, and rushed to the ground almost in the blink of an eye. Before he blinked, Tom saw that the forest beneath his feet had been shot into ruins in the forward direction. It was different from the scorched and smoked scene before. After the feather fell to the ground due to the high temperature melting, the liquid metal quickly covered the ground. Although it does not completely cover the ground, this interconnected metal ground is like a scar in the forest, making it difficult for plants to regenerate in this area in a short time. A simple round of riding and shooting for the 2-1 wide, flat road without trees, not short or long, exactly 2 miles. Under the influence of high temperature, some already dry trees ignited spontaneously. Seeing that a forest fire is about to sweep the surrounding area, the forest responded in a timely manner. Those trees that were on fire pulled out their root systems, while flowing trees, juice, while dragging the roots like a human walking, moved to the clearing created by Nelson in a twisted posture. The rest of the trees that were not on fire swayed the canopy, watching the same kind who were sent to death through the fire. Hiss. It's disgusting. Tom was speechless when he saw the moving tree for the first time. It's okay. At least it proves that they are afraid of burning. Nelson blinked, reached back and grabbed Tom's wrist. "Okay, I will apparat," Tom yelled. "Well, we're almost there later, let's go straight down, let the bird hit forward and clear the way for us." "Okay, you are still good at hitting this weird thing." Tom nodded and asked, "Is this bird expensive? Would it cost too much if you hit it?" "No, for me, as long as it can be deformed, a bird is no different from a pile of iron. If I win, I just need to get the material back later." Nelson shrugged. "Of course, if I lose now, I don't need to collect materials. Just now." Having said that, the two suddenly disappeared on the Iron Falcon, and saw the giant bird spread its wings to the largest extent, and the gaps where the eyes, mouth, and body began to burst out with strong white light, as if something was about to come out through the body. Immediately afterwards, it looked at the densest place in front of the trees, stopped its forward thrust, and let out a clear bird's song. The magic contained in this bird's song was enough to cause the fragile life to faint. The next moment, the white light broke through its body. At the junction above, a blast resounded across the forest. Under the dazzling white light, Tom, who was too late to cover his eyes, was briefly blind. With the explosive sound of the powerful shockwave hitting, Tom finally had time to plug his ears. He opened his eyes with difficulty, just in time to see the scene of the surrounding trees falling down under the impact in a way that is the opposite of worshipping. There were stubbles broken by trees everywhere. He raised his head and found that the Iron Falcon that was originally suspended in the air had disappeared. Instead, it was a fire rain mixed with countless metal balls. They crackled, ignited flames, and went into the forest. Every corner. Outrageous. Tom shook his head and glanced around. He closed his eyes and felt Nagini's position without seeing Nelson. "Black Wizard, I open my arms and let you invade. Do you know why?" The cold female voice suddenly appeared. "You finally spoke. I thought I beat you dumb over there before," Tom said disdainfully. "Hide and hide like a mouse. Do you still have the face to ask questions?" "Poor stupid man," she said with strong compassion in the female voice, which is Tom's most annoying emotion. "For you, my unknown is the most powerful weapon." "See you mad at the unknown. The appearance of bombing is like falling leaves, can never imagine the high scenery. How pitiful. I never show my true face for stupid people." "Aren't you a dryad?" Nelson's voice suddenly penetrated, Tom opened his eyes and saw that the translucent Nelson was slowly emerging from the air. He turned his head and squeezed his eyes at Tom. Said, "I have seen through you." "What are you talking about?" Before the female voice could finish her words, a dense cold glow suddenly flashed in the forest in front of Nelson. The large number of metal balls he dropped through the Iron Falcon explosion was finally arranged, and they stretched out tough and slender filaments to connect with each other. Flying fast. The cutting efficiency of these filaments is higher than that of any kind of axe or saw blade in the world. In the exclamation of the female voice, old trees crashed to the ground. Soon, no one could see anything in the large area ahead. A tree still standing. "Am guilty of destroying the environment." Nelson stared at everything in front of him and said pretentiously, "It's all to blame. Dryad." "I," the female voice exclaimed in surprise and anger. "I am not a dryad." "The arrogant black wizard, you don't even know who you are talking to." "Who?" Tom asked pretendingly curiously. "I'm Rowena Ravenclaw." The moment the female voice called out his name, Nelson gripped his wand tightly, pushed his palms forward, and a violent wind swept forward, blowing the scattered wood chips and the cut trees into the distance. The bare ground is lined with thick and tight annual rings, looking toward the sky like Earth's eyes. Nelson cleared the ground in front of them too flat, so that what they were facing was unobstructed. After seeing his eyes, Nelson scratched his head and poked Tom with his elbow. "That's it." Tom wasn't as reserved as he was. He stared at what was in front of him and mocked, "Can anything say that he is Rowena Ravenclaw now?" In front of them, there is a solitary wooden pile squatting on the ground. This wooden pile is a little old and looks thicker than any other surrounding trees, but its trunk does not know where it has gone, and there is something inside. Eroded completely, a huge hole faced the two of them, showing the hollow of the stump in a glance. The stump is a long dead tree. It is decayed and loose, exuding the breath of death. In the hollow interior, a delicate branch protrudes from the only body on the stump that is still stained with bark. Although it is also lifeless, but at least it exudes some vitality. After all, it is an incredible thing to extract a new bar from such a lifeless tree stump. Tom's breathing became rapid, and a crown made of precious stones hung from the roots of the branches. Although there was some dirt on it, it did not prevent it from emitting a dizzying light. This kind of light was only aimed at being able to see the sorcerer of its value. For ordinary people, it is just a somewhat gaudy accessory. Looking at the distance between himself and the crown, Tom shook his head, his mind calmed down, waiting for Nelson's next step and a better opportunity. "Can you see what tree it is?" Nelson asked suddenly. "It's the same as my wand." He held the wand, looked down, brushed the natural texture on the wand with his hand, and said softly, "This is the shape of a yew tree. Before being cut down, it has grown for hundreds of years. No wonder you can draw a stick from the stake." Nelson suddenly realized that in the wizard's cognition, yews can often be connected with life and death. After asking this question, he didn't speak anymore, and the whole person was extremely nervous, as if there was no way for the weak stake in front of him, which made Tom suspicious. "Is there any trap I didn't find?" He couldn't help but think. "So," Nelson said suddenly after a while, "Nagini won't be killed by my bombardment?" I looked around and saw nothing. Tom closed his eyes and replied, "She's still there." I said, "She's underground. Maybe she was swept away by the root system." Nelson nodded and stepped hard on the metal ground under his feet. The metal behind him seemed to come alive. After it melted, he crawled forward, protecting their feet when they moved forward. The female voice was strangely no longer anxious, restored to the coldness at the beginning, and continued to ask, "Black Wizard, I open my arms and let you invade. Do you know why?" "Because you can't do defense," Tom said, looking at Nelson who was paving the way. "It's just a bluff, we just kill it, she can't resist." "Since it will keep Nagini underground, it proves that there is still something underground." Nelson is like an old hard-working bee, diligently manipulating the metal to wrap the ground. "Have you noticed its voice?" It sounded directly in our minds from the beginning. No matter how far or close we are, I think it might attack our spirit. so the necessary distance is necessary. What an arrogant guy. As soon as Nelson's words fell, the female voice sounded again. He turned his head and looked at the stump where the crown was hidden. The gem in the center of the crown was shining with a fascinating light. Immediately afterwards, Nelson only felt that his body could not move. He shrugged at Tom with his last strength, and the metal ground rolled towards the center, forming a ball, wrapping the two in the center, a frame of strangely shaped devices from the forest. When they flew out, the two men's feet also protruded out of the gun barrels that looked uncomfortable, and a large army guarded them. In the vision of the two of them, the surrounding scenes flowed fast, back in time. The sun rose from the west to the east, raindrops flew back to the sky from the soil, the tall trees became low, and the shrubs grew into seeds until the tree stumps in front of them suddenly a towering tree grew. Almost exactly the same as the standout tree Nelson saw at the beginning. A woman in a royal blue dress was standing under the tree, gently stroking the thick trunk of the yew. Her long black hair hung casually, and she was wearing the crown of Ravenclaw on top of her head. She turned her head and looked at Nelson and Tom, frowning, her owl-like bright yellow eyes gleaming. She let go, drew the wand from the sleeve of the dress, and walked over. Black Wizard, your coveting for knowledge is really fanatical. The woman faced two people taller than her, with her chin held high, her nostrils showing strong pride. She walked up to Tom and said disdainfully, "It's a pity that your magic has gone astray, otherwise, looking at the dung stone of your fanatical desire, I can reward you with some knowledge." Tom couldn't move his whole body. He tried his best to break free. Unexpectedly, the mouth was the first one to untie the restraints. He slapped and said, "Do you know what crime is to impersonate the founder of Hogwarts? Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, Chapter 221 Rowena Ravenclaw's Reverb pretending to be the founder of Hogwarts." The woman shook her head gently, with a strong arrogance in her movement. She pointed her chin at Nelson and Tom, and said disdainfully, "I have never regarded the creation of Hogwarts as a commendable achievement. Fact above, during the days when Ravenclaw was a teacher, I didn't find even a wise person enough to accept my knowledge." "Hey!" Tom was amused. He stabbed Nelson with his elbow that he could move, turned his head and said with a smile, "She's quite into the scene." Nelson looked at the black-haired woman who twisted and clung to the tall tree trunk like a vine-man, and said, "Madam, whether you are Miss Rowena Ravenclaw or a yew tree stump, I advise you not to with that crown. It is obvious that Ravenclaw's knowledge and memory are too large, and it has even disrupted your self-cognition." The Dark Wizard, the lady who called herself Ravenclaw, said blankly, "So in the end, are you still coveting knowledge?" "I am not a Dark Wizard, and I have no interest in your knowledge." Nelson shook his head, putting away his smiling face, and warned, "But for a guy who hurts and imprisoned our friends, we don't mind using the Dark Wizards how to communicate with you." "What's wrong with her?" Tom completely broke free, took a step forward, stood in front of Nelson, raised his hand, and shot a red twisted laser at the woman. "This kind of plant with only one rib in the brain, you still counting on communicating with him?" Tom's curse was about to hit her, but she didn't evade, and she didn't even start her defensive posture. She just maintained an indifferent and arrogant posture, looking up at the two people in front of her with her chin up. Between the sparks and the fire, Tom's curse hit the woman's chest, but she had no entity like a phantom. The curse penetrated her and shot backwards without attenuation, hitting the yew tree behind her. After a huge shock, the flames soaring to the sky violently rose, and the scorching waves made Nelson and Tom take a step back. In the swaying raging fire, the figure of the woman had long been indistinct, so Tom raised his wand to search. When confronted by the enemy, he was horrified to find that he did not know when he lost control of his body again. Tom just stood there blankly. The powerful magic penetrated the towering ancient tree, and the thick trunk that could not be seen from the top of his head slowly invaded the two of them. At this moment, the sun happened to be opposite him, in Tom's. In the field of vision, the tree trunk, which was originally a behemoth, attacked him at a very oppressive slow speed. And all this was only because of his own spell. He struggled hard, recalling all the protective spells and curse spells in his memory that could be released without the need to chant and cast spells. However, as the shadow of the tree trunk grew larger, Tom desperately found that he even had a little finger. Can't lift it up. He couldn't help thinking of what Caractacus had said to himself. Greed destroyed you. Couldn't turn his neck at this moment. He couldn't see Nelson behind him, and he couldn't even call Nelson by his name. Don't say that you cooperated with him for a counterattack. If you want to come to Nelson, you should be in the same bondage as himself. Boom, boom. The crackling sound came from the root of the big tree, and Tom was happy. Could it be that Nelson got rid of his control and was fighting? This way we can still save us, he was thinking. The flying sand caused by the curse had completely dissipated. Tom desperately found that the loud explosion was just the tearing sound of the thick fibers breaking at the break of the big tree. At this moment, the trunk was very far away from him. It's near, but it's falling more slowly, which gives people a feeling of suffocation. Tom's muscles are tense, and he is still trying to think about the way to get out of trouble. I know dark wizards like you. The woman's voice sounded at this moment, and the words this time were even more annoying than before. I thought I had learned a few powerful magics, and I thought I was in there as no match in this world. In fact, you are no different from the ignorant mulls who show off their strength. They are not even as good as their ancestors who slashed and burned and slashed and drank. Tom persisted, the blood vessels on his temples throbbing violently. He didn't know what kind of situation Nelson was behind him. He only knew that if both of them died here, it could only be attributed to his greed. The Black Wizard is often invincible when facing enemies weaker than yourself. This makes you always confused about yourself and even dare to question me. The woman's voice was mocking. But you are definitely not strong, nor do you have any the capital against the strong. As long as a strong-willed wizard can easily break through the ghost tricks of the dark wizard, I ask you, do you regret coming here? I don't regret it. Tom gritted his teeth and squeezed these words out of his mouth. Then you go to die. The woman's cold words made the final sentence for Tom. The trunk that had just been falling slowly was pulled by gravity again, and it slammed on Tom's head. But the words that Tom gritted his teeth were called the opportunity for him to break through control. It is difficult for anyone to break through the comfort of magic with his own body or will. But Tom suddenly raised his palm when the tree trunk hits his head, pressed on the tree trunk, and then, the dead grey line gushed out from his palm and drilled into the thick tree trunk. The big tree covered with leaves shrank strangely, and quivered like a heart. The trunk was lifted easily by Tom and smashed him into the ground a few centimeters. He raised his head, his body was covered with a black shield, his skin was pale, as if he had been emptied of strength, his eyes crimson, the light in his eyes is stronger than ever before. Behind the corners of his slender eyes, black blood vessels appeared through the pale to almost transparent skin, and the language of a snake was uttered in his mouth. Tom bent his elbow slightly. His right hand holding the tree trunk became pitch black, and then his big arm suddenly exerted force. Tom, who was wrapped in pitch black magic power, lifted the tree trunk and flew up. He bowed his head and looked at his feet blankly while standing. The woman in the same place raised her left hand and pointed at her lightly. The grey color poured into the tree trunk from his palm, and spread to the bark along the annual rings at the bottom. The wet bark quickly dried up, cracked and peeled off, and in the next second, the wood had become dry and loose. The heart swelled sharply and threw the only bark off. A cyan giant python the size of a tree squeezed out of the cracked gap in the trunk like a molting skin. Its body was covered with green, resin-like mucus. It raised its tail high, and squeezed it against the tattered on the trunk. Boom! There was a loud noise, the tree trunk fell apart, and the green snake rushed towards the woman with a big mouth of blood. Tom turned his head and saw Nelson standing motionless behind him. He finally exhaled the gloomy breath held in his chest. An unhealthy blush appeared on his face, which looked like he had been seriously injured, but he swallowed hard, and walked towards the woman not far away like an okay person, with a hideous and happy smile on his face. "Let me break your vine, disgusting dryad." His smile was hot and aggressive, but his movements were not slow at all. He shook his left hand, and a wand fell from his cuff, holding both wands. Tom waved his hands and threw the curse at the seemingly calm woman in front of him. The most outrageous thing was that he hadn't lost his accuracy at all. "It's useless," the woman said intermittently, shook her head. A series of spells shot through her body, shattering her image, as if the connection was unstable. "This level of black magic can't hit me at all." Is that so? Tom smiled indifferently. "I like it." Under his deliberate aiming, the area where the woman's hair connected to the tree stump was covered with black traces full of destruction. Under the guard of the sky-swallowing python, Tom approached the woman step by step. "Indifferent struggles, poor offensive choices, it will only make you appear more stupid." The woman's voice was lingering. "Ha ha." Tom continued, "After all, still using color. A wizard who uses a snake? The stupidity is really in the same line. How can such cold-blooded and simple low-level creatures hurt people?" The emotions in the woman's voice became complicated. "You keep attacking the stump because you think it's me. Weaknesses? You can try." Tom did not speak, but only waved his hand. The giant python spawned from the huge yew tree covered the sky like a magical arrow shooting the sun. In the sky, a round of sun shone brightly, shining on the green scales of the green python. Above, a series of ancient magic patterns are attached to it. In his daily contact with Nelson, Tom is also improving. He does not call snakes because he can only call snakes, but because he feels that only snakes are suitable for him. Aesthetic, worthy of his powerful magic. The green python did not conceal his desire and energy for destruction, and the woman's eyes were full of desire for food. Finally, when Tom manipulated the green python to surround the canopy and the women, she also noticed the rune on the green python, and said lightly, "Well, for Salazar's sake, I can take the petties back to you." Tom frowned and continued to listen without answering. "I don't want to wage a senseless war with you. Although you can hardly cause substantial harm to me, or even a blow to the forest, I really can't bear to see my trees being bullied by you unscrupulously. You are in the illusion that I created at the moment, but you can wake up at any time with your own strength to break the shackles." The woman said sincerely, "As for your friend, you need to kill his illusion in the illusion shadow. His soul in reality will wake up. You are in the illusion created by me at the moment, but you can wake up at any time by breaking the shackles with your own strength." Rowena Ravenclaw's voice echoed in the empty Ravenclaw Tower. "As for your friend, you need to kill his phantom in the illusion before his soul in reality will wake up." At the same time, Nelson is in Hogwarts Castle, to be precise. Hogwarts Castle many years ago. His location is on the roof of the Ravenclaw Tower that will be converted into an owl house in the future. At this moment there is also a table and an exquisitely crafted brass telescope. A flag depicting an eagle is erected on the top floor of the Krendl. Eagle-headed horse with winged beast is tied to the flag and grooms its own feather. "You are special." The woman raised her eyebrows. Her face showed emotions other than pride for the first time. She looked at Nelson, who was standing in front of her like an okay person, and said, "My hallucinations seem to have no effect on you." "What great effect. Are you a Ravenclaw student? If so, I will be very happy." "I am not. I am a Slytherin." Nelson looked at the surrounding environment. At this moment, the stone bricks of Hogwarts had not turned black, and the trees in the Forbidden Forest in the distance were sparse. The Black Lake was bigger than the 20th century. After 2 or 3 laps, there were not so many words on the wall to visit for fun. He shook his head and said, "I am not immune to your magic either. Didn't I get pulled into Hogwarts? It's just a sight I show you." The woman's appearance is exactly the same as the one belonging to Rowena Ravenclaw in the paintings hanging in the school, seemingly because she heard the identity of Nelson Slytherin. Her tone was alienated, and she said dryly, "As long as it belongs to Hogwarts, it's a good boy who makes me proud." "Then I really thank you for your compliment." Nelson paced, with a leisurely air, almost whistling. "I said, at the moment you am in your illusion, I need to kill my companion's phantom in the illusion to liberate him." Nelson turned around, picked up the brass telescope on the table, and played with his eyes. Suddenly turned his head and raised his binoculars to look at this woman who is exactly like Ravenclaw, in terms of self-confidence. You have surpassed Rowena Ravenclaw himself. You, of course. I don't blame you. Nelson shook his head and interrupted the woman. After all, you are just a ... Oh no, half a tree. Your IQ limit is also very limited, plus you have been root a bunch of trees to deal with. Maybe you deceive them to transfer them round and round. You have a wonderful misunderstanding of your own intelligence, so that when you meet two sane human beings, you think that your funny lies can deceive them. Of course I know you are not Rowena Ravenclaw himself, you are just a poor tree stump eaten away by her huge memory. Nelson interrupted again. Let me show you how to recognize yourself. I happen to be better at doing this. Of course, this is a bit cruel. He blinked, stuffed his hand into his pocket, took out a silver lighter, clicked it, and placed it on the table. The blue flame looked gentle and harmless. If you don't wake up within 5 minutes, the fierce fire that loses my control will consume the entire forest, so I hope you can as soon as possible. I don't want to waste my animagus progress. How dare you? Nelson didn't let her finish this sentence. As soon as he snapped his fingers, a thick white mist quickly struck the woman from all directions. In her short exclaim, the thick mist completely engulfed and swallowed her. Suddenly, the eagle-headed horse and beast that was tied to the side stopped moving. Everything in the castle, including the wind, stopped. Nelson sighed and stepped into the fog. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, Chapter 222 Crowns in the Crown. The lost fog was surging, stretched out countless large and small hands to drag the woman into it. Nelson followed and watched all this with cold eyes. The lost fog had the effect of eroding memory. Under the erosion of their army, the woman's body, his long skirt, disappeared like dissolving, revealing a green body covered with wood textures underneath that was unevenly rugged. Her hypocritical appearance was torn off little by little, her face, eyes, skin, hands and feet, as human parts were gnawed crazily by the fog that feeds on memories. And there was no chance of even a second wailing, and it instantly turned into a piece of decayed and withered wood. Sure enough, it's a tree spirit. Nelson shook his head and stepped forward. He was about to reach out and touch, but he saw that the tree stumps in front of him suddenly grew taller, and soon became obscured by the sky. Shin's walls surrounded Nelson. He turned his head in surprise, but found that a thick and long wooden wall was looking at him silently behind him. Interesting. Nelson nodded and looked at the scene in front of him with interest. This is the third person he has ever seen who can change the environment in a blurry illusion. Perhaps I haven't escaped the illusion of a dryad. As soon as the voice fell, as if to respond to him, a light-colored wooden door appeared abruptly in front of him. On the wooden door hung a round door knocker with an eagle head carved. Besides, it looked like a doorknob. There was nothing like that, and it just appeared there barely. Nelson took a step forward, grabbed the knocker, and was about to knock. The door opened. Are you one step closer to me? Nelson shook his head, with a smile on his face, and stepped inside the door. There are two kinds of people in the world. A sound like a dream echoed in Nelson's ears. Unlike everything in pure white in the illusion, the space inside the door is no different from the outside world. Although I don't know why the room behind a wooden wall is built with black stone bricks from Hogwarts, Nelson has already felt this strange. The scenery was surprised. The black bricks were wrapped in a small room. The chandelier above was burning a thick white candle. The flame lit up the whole room through the refraction of many crystals. Nelson looked around. The architecture here something like the office of Professor Sykes he had been to. Opposite him, the woman who had just been gnawed by the lost fog a few minutes ago was sitting at the table, holding a silver quill, writing seriously at the desk, and placing a straight slender wand with silver hoops casually at hand. Nelson stood quietly behind her. For a while, only the sound of the pen tip sliding across the parchment was heard in the room. After writing a paragraph, she inserted the quill into the ink bottle in front of her, shook her hand, picked up the pen that had just been soaked in ink, and continued to write on the parchment. They all have limited knowledge. The first kind of people think that they are all-knowing and omnipotent, but eventually they become truly ignorant. The other kind of people know that they have limited knowledge and are more active in seeking. She said and wrote the sentence she had written on the paper when she entered the door. Nelson Wiltning Williams. She picked up the silk scarf on the side, covered the nib and sucked the ink, then carefully inserted the pen into the pen holder in front of her, and sat upright without looking back. Asked, "Which kind of person do you think you are?" Nelson frowned. He hadn't said his name to the dryad. He didn't think anyone could guess his full name based on Tom's funar. "Just sit down. I should have a lot of chairs here," the woman said casually. "If you don't have one, change yourself. I remember your polymorphism should be pretty good." Nelson stood on the spot without saying a word, did not speak. Time passed by. The woman at the desk was still busy tidying up the desk, seemingly indifferent to his answer. "So what about people who don't have knowledge?" Nelson did not answer her question, nor did she sit down as she said. He just stood there and looked at her silently. After a while, he asked back, "Anyone who doesn't have knowledge?" The woman turned around and looked at Nelson calmly. Between her forehead, a delicate crown studded with gems was shining dazzlingly, causing Nelson to look at it unconsciously. Mobile. Soon, he concentrated and looked at the woman's face. Although he did not understand what had happened, he was clear in his heart that this woman who seemed to have not changed at all was very different from just now, and that one belonged to Ravenclaw. "The crown is exuding intoxicating and alluring magic at this moment." "Very well. It seems that you haven't been seduced by it for too long. This at least proves that you are a somewhat visionary person." The woman quietly maintained the movement of sitting on the chair and turning her head back, waiting for Nelson to calm down, and wait for the two of them. Her eyes met again. She nodded gently, and answered Nelson's question. "That can't be regarded as a human being." "What is the difference between a person without knowledge and a beast?" "What's the difference with a beast?" Nelson shook his head, with a faint guess in his heart, and retorted, "Some people are born without the opportunity to be educated, don't they?" "You are so wrong." The woman waved her hand and finally made a different gesture. She stared into Nelson's eyes, a pair of black eyes gleaming with a faint silver light. "Many people will have educational experience and possessions. Knowledge is confused, but this idea is obviously very wrong." She shook her head, and Nelson could only feel the surrounding scenery spinning quickly. Then, he found himself sitting on a chair that looked like a wooden plank that had just been cut from a tree. Smelling the scent of tree sap, and the dark-haired woman with the crown was sitting across from him. They were separated by a desk. She was supporting her chin with her crossed hands, and Dumbledore looked at Nelson like Dumbledore. "I know what you are thinking. A poor farmer, his child may not even recognize the letters. Ordinary people always feel that he does not have any commendable knowledge." She blinked and said, "But maybe in this child while learning words, his father taught him how to loosen the soil more effortlessly, how to distinguish good and bad seeds more accurately, how to judge the weather by clouds, and how to designate a planting plan according to the calendar. May spend his entire life." "You are a farmer, but do you dare to say that you have a deeper understanding of planting knowledge than him?" "Except for the natural ignorant, a tree has knowledge that it can master." Nelson wanted to say "I dare to say." He read a lot of books about agriculture, but realized that it seemed not a good choice to raise the bar at this time, so he silently swallowed this sentence back. "You want to say you dare to say?" "Ha ha," she laughed out as if she knew what Nelson was thinking in her heart. Seeing this, Nelson hurriedly used his brain defense skills and whispered that she had lost her vigilance. I heard the woman's next sentence, "A clumency is useless, your thoughts are written on your face." But with all due respect, even if you read more books, your understanding of agriculture will not exceed one farmer. You have a pair of hands that have never planed dirt. Nelson was stern, sitting as if sitting in meditation. He closed his eyes and couldn't figure out what medicine was sold in the gourd in front of him. Fortunately, in the illusion, he and Merlin dared to touch the home court. "Well, let's get down to business." The woman's tone became serious. "Open your eyes, I think you should know who I am. Nelson became more and more firm in his guess. Although she did not show her level of magic, her IQ was obviously crushed by the state of needing watering to grow taller. He opened his eyes and his gaze became solemn. I understand that sitting in front of him is probably one of the founders of Hogwarts and the first Dean of Ravenclaw, Rowena Ravenclaw. Of course, you may think him pretending. After all, this is what you are good at. The woman put her hand under the table, and when she raised her hand again, she was already holding a small silver lighter, and she looked at the blue one on it. Pure Meow exclaimed, "The young people nowadays are really getting more and more powerful. Do you dare to play with flames of this temperature? I just saved my friend." Nelson took the lighter that the woman had handed him and put it in his pocket. He had believed most of the woman's identity. After all, with the strength of a tree, it was difficult to leave the blur. Mirage brings one more thing back. Is that blood curse talk? Rowena Ravenclaw shook his head and said, "Although I don't really want to say that this is my order, I have to admit that the sapling caught you, my friend. It is indeed influenced by me." Nelson frowned. "At the same time, I have to apologize to you," Rowena Ravenclaw said with a shame. "Separate the two of you and lie to you and kill each other, whether it's body or soul. As long as one party believes it, there is only one person left. I did something similar when I was 14. I didn't expect it to be good, but to learn this. I think you should have your own reasons for taking Nagini, but we also have the determination to protect our companions." Nelson's tone brought a trace of respect, and backhanded a soft nail back. "You don't need to be so solemn to talk to me." She shook her head and sighed. "I am not the real Rowena Ravenclaw. It has been 1,000 years. With my personality, I should be disdainful of using those orders. I survived in a lingering way. I thought I would have died long ago." "Are you?" Nelson had heard Tom say about Slytherin's speculation about the memory, and her subsequent words further confirmed the veracity of this speculation. "I made my favorite piece of jewelry the carrier of my memory, and I am very clear that I am the memory in it. My memory." A white mist appeared in Rowena's eyes, endlessly like a wave. "It's surging. It's hard to think about how many things are carried in this memory. I am my memory. But I am not me." Everything in the illusion is so intuitive. In Nelson's feelings, the woman opposite is a behemoth that he has never heard of. It is almost as huge as some buildings in the illusion. You must know that many people have memories of their entire lives. It's not enough to get lost in the fog and bite for a few seconds and stuff your teeth. Is this really something humans can write down? Nelson was shocked. "I've been confused. But that sapling has become me." Rowena's eyes showed a trace of pity in its heart. "He is the great Ravenclaw. As for why it grows in the ground, it has never been. Don't think about it. Don't dare to think about it. This also makes it never become Ravenclaw." The infinite desire to explore infinite knowledge is the quality that every Ravenclaw needs to have. In this sense, you should probably enter Ravenclaw. Well, too much talk. Rowena slowed down and said softly, "There may be something you need to accept." "What?" "I won't let that blood curse orc." Rowena was firm, and there was no room for negotiation in his tone. "Why?" Nelson frowned and slowly reached into his pocket. "You don't have to look at me like that, young Slytherin. I won't hurt her. In fact, I know both of you from her." Rowena didn't care about Nelson's fighting spirit. She continued, "I don't understand why you, as her only companions, have not found out until today." "Find what?" Nelson had an ominous premonition. "There is a malicious soul hidden in her body. It is dormant," Leolina said solemnly. "When she is completely beast, then her body will be called the body of the master of this soul walking in the world." Helpo. Nelson narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but breathe out fragrance. "In what?" "It's nothing." "Oh, I don't care about the last half of your rude words." Rowena waved his hand and said, "No wonder I couldn't detect the memory parasitized by the soul. It turned out to be the famous, despicable Helbo. Do you know him?" Nelson's heart was stained with anger. He clenched his wand tightly, and had forgotten to bring honorific words when speaking. "Of course I know," Rowena nodded. "In my age, His trivial creations caused almost all of us to mess up. Dementor's chaos? Nelson asked subconsciously. Oh, you still know this? You deserve to be someone who likes history. At that time there was a teacher named Binns in the school. If you were born in that era, you would definitely like him. Rowena's face showed a look of memories. Unexpectedly, after 1,000 years, I would have the opportunity to fight him. You? Of course, you don't want two people to deal with such a dangerous guy, Rowena said with a smile. I'll be honest, you are not enough. Let alone this is the disaster of the predecessors. Why give it to will future generations suffer? Chapter 223 Eat and Sleep Hit Habo. I thought that after being exposed to magic, I had the ability to enter the illusion. My life should be easy and comfortable. But why? Nelson's eyes became blurred, and he murmured, why did it happen like this? The first time I learned magic, and the first time I entered the illusion, two happy things overlapped. What are you talking about? Rowena's voice pulled Nelson back to reality. He raised his head and met her curiosity black eyes. It sounds like a versatile sentence, but it always feels like you did not say anything good. It's nothing. Vulgar language. Nelson shook his head, fiddling with his fingers, and said viciously, I and the despicable Helbo are old acquaintances. Although he can't get out, he can't hurt me, but it's like a fly. It's the same, always disgusting me when I don't expect it. Old acquaintance? Rowena smiled playfully. She played with her long hair that fell down her chest with her fingers, and asked, so, did he really achieve immortality by the evil black magic that splits the soul? Yes, he is immortal, but not completely immortal. Nelson nodded and said, his soul fragments are wandering weakly in the illusion. It is difficult to return to the world, and cannot continue to move forward. This is a kind of only it's a coward's way of living. I understand why you were chosen by Salazar. Rowena smiled, covering his mouth. He used to say exactly the same thing as you. How cowards work. I thought it would be Gryffindor. Nelson's face was filled with suppressed anger. He reached out his hand to pull his hair back to his head, took his wand and knocked it on top of his head. A handful of disobedient hair splits into two strands by itself, braided into a long slender braid, stretched out to the back of his head to tie the fluffy half-length hair into a small knot. He twisted his neck, looked at Rowena, and asked, when did I do it? I have never seen such a disgusting person. Thinking carefully, since entering the illusion, my life has become eating, sleeping, and hitting Habo. Can you hit him? Rowena maintained the gesture of covering his mouth and laughing, looking like a kind teacher looking at his boastful student. I will rely on you later. Although I don't know why, the blurred fantasy land is indeed my home court. Nelson lowered his hand from his hair, unbuttoned the windbreaker, and checked his hand inside. He sorted out the wrinkles on his body. In Rowena's surprised eyes, the surrounding scene collapsed quickly. The first one to collapse. On the roof of the office, the entire chandelier flew straight up into the sky, and the bricks on the surrounding walls immediately behind, faded in the air, turned into white mist and quickly dissipated. Nelson got up from the chair, the bench behind him also turned into white mist and shattered. At this time, the pure white scene was returned to the surroundings. The only two people who still had color were the one where Rowena was sitting. The armchair is gone. I underestimated you. Rowena gave Nelson a deep look, stood up, and said, now think about it, you should come to my college to study. I originally had this idea, but that hat didn't seem to respect my choice. Nelson turned around, stepped forward, and the surrounding mist quickly retreated. They were surging and wailing, full of greed for the huge memory of Rowena Ravenclaw. On the back heel, step back. The fog slowly receded, and he returned to the scene of confronting the crowned Yewood Ravenclaw Tower many years ago. The wind continued to flow, and the eagle-headed horse and beast flapped its wings again. Brass. The telescope reflects the light of the sun. The woman who looked exactly like Rowena Ravenclaw maintained the movement before being swallowed by the mist. The skin on the wooden body continued to spread, and Nelson closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the well-dressed Rowena had quietly stood in front of him, as if nothing had happened. All this was so continuous that even Nelson couldn't help wondering whether what had just happened was a sudden dream, until Rowena waved his hand in front of him. The crisp voice pulled him back to reality. "Let your friends stop, and if you go down, the forest may really be razed." Rowena waved at the starry sky outside the tower, and the scenery outside instantly turned into a scene where Tom and the Dryad were fighting. Asked casually, "Salazar is really lucky." Nelson looked out, and saw a towering giant tree waving its roots and vines across from Tom. The huge eyes were open on the tree, looking at Tom together, and the green beam came from there. One after another, shot from the giant eyes, and shot at the big silver ball that was only half behind him. Nelson saw that he was standing stiffly inside, and Tom outside was constantly mending the hole of the silver ball with magic, defending himself against the attack. At the same time, he shot out a curse that was incomparably small compared to the giant tree. However, it is these seemingly weak curses. As long as it touches the roots of the giant tree, it will let out a mournful cry and disconnect the roots on its own. Its huge body also makes it difficult to evade. Nelson noticed then, this seemingly powerful tree was covered with carbonized and completely dead penetrating injuries. These injuries continued to spread to the surrounding intact bark, and the breath of death spread from the body of the giant tree to the surroundings. The surrounding trees have become charred and dry claws, and fell to the ground miserably. The ewe that had gone to half-life attacked Tom even more frantically. It had given up using vines to resist the spell, had given up defense, pulled out almost all of its roots, and shot Tom from the ground. Tom, who was hitting the real fire, also got angry, waving his wand, and various spells greeted him forward. Nelson raised his eyebrows, and under the guidance of Rowena, he stretched out his hand to look forward to the scene. In the next second, Nelson, who was protected in the silver ball behind Tom, opened his eyes, and a silver shield suddenly unfolded in front of Tom. At the same time, the tree's long-planned piercing attacked Tom from the ground. Silver light one flash. The hard roots broke in half. Tom turned his head immediately and saw that Nelson, who had suddenly changed his hairstyle, was moving his muscles and bones. "I thought you were poisoned by that tree spirit." Tom jumped into the silver ball, checked Nelson with his eyes, curled his lips, and stopped paying attention to the vigorous explosion behind him. "Are you done?" "It's done," Nelson nodded. "I found the real Rowena Ravenclaw." "Then let's go now." Tom's words to his lips were swallowed abruptly, his eyes stunned, and he asked, "Wait, Ravenclaw also made a Horcrux?" "Young man, you can talk nonsense." Rowena suddenly appeared behind Tom, stretched out two hands and grabbed them by the shoulders. "There are many ways to make people leave a voice, such as portraits." As soon as the words fell, the three of them were already in a large underground space, which seemed to be located at the roots of the tree stumps. The densely large and small roots formed a huge vault above the head, and a straight and thick tree trunk stood in the center. Nagini was neatly laying on it, and countless tiny vines went around the tree trunk to tie Nagini firmly. "This is." Tom still maintained a vigilant expression, and Rowena interrupted him before his words fell. "The situation is urgent," we said as we walked. "At least this blood curse orc may soon be completely beast if it is not resolved, and the Hellbow soul fragments on her body will become more and more unstable. I can see from her memory. You once captured a basilisk in Salazar's secret room. I wonder if you brought its fangs here?" Rowena finished this sentence in one breath. As a memory, her face was not red, heartbeat, and breathless. After listening to this passage, Tom had probably restored the full picture of the incident. Tom was shocked by her considerable vital capacity. Thinking about what Nelson did during the time he was in a coma. No. What's the use? He looked at Rowena, already changing his expression. "Oh, I hope to tell you." Nelson patted his forehead. "The fangs of the basilisk can effectively kill the soul, especially the Horcrux." "I see." Tom nodded and drew his wand. "The basilisk's teeth, right?" "How many?" "From here to Hogwarts." Before Rowena finished speaking, Tom had disappeared. She shook her head helplessly and continued, "The magic power consumed by apparition is not something you can bear. Trust him," Nelson said. "What do I need to do?" "I heard about your bold plan." Rowena looked at Nelson, his eyes full of appreciation. "You are so bold. Is it feasible?" Nelson asked nervously. He didn't know what the level of Rowena's polymorphism was, but as the founder of Ravenclaw, she should be a great wizard who is proficient in magic. "I don't know. I have never seen such a crazy experiment of transfiguration." Rowena shook his head. "After all, an animal with a human mind or even a human soul is very rare in itself, but I have seen similar ones. They are all failed." Failed. Nelson quickly recalled the history of magic that he had seen related to transfiguration in his mind, but soon, as if a basin of cold water was poured on the top of his head, he closed his eyes droopingly. "Some of them are indeed close to success." It was a magical experiment on Minotaur, which was misrepresented by many as the product of transformation failure. In fact, he was infinitely close to success at that time. Rowena put his hand on Nelson's shoulder. He said, "The subject at the time was captured by a crazy wizard. You are different. Although your plan is very rough, the magic is very rough, and the potions you are looking for are very rough. But Nelson opened his eyes. "But she totally believes in you." Rowena patted Nelson's shoulder hard, looked at Nagini trapped in the vines, and said softly, "She trusted your friend, Sarah, without reservation." The younger generation of Char, this is not something that can be done with a snake-like voice. "Similarly, she is also willing to trust you that your friends trust." "Can it be improved?" Nelson clenched his fists. "I have a way to quickly get the potion that I can find on the market." Sorry, it's too late. The final alienation has already begun, and I don't know how to stop the alienation of the blood-cursed Hawks. What's more, even if she can wait, the other two souls in her body won't wait. Rowena shook his head. "But I think you are very close to success. A plan that seems to be quite reasonable. A wizard who is proficient in transfiguration, and the guidance of Rowena Ravenclaw. Oh, he is back." "Tom." A black shadow suddenly appeared in the air, and a long slender vine stretched out from the trunk, rolled into the air, entangled the sweaty Tom, and it gently put him down. Him back." Tom panted. One corner of his robe was rolled up, black hair wet with sweat hung messily on his forehead. A pair of black eyes, staring straight at Rowena, panting, asked indifferently, "I brought my fangs. What else do I need?" Tom quickly unwrapped the corners of his robe, and with a sound of ding-a-ling banging, his feet were covered with sharp fangs gleaming with unknown black light. As a memory, Rowena shouldn't have any complicated emotions. In fact, helping Nelson and Tom no longer seemed like a choice she would make. But at the moment Tom's dark eyes appeared in front of her, deep in her heart. The memory of Hogwarts was touched. It was when Hogwarts was just established. The proud but determined Saraka Slytherin silently followed the three of them. While Gryffindor was still talking and making plans, he had already silently selected a castle suitable for teaching and moved it to the position that Ravenclaw liked. "No." She shook her head and said, "It's enough. I don't have the ability to fight people directly, so I can only guide you. Look at ours." Nelson drew out his wand neatly, flicked the hem of the windbreaker, and leapt towards Nagini. The lost fog instantly filled the hollow underground. Tom's vision was obscured by the white fog. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the extremely weak Nagini was covered with dark green blood vessels, which were beating violently, as if something was about to break out of the shell. Tom finally understood Nelson's intention to tie up his hair, and his half-length hair would not affect his actions in the ubiquitous wind that engulfed the memory of the dead in the illusion. As if returning home, Nelson drew out his wand very smoothly. The spear made of mist fell from the sky, holding Nagini's weak soul in the center, and yelled, "Get out of here!" "My great, kind and generous master." Haibo's voice came from Nagini's body. He didn't even bother to pretend. This lazy, greasy emphasis sounded like a provocation. His voice stopped. After a pause, it sounded again. What is this big memory next to you? Are you ready to reward your loyal servant with food? 224 chapters peeling. Do you think I am food? Rowena tilted his head and looked at the evil soul parasitizing Nagini's body in the illusion with interest, and asked curiously, in your heart, my structure is similar to yours, and the way of thinking is similar to yours. Can the same or even communicable kind be used as food? Great wizards don't need the same kind. Haibo was stunned, and he suffocated his arrogance before he said after a while, I understand. Rowena nodded and stepped back behind Nelson. He didn't care that he had just been given an ultimatum as food. He just said to Nelson, sure enough, a mad black wizard like him can no longer use us. From the bottom line, its moral concept is almost another species. Rowena's tone was flat, but her mouth was not poisonous. Her words that did not evade Helbo made him furious. But Helbo, who had no body or even a shape of his soul, could only be incompetent and furious. He was determined not to leave these people who bored him, and accelerated the changes in Nagini. Boom, bang bang bang. Bang! The heartbeat suddenly sounded in the ears of Nelson and his group. This rhythmic voice became slower and thicker. Nelson even felt that as the heartbeat became louder, his blood vessels resonated uncontrollably. He forcibly calmed his mood, watching the movement of Nagini's soul unblinkingly. In view of the fact that the blood curse orcs are extremely rare, and the orderly inheritance like this is extremely rare, Rowena made a crazy guess. The person who imposed the blood curse on Nagini's ancestors was the despicable Haibo. This curse has spread in this family from generation to generation in the form of a giant snake soul, which coincides with the information Nelson has. She even further put forward a point of the snake's soul fused with Nagini's soul is very likely to be Haibo's longevity, and it is inextricably linked to his Horcrux. After she passed the purple shirt, after Mew inspected Nagini's soul, he even found some sleeping unknown souls in the snake's soul and the complex magic patterns imprinted in the snake's soul for unknown purposes. It stands to reason that this blood curse family should be very famous, but in fact, this is the first time I heard about them. A few minutes ago, Rowena was listening to Nelson telling the story of Nagini. Later, he asserted, this blood curse may not only be a curse for them, but also a kind of protection to some extent. Protection? The word puzzled Nelson. You may not have figured it out at all, Rowena reminded. Will a family with a female family live only 20 years old will last? But why can they pass on to this day? If my guess is true, I hope most who can prosper in Ginny's family. It's Helbo. He will definitely not let his carefully prepared backhand be invalidated by the demise of a small family. Tom on the side suddenly realized, clapped his hands, and said loudly, if I were him, I would not only not deliberately weaken this bloodline, on the contrary, I will protect those who are corroded by the blood curse at a critical time. This is just speculation. Rowena reminded, it's better than not knowing anything. Nelson raised his wand. I'm just afraid that it'll hurt Nagini if I wait for a while to start it too hard. According to the habit of this kind of magic. By the way, does Nagini have any heirs? Rowena asked suddenly. It shouldn't be. She doesn't seem to be very cold with snakes. Tom slapped his mouth uncertainly. I mean, when I was a human being. Rowena looked a little sullen. That must be gone. Nelson shook his head. One of my seniors has been looking for her and another person who is important to her, but as far as I know, that guy is a silent person. The silent one. Rowena raised a hand and hugged his shoulder, with deep pity and sympathy in his eyes. What a poor girl. So, before Nagini completely loses consciousness, her soul will even be protected. Until the alienation of the blood curse is completely successful, Haibo will not be able to invade the soul. Nelson knew that it is not possible to hurt the spring and the autumn. When he slapped his thigh, he emphasized, these three things cannot be done at the same time. Rowena nodded approvingly and said, so before he really succeeded. Tom took the words, that's our chance. It's not time yet. Nelson's eyes conveyed such a sentence. He was pressing Tom's shoulder, twisting him to face him, and shook his head slightly. Tom looked at Nagini, who was suffering. She was throwing herself into a ball, her eyes closed, and an unbearable scream in her mouth. It was unimaginable what kind of pain it would take to make such a sound. Nagini's body twitched violently, and he was about to tie himself into a knot, and the palpitating heartbeat became heavier and heavier, like a brain-piercing magic sound, and Nelson could only feel himself. His soul seemed to be boiling, but he still gritted his teeth and stared at Nagini, who was struggling in pain, motionless. Suddenly, the huge body of the giant snake stretched out, and his head held high and his upper body was straightened. It opened its eyes, and its pupils were occupied by blood. Soon, a faint green appeared in one pupil, and it quickly became intense. Soon, the right eye of the giant snake was completely occupied by green, and the shit-like color matching made the viewer shudder. The huge green pupil seemed to have its own consciousness, turning from the side, staring down firmly. Nelson. A horrible smile slowly spread on the face of the snake, who couldn't make an expression. The painful screams still lingered, but Nelson was already unable to determine where it came from. Hiss. Hiss. The giant snake lowered his head, looked at Nelson, spit out the letter, and jokingly squeezed such a sentence out of his fangs. Nelson frowned and continued to listen to Nagini's screams. The giant snake in front of him looked exactly like Nagini, but he knew it was not Nagini anymore. Hiss. Hiss. Tom's eyes flushed. He stared at the giant snake viciously, stepped forward, and yelled in a snake-like voice. What did it say? It's scolding you, saying that your brain is not good. Tom turned his head and looked at Nelson, preparing to use pigs to make you a blood curse orc. You've always been able to find death. Nelson grinned furiously. I found you. The words were synchronized with the movements of the hands. As soon as the words fell, a light blade had already flown towards the giant snake's abdomen. When everyone did not react, huge scars one by one appeared on the giant snake's soft belly. The closest Tom took a step back, but the bloody scene that he imagined spewing out did not appear. When he looked back, he had seen more spears holding the giant snake motionless, and changed it to English in elbow. The snake's stomach pouch was revealed through the severe wound in the traditional yelling. This snake does not have an organ such as a stomach. In fact, it does not need to digest prey or even eat. It has a more efficient and delicious way of obtaining energy. Sharp and slender bone spurs protruded from the spine, exposed from the wound, deeply inserted into a dark red sarcoma in front of them, and a steady stream of fragments of magic and soul were extracted from this blood-colored sarcoma. To the spine. Nelson raised his hand and waved. 2 silver wind blades appeared next to the wound, cutting the skin there to pieces, and the internal scene was completely exposed to the air. The so-called sarcoma was actually a person, a thin one. The fragile woman wrapped in the filth inside the giant snake. Her long hair looks greasy and shiny. A closer look turns out to be the smelly blood hung on it. The original texture and color of the hair can no longer be seen. The nose and eyes are the only places that are not covered. As if feeling the atmosphere of the outside world, the wings of his nose were slightly enlarged, and he was greedily drawing in the air that he had never felt before with very small strength. Her eyelids trembled, and she struggled to break the solidified flesh and blood on her eyelashes. Her eyes were wide open. She looked forward blankly, as if she could not even perceive the most basic light. What did you do? Tom asked calmly. Oh, although the giant snake was controlled by Nelson to be motionless, he still mocked unscrupulously. As you can see, she is my favorite pet food. I have to say that this family has been very good for generations. Tough, my baby hasn't been tired of eating for so many years. Tom, Nelson whispered. Wait a minute. It seems that you have figured out the situation. As expected, it is you, the omniscient master of my great wisdom. Haibo said exaggeratedly, but what can I do? My baby only needs to swallow this humble one completely. Women can grow up, and I will be absolutely free at that time. At the end, he added confidently, of course, you can choose to try to stop me. I have countless opportunities to fail, But this woman you seem to care about. As long as my baby is hurt a little, she will. Boom. Nelson could even imagine an ugly wizard dancing to show himself the scene of the explosion, nauseated in his heart, and shook his head. Which kind of person do you think he is? Rowena suddenly turned his head and asked Nelson. What? Nelson was stunned, only to understand what Rowena was talking about, so he replied categorically, he is the first type of person. That's right. Rowena nodded, whispered dreamily, and said regretfully, what an unimaginable figure the dark wizard who thought that creation could almost destroy an era would be. I didn't expect it to be just powerful. Hey, what did you say? Helbo's voice came from the snake's head. It's a pity, it's just strong. I'm still looking forward to fighting with you. Rowena sighed, laughed self-deprecatingly, walked behind Nelson and Tom, and said softly, next. He will try to repair this snake damage to the soul, and trying to transfer this girl to another location. Nelson quickly stretched out his hand, and a cluster of silver spears flew out, forming a band-like shape, opening and fixing the wound of the giant snake. You! Hybo's frightened and angry voice came from above his head. At the same time, fresh blood flowed along the silver spear that Nelson had just inserted into the giant snake, lowered to the ground, and quickly condensed into masses of active flesh and blood. Next, he will threaten you with this girl's life. If Helbo closed his mouth, he was a step slower than Rowena in everything. But don't worry, I have seen this kind of magic. Before the transformation is complete, this girl is still safe. Rowena looked at the giant snake and shook his head disdainfully. First of all, Slytherin, use that magic spell. It's the death of life. The magic you used when you just attacked that little sapling. Me? Tom looked left and right, pointing to himself. Sorry, Riddle. Rowena said, use your greatest magic power, use this black magic, and aim at its red eye. As for you, you must not let him miss it. Nelson and Tom completed a cooperation in a familiar way. Very well. His judgment is only based on injury. Hybo should have not considered the possibility of old age and death. Rowena approvingly looked at Tom's precise and effective magic. The scales of the giant snake have gradually lost its luster and wrapped it. Nagini's sarcoma is also slowly shrinking like an aging organ. She continued, use your lost fog to erode it, just like dragging me into the illusion at first. Let the fog eat the soul of this snake. Leave the spine and the surrounding bone spares. Did you see the rune behind it? In the ancient magic text, it represents plunder. I didn't expect that the Black Wizard's technique of this level would be so rough. Hybo was so horrified that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect that the woman in front of him who had always thought it was food would know his serial curse well, and even took a step-by-step to tear apart his pet into a spine. He closed his eyes in despair. Under the traction of the protection magic he had set up that year, the magic power in his spine was gradually flooding towards the parasitic woman, and the magic that died together could never be triggered, because the giant snake was naturally aging. I don't know who invented the curse. It's really a shame to the face of a dark wizard. Hybo was stuck in a step before he invaded his soul, unable to move, even the simple action of running away. Rowena watched with satisfaction as Nelson and Tom completed each curse with great precision under his command. A black-haired woman with her knees hugged and her body curled up was gradually showing her true face from the sarcoma. She didn't know how long she hadn't been in contact with the outside world, whether it was body or soul. A greasy voice interrupted Rowena's thoughts and satisfaction. My great, kind and generous master. 225th chapter. Wake up, it's a pity. Nelson looked at the crumbling snake, and its skull gradually revealed a green figure. He shook his head pretentiously, and said firmly, your great, kind and generous master is ready to give it away. A special gift for you. Hybo's soul trembled, showing a happy expression. You are really going to give me again? Yes, despicable Helbo. I'm going to help you get rid of it. Nelson smiled, and under the guidance of Rowena, he manipulated the lost fog to carefully wrap the skeleton of the giant snake, using the characteristics of the lost fog to devour the soul and memory, gradually eroding the complex runes attached to it. He showed a concerned expression, as if he was really a good master who cares about his subordinates. Is it tiring to be a fragment of a person's soul? In the giant snake's skull, a cluster of faint green flames struggling desperately, slamming against its eye sockets and jaws frantically. But Senbai's head resembled an unbreakable prison, where Haibo was firmly imprisoned and accompanied by him. Every time you reload, the ancient magic text on the snake bone will brighten by half. Under normal circumstances, these ancient magic texts containing the huge magic power of the Nagini family for generations will cause unimaginable damage to the surroundings once triggered, but the one that was implanted as a blood curse in the souls of Nagini's ancestors, the giant snake, is not dead yet, even though it only has its bones, even though it has no strength to struggle, even though it has aged from beginning to end to the point of being broken at the touch of a touch. It is not dead, and the soul of the giant snake is still not there. Obliterated. In this situation, these delicate magic texts have become the shackles for Helbo to bury himself. They still uphold the rules that Helbo set millennia ago, protecting the souls of wizards parasitized by blood curses. Damn it. Haibo gave up hitting the snake's head. He shattered his soul flame and evenly attached to the upper body of the giant snake. The white bones of Bai Sensen immediately gave off a green color, although green is often regarded as the color of life. But this green color reminds Nelson of the land that has been eroded by nuclear radiation. Slytherin, Rowana's voice suddenly sounded. Put the basilisk's teeth into the snake's spine and count the 200th from the top. Faster. When the green thing spreads, you have to plug it in, Master Ravenclaw. Tom curled his mouth, took the small ball handed by Nelson, and pressed it hard. A silver glove covered his right hand. He bent down and picked up the many basilisk fangs on the ground. The sharp pieces appeared in the upper middle position of the basilisk, and quickly inserted the fangs into the gap between the two white spine bones. The figure flashed and appeared in the initial position, saying, "My name is Riddle, Tom Marvolo Riddle." "Okay, Slytherin." Rowena nodded, his eyes still watching the place where Tom inserted the fangs, the green still spreading from top to bottom, and within a second of Tom's apparition back to the original place, Helbo's green spirit body had already spread. When it reached the place where the basilisk fangs were, it quickly stunned the body of the giant snake. But this unstoppable momentum quickly stagnated when it hit the fangs. Rowena approached Nelson, put a hand on his shoulder, and said softly, "Assaulted Atlas, the spell is spiritual blockade." Nelson didn't ask much, and when he raised his hand, a blue light shot at the bottom of the giant snake's head. A blue shackle slowly formed around the neck of the giant snake. Below, the spreading green hit the fangs, like pouring cold water into a redyne pan. A sizzling sound of liquid vaporizing, followed by Haibo's horrified cry, "Why did you find me?" Servant. Just like there are always people who say that you can find an antidote around you after being bitten by a snake, Rowena didn't pay attention to Helbo, and patiently explained to Nelson and Tom. The natural enemy who most restrains a dark wizard from becoming a famous magic will often also from his hands, such as this Helbo. It is an unsupported Horcrux, but it is difficult to destroy. Interestingly, the basilisk created by him can cause a devastating blow to this humble soul. Haibo's calmness disappeared, and the greasy voice turned into an old tremor, and the green on the snake bones retracted upward at a speed visible to the naked eye, seeming to completely give up the fight for the giant snake. Not only was the progress blocked, Haibo's return journey also encountered an accident. When the green retracted back to the spine near the snake's head, the momentum of retreat was immediately locked by the suddenly tightened blue shackles. "What is this?" Haibo's trembling voice resounded under the blue shackles of the giant snake's throat. "Who are you?" "Look, as far as the soul is concerned, as long as it is not completely divided, then even if it extends farther, the consciousness will finally only exist in one place," Rowena, like a responsible teacher, explained to the two carefully. There is no way to know the history of Rowena Ravenclaw, but perhaps she was a patient educator. This magic was created by Helga, and she has a talent that is far beyond ordinary people in medicine. This magic can help her fix the consciousness of the wounded wizard to a certain part of her body, so that other parts can be treated painlessly without anesthetic potions. I didn't expect it to be quite effective here. You treat me as an experiment? I'm not a teaching aid. Haibo's yelling was once again revealed as a traditional art. He cursed Rowena frantically and yelled, "You kill me if you have the kind!" Exclamation mark. Look, its attempt to infect the entire snake just now is worthy of your study. In my opinion, this is a spirit of never giving up, even if it is a dark wizard. Always keep hope. This is also the four of us. The thoughts when the school was founded, Rowena said lightly, but I hope you will take warning from its current state, hysterical, and giving up thinking, which means embracing failure and even welcoming death. Rowena did not lower his voice at all, so that Haibo, who had been listening to him, was speechless and speechless. He not only gave up thinking, but also gave up cursing. Now, the magical power of this snake has given back to this little girl. Rowena looked at the sarcoma hanging between the bones, beating more and more vigorously, and said, "You can try to pull her out, and then feed back." On the one hand, the restrictions on these ancient magic texts may be loosened. On the other hand, she can't bear such a huge magic power. Tom nodded and walked forward eagerly. Of course, the first step is to wake her up. If she doesn't have the will to survive, you can't save her no matter what. Tom staggered. He almost copied his wand and cut it. Turning around now, with the words "Why didn't you say it earlier" on his face, he shrugged helplessly and said, Was that how you spoke to Lord Slytherin?" "Oh," Rowena nodded, and shook his head, "I always thought you were him, but Salazar ... He doesn't need me to remind him to be cautious." "Ha ha ha." Haibo laughed. Tom's face condensed. His backhand inserted a venomous tooth into the thickest green part of the basilisk atlas. Haibo let out a scream of pain like a duck hit by a shotgun. Laughter disappeared immediately. Nelson raised his hand to cover his mouth. He somewhat knew why Haibo had become an enemy of the world. This is not a problem that magic can solve. Rowena stepped back and left the stage. It's time to show the power of the mouth. Nelson struck up for Tom in his heart, and took a step back, looking at Tom walking towards Nagini with relish. I saw Tom slowly walked towards Nagini, rubbed his hands, and began to practice his expression. The last time he said this embarrassing thing was to talk to his sister. Christian never again. Take care of him. Time passed by, and Rowena couldn't help being interrupted by his birth. Haibo will die if you wait any longer. Nelson looked at the atlas of the giant snake, and saw that the place where Tom threw the fangs in the fangs was already a piece of rotten black, and the Haibo, which was connected to the black, had turned into a stale dark green. He took it back. Looking at him, Tom, who had already walked in front of Nagini, was muttering something, turning his head to look back from time to time. Is he talking? After a while, Rowena suddenly poked Nelson on the shoulder and asked in a low voice. Nelson listened, but he could only hear Haibo's wailing. Looking at his facial muscles from behind, he should be talking, but I'm not sure what Tom said. What do you think he will talk about? Rowena asked curiously. I think he might start by saying a lot of things like taking her to drink butterbeer or giving her money. Butterbeer? Is this civilian drink still popular? Rowena seemed to have something wrong with his focus. Yes, enduring. Nelson nodded. Do you think he will wake up that little girl? Not sure, you know. Tom is a bit stupid. If you ask him to unite people, encourage people, and leaders, he will be very good at it, but comfort people. Nelson frowned. I haven't seen any good results so far. It's really like Salazar, Rowena sighed. From the inside out, it's really alike. But even if his words are useless, the last piece of news must be of interest to Nagini, Nelson said confidently. She will wake up. Help no. Nelson was awakened by the roar and raised his head. Haibo, who had been poisoned by the basilisk's fangs, suddenly yelled at Tom. His gaze shifted down, and Nagini was restored to his gaze. Black eyes. She woke up. A dreamy voice sounded beside Nelson. He only felt a breeze, and a green figure exuding vitality appeared beside Nagini, and the words of Royner's Clark came from afar. "It's time to finish." "Can't she fight?" Nelson was wondering, but saw Tom flying towards him. Tom only felt a huge force coming and hit him to Nelson's side, but the force when he landed became light, and he was immediately caught by Nelson. He broke away from Nelson's arm and slammed into Nagini's direction. Staring, "I only heard," Rowena said lightly. "The look of a lady's desolation is not something you can see." Tom squeezed his fists and raised his head, ready to vent his grief and anger on Helbo. He didn't even leave time for Nelson to prepare the props. Tom had already flashed under the snake bone's head and deceived him. A very condensed black light shot from the tip of the wand against the joint, and instantly penetrated the giant snake's bones. The explosion raged forward on the opposite side of the penetrating injury, and Tom's second attack followed closely. The four basilisks' longest, sharpest and most toxic teeth left behind were dragging the magic black. Lightning covered the front like a net of heaven and earth, and the two attacks were generally fierce, regardless of priority. Boom! A blast echoed in the pure white space, and Nelson, who had erected the barrier early, was even shaken back by the shockwave that hit the surroundings. A thick tree stood where Nagini was, and was about to be bent by the wind. Up. No need, really no need. Nelson shook his head and opened his eyes. The skeleton of the giant snake in front of him could already be called the ashes of the giant snake. Except for a piece of bone dregs scattered on the ground, he could not find any other fragments. And the bone scum was also ground to ashes by Tom, who was carefully grinding it with his toes. A cloud of green light flew from the powder of bone scum, and pounced on Tom's face with strong hatred. The fragment of Helbo's soul was so weak that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. It repeated some words and rushed to Tom frantically, but when it just started, it was condensed by a big hand made of mist. Catching the tail, he carried it to Nelson's side. Under the squeeze of the big hands, Lost Fog and Hybo came into contact more comprehensively, and the frying sounds of Zizzy came one after another. Soon, Tom, who approached, could not hear a word of cursing. "I don't know if Helbo's body can feel it." This is the first piece of Helbo's soul fragment that Nelson really destroyed. You can ask him about his body, but I still suggest you experiment again. Rowena led a black-haired woman from a distance. She was weak and staggered, but she still refused to support her. Step by step, walked towards Tom. Tom blinked his eyes vigorously and turned his back. He and Nelson's promise finally fulfilled the first step after a few years. He quickly calmed down and whispered to Nelson, "I think it's better if you tell her. It is good." "Which thing?" Nelson was stunned, and asked 3 questions in surprise. "That thing you didn't tell her? Then how did she wake up?" Chapter 226 Animagus First Step, Don't Talk. We finally met. Nagini wore a long skirt woven with leaves and rattan, staggering towards Tom, staring into his eyes. She has a pale face, her single lips and eye sockets are thick black, too thin eyebrows are sharply raised, and there is a lingering worry between her eyebrows. She has a standard oriental appearance, and one eye is transparent. It was black, but the other was blocked tightly by a layer of snake-like grey pan, revealing a deadly silence of decay, and seemed to have lost the ability to capture light. "Isn't it often seen before?" Tom scratched his head and glanced at Nagini's blind eye. At the back corner of the eye, several black diamond-shaped scales are neatly arranged and stretched. The sideburns were hidden by the long black hair, and it seemed that the separation from the blood curse was not complete. He frowned and cast a suspicious look at Rowena. "This is the limit that Master Ravenclaw can do." Nagini first turned his head, cast a grateful and respectful look at Rowena, turned and explained to Tom, "I and that snake. The entanglement is too deep. It has changed me so much." "These are not important, are they?" Nelson took a step forward and silently examined Nagini's soul. Although she was weak, she had never been so complete, so self, and so free. Nelson nodded in satisfaction, and said to Tom, "After all, This is the first case of successfully cracking the blood curse in history. It is already very good to be able to do this. Don't forget, we have to change Nagine's body back to human form. Tom hesitated a little, with deep worries spreading in his eyes. Nal is right. Nagini stepped forward and got closer to Tom. Her eyes never looked away, but her language suddenly became louder than her firm eyes. Thank you very much. For me, the guy who stole your owl, so much. She took a step back unconsciously, looked at Nelson, lowered her head, and said softly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. I just ... The snake has good hearing." "It's okay." Nelson smiled, stretched out his right hand, and said softly, "The first time I heard you talking, I really didn't understand Theis before. Ha ha ha. I can teach you slowly." Nagini tilted his head and looked at Nelson from the side, with one hand twisting the curly black hair that hangs down from his chest, and the other hand slowly raising it to put it on. Half of his hand revealed an unconfident temperament. "It's nice to see you like this, nah." Nelson held Nagini's pale hands. She looked not young, but her hands were so small that she was as thin as a skeleton. She was a miserable person for Grindelwald. Nelson felt a cold, hard metallic touch from the back of her hand. He couldn't help but grabbed Nagini's hand and looked at it. The faint snake scales came out from under her hand. Nagini. Tom, who was quiet for a long time, suddenly said, "You are not a snake, you are a man." "Yeah ... I'm not a snake." Nagini's expression was a little dazed, and his lost hands slowly slipped from Nelson's hands, and his shoulders shook for a while. Rowena supported her from behind, only to hear Nagini. He was whispering, repeating the same sentence, "I am a person." "Don't worry." Rowena nodded to Nelson and said, "The soul most easily reflects the nature and performance of a person." She has lived as a snake for so long that it is difficult to accept the fact that she has turned back into a human. That's why scales grew on her body. If she can get used to human life, can it affect the soul? Nelson asked. "Of course, that's what I want to say." Rowena nodded and yelled at Tom again, "Slytherin, be gentle with ladies, otherwise I don't worry about giving her to you." "I won't call." Tom opened his mouth, then closed it quickly, twitching his mouth, lowered his head, took Nagini helped by Rowena, and took a chair from Nelson's pocket and placed it on the floor. "Put the weak Nagini up. You take good care of her," Rowena ordered. "I have something to do with Nelson." Tom grabbed Nelson, shook his head, and said, "You tell her about it first." "Are you in such a hurry?" Rowena frowned and asked, "What is so important?" "It may not be important to others at all, but it is the most important thing for Nagini," Tom said categorically, glaring back at Rowena's eyes. Okay." Nelson inserted between the two of them, approached Nagini who was lying on the chair, bent down, and felt her shivering intermittently all over, leaning close to his ear, and whispered, "You still remember Newt Scamander? He has been looking for credence. According to the information available, this man may be alive." Hearing these words, Nagini sat up straight and opened his eyes suddenly, but Nelson had followed Ravenclaw to the other end. In front of him was the tangled Tom, who was playing with the bottle left by Nelson. Bottles and cans are said to be helpful materials for the soul. "Have you figured out the specific method?" Rowena first motioned to Nelson to cast a block, and then asked straightforwardly, "After the blood curse was stripped, this girl's soul no longer matches the snake's body. Do you understand me?" "I understand that a snake body will reject a human soul. After all, the structure is almost completely different." Nelson nodded and replied, "When she stabilizes a little bit, we will go out. I have prepared the pupa and the leaves of mandrake, animagus." Rowena frowned and fell into thinking. Nelson stood there, waiting quietly for her to finish thinking, turning back and looking at it from time to time. After a few minutes, Rowena's brows stretched out, commented, "It's crazy, but if it succeeds, it will be a perfect solution. I thought you would choose a combination of transformation and permanent shaping." "You tell me," Nelson whispered. "I had considered some more ... extreme methods before, but then I realized that although there is a snake outside, it is still Nagine's original body. Professor Dumbledore, he's the current dean of Gryffindor. He learned a lot about human body deformation from him, and my grasp was much higher than before. What kind of transfiguration can you learn from the students of Gryffindor? You might as well ask him to kill Hellboy. Rowena curled his lips and asked, for example, how do you make a snake learn animags? Snakes can only speak snake-like voices. You can't say spells. There is a solution. Nelson was well prepared. Tom has acquired some magic inherited from Slytherin, many of which were designed in the Snakeman style. In addition, we also have silent spells and external force deformations. The way you can choose. I'm a little interested. Rowena told a little lie. In fact, she was very interested when she saw this crazy plan from Nagine's memory, especially when she saw Nelson let a snake practice magic in the secret room of Slytherin. Experimenting with another basilisk in the deformed scene made her feel that Nelson should come to her academy more and more. She shook her head and asked, where's the magic wand? The snake doesn't even have an arm. There is no difference between your forcibly transformed arm and a phantom limb. Speaking of magic wands, it's even simpler. Nelson smiled and raised his empty right hand. A small silver ball flew from his pocket to the palm of his hand, slowly turning into a variety of small animals. I studied at an American magic academy for a period of time. Native wizards in the Americas have never needed a wand since ancient times. Unlike African wizards, they don't even need gestures. As long as the belief in their hearts is strong enough, they have learned part of it. It is said that the four magic creatures imparted the magic to the founder. They can. Why can't Nagini? There has never been an animal in the world that can complete Animagus. Even if it succeeds, can you predict what she will become? Rowena gave Nelson a meaningful look and said, no one's Animagus is a human being, and human beings are also magical creatures. It's okay to become a mole, Nelson replied without hesitation. As for Animagus, we count the number of Animagus registered for 800 years and some recorded illegal Animagus. I have reason to believe that it is not random. Oh, Rowena's eyes shone with excitement. This is a field she has never touched. I think for a guy who has lost his identity as a person, Nelson looked at Nagini, who was curled up on a stool and sobbed not far away, clutching Tom's sleeve and wiping his nose on it. He whispered, if she doesn't become an adult, then it's really intolerable. You are crazy. No, I'm very rigorous. I have already made predictions about my Animagus. Nelson gripped his wand tightly. I will start the practice of Animagus at the same time as Nagini, if my prediction is correct. Now that it can be copied and reproduced again. What if your Animagus didn't succeed at all? There is no such possibility. Nelson shook his head. I have done too much preparation for this day. You are so arrogant, Rowena said. I suddenly don't want you to come to Ravenclaw. The thought that you put in the Sorting Hat also thinks so, Nelson said firmly. In this matter, anyone can fail. But Nagini has no chance of failure. I have no more details. Time for meticulous preparation of materials, searching for information, making plans and then formulating emergency plans. Of course I will not allow myself to fail. If I fail, she will not even be qualified to taste the failure. Who isn't it? Rowena covered his mouth and chuckled. I regret the decision a little bit now. What decision? I should still recruit you to Ravenclaw. You can go and discuss with the current principal, Nelson suggested sincerely. Okay, don't be poor. Let's go see them and tell you about Animagus precautions by the way. Rowena shook his hair proudly and said, don't look at me with that look. But Rowena Ravenclaw, can't you really speak? By the recliner in front of the cabin, Tom was flaring his teeth at Nelson. Can't say a word? Nelson was very calm. He sat up straight, spread his hands, and shook his head. You should tell me first. At least wake me up. Tom clutched his hair in pain. He had been tortured all morning. At least let me watch you hold this damn leaf. Nelson didn't move. He just nodded. No. What do you mean by shaking your head and nodding? Tom was a little mad, beating the air in front of him frantically, and shouted, Does shaking his head mean nodding or shaking his head? Nodding means ... no. Nodding means yes, or is it? He suddenly realized that his tongue was knotted, so he turned his head, looked at Nagini, and then slapped the mountain on his forehead. I forgot, you can't open your mouth. Tom waved his hand at Nagini. Don't shake my head at me, I'm going to faint. After torturing himself in this way, Tom approached the cabin angrily and closed the door heavily. Is he crazy? Rowana's voice suddenly sounded after Tom left. Nelson shook his head, took out a small blackboard from under the recliner, and wrote and painted on it. With the breeze blowing, a slender vine climbed up from a distance like a foot, found a hole and planted himself in. Rowana's voice became clearer. I think you did it on purpose. Nelson dropped the pen casually, and stretched out his hand to wipe it on the blackboard. The previous handwriting twisted to form another sentence. Find a pen? You're a wizard. Ravenclaw teased. The tiny vine raised a leaf and scratched the top. So where is your level of improvement? Is the level of prank improvement close to Alphad? Or the level of silent charm close to Dumbledore? The text was interrupted, and Nelson suddenly realized that it was a male voice who asked the last question, and he turned his head stiffly to meet Tom's death gaze. Chapter 227 The Philosopher Nelson. What is metaphysical? The corners of Tom's mouth curled up, showing a crazy grin, and let out a GGGG laugh. It sounds like you have a lot of research on philosophy. Come and tell me. It suddenly occurred to me that there are still some termites at the roots of the U. Rowana's voice sounded at the right time. I'll go and see ... Take care of Nagini, by the way. You guys are busy. No. The small vine covered with tender leaves took the two bottom leaves as feet and jumped on the spot, then went into the small hole under the feet and disappeared. Is it? Tom pressed one hand on the back of the reclining chair under Nelson, and flicked it with the wand in the other, dragging a long voice. Immediately afterwards, another line of text appeared below Nelson's defense. I'm wondering if I still want to attack Ravenclaw's crown. Nelson raised his head in surprise, and was about to open his mouth to say something. Tom quickly turned his wand upside down and pointed at Nelson. A rapid modified choker spell stuck Nelson's mouth tightly. Nelson was brought down from the chair by the impact of the curse. He quickly got up, secretly afraid in his heart, and he was still unaccustomed to keeping his mouth shut. Animagus preparations almost gave up all his efforts. The first step in practicing Animagus is to hold a single leaf of mandala grass in his mouth and persist from the full moon to the next full moon. Although some people think that you can eat and sleep while shouting the leaves, Nelson he felt that it was pure nonsense. He had tested it before and swallowed a total of 14 mint leaves as experimental products in 2 days. So Nelson finally decided to close his mouth with the leaves in his mouth, thanking the magic, so that he would not starve to death in the process. Nelson sat back on the recliner with a grateful look, nodded, and swiftly wrote, I know, but the tree spirit is the tree spirit, and she is her. The slender, sharp, and slanted text immediately appeared on Nelson's small blackboard. When he wrote this sentence, Tom pulled a chair, sat next to Nelson, and laughed and cursed. This is your philosophy. I might as well go to the Pig's Head bar and listen to Aberforth's story about his assault on Dumbledore. Nelson shook his head and continued to write, in fact, Ravenclaw's daughter has given me the ownership of it, and Tom's brushstrokes paused. His mouth slammed Nelson's bad behavior of taking medicine without notice, and continued to write, and she is not Ravenclaw himself. The biggest question now is why she appears here, and whether we can beat her. Nelson put his head on the back of the chair, leaned back, and recalled, there is such a thing. Tom nodded. So Aberforth's butterbeer is a fake from Knockoff Alley? No wonder it tastes so good. Nelson gave Tom a blank look and continued to write, I don't think it's a fake. Butterbeer is just a drink, not a brand, let alone it tastes better. Tom said to himself, apparently already in the play, and he waved his sleeves. The blackboard returned to a clean state again, and Tom's words quickly surfaced. I'll just say how to beat that tree spirit to become more powerful. You did the co-authoring? Nelson denied. So that's it. Tom nodded and fell silent. Nelson continued, "Will you?" Tom frowned, his eyes were complicated, and he muttered, "Will she be willing?" "What do you want?" Roina gasped and asked briskly. Although the camp is not close to the purple shirt, she shouldn't be tired no matter how much a vine is attached. It can only be said that she is a bit deep in the play. 2 leaves squeezed out of the small hole on the ground, and supported the ground to throw up the cane below. She waved the leaves and asked, "How's the philosophy talk? I didn't bother you." No. Tom shook his head. "That's good." The cane twisted. "If the vine has a head, this action should be turn your head and look at Nelson," and said, "Really? Except for just coming out and turning around. Nagini is still too weak to wake up. Is this really okay?" Nelson finished a sentence quickly and raised the blackboard. "Isn't it?" Rowena asked back and looked at Tom again. "By the way, I'm still curious. What did you just say you want?" "Of course, if it's inconvenient, just forget it." "Nothing." Tom shrugged and thought for a moment. He didn't tell the truth, but said softly, "I'm talking about that tree. I'm a little curious. I don't know if it wants it." "Will." "What? Whether it wants to be you?" Tom bent slightly and smiled politely. "Sorry, it's offensive." "Nothing." The tiny vine trembles, then grows up suddenly, piercing the ground, and grows to more than 1 person tall. The thick vine opens from the middle like a door. Rowena still wears the skirt, and but she walked out from the inside. She smiled. "I'm still used to talking to you like this. Your appearance also makes us more cordial," Tom said in a deep voice. "Thank you, Slytherin." Rowena nodded and fell back. The vine that had just split quickly twisted himself into a recliner exactly like the one under Nelson's ass and caught her. "This should be the magic Helga dreams of." Tom raised his eyebrows, already familiar with the name Slytherin. Rowena, who has turned into a human form, has a sufficiently plentiful expression. After sitting firmly, she looks at Tom and said seriously, "If I were it, I must not want it." "Do you think it would be willing?" Tom asked respectfully. "This question itself does not hold true." Rowena gently tapped on the still-living handrails grown from the rattan, stroking the green leaves of the trees, and said softly, "Wishness itself needs to be based on choice. At least it needs give people the option of willing and unwilling." Nelson raised the blackboard in his hand. "Of course," Rowena nodded. "By the way, I like that you use. I think she is more than just a plant." "You know I'm not referring to this." Rowena shook his head. "I never gave her anything. In fact, I really woke up after meeting you. Before that, I was just Rowena." A memory left by Ravenclaw. The purple shirt is really a kind of magical tree, especially for wizards. It often represents life and death, and life and death are always the most mysterious magic. Rowena looked at Tom. "Slytherin, yours the magic wand is made of yew wood, and you should probably also understand." When Helena put the crown on the dead tree stump, the whole tree had been dead for a long time. There was only a little bark connected to a little dirt. Poor survival chances. Is she the same stump?" Tom asked. "Yes. A young sprout survived forcibly with the nutrients delivered by that small piece of bark, probably to avoid the storm that was too violent for her. She chose to grow on the inner side of the dead tree stump. It's a coincidence. Passed through the crown by chance. But where did the little bark convey the nutrients enough for her to grow up? This young sapling chose the nutrients she shouldn't draw the least, but that was her last help from then on. She has no choice." "Yes, magic." Rowena nodded and sighed. "I was muddled back then, and the crown was constantly escaping magic. Of course, I think it should be my forging technology that has a problem. Relying on these contains memory you has survived with difficulty, but all the magic she drew comes from me. The knowledge of the world depends entirely on my memory. When a person lives in my memory since childhood, then she is me." "Have you never thought of telling her all this?" "Slytherin, didn't you hear the sentence I just said? I only really woke up after meeting you." Rowena curled his lips, fiddled with the leaves on his hand, and accidentally took the leaves. Pulling it out, the 2 people who met did not notice. She secretly stuffed the leaves behind the chair and mocked, "In fact, I was a magic item before. And I shouldn't be Rowena Avon Crow, I also want to pursue myself. Sorry. Tom sat up straight, but Rowena waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Do you want me to return my independent personality to her? Although I may not owe her anything, Rowena teased, casting a fascinating look at Tom. I didn't expect the descendants of Salazar with this kind of consciousness. You can ask your little friend to do this kind of thing, and let him wash her lost fog, but have you ever thought about a problem? What if you strip away the memory of Rowena Ravenclaw in her soul? She will have nothing. What is the difference between killing her? Think about it carefully. While your little friend has turned into a dumb, take advantage of the opportunity to quietly think about the problem. Use your little head, think about it. Rowena gave a meaningful smile. If you can think of a reasonable and feasible solution, I will fulfill your wish. My wish? Tom was puzzled. Didn't you want this crown? Rowena raised his eyebrows and brushed the fluffy hair at the beginning. A crown studded with jewels was shining in the scattered sunlight in the forest. If you can prove your wisdom, Slytherin, you will be my choice. Rowena on the rocking chair smiled and closed his eyes. His black hair gradually grew longer, and green leaves grew from the tips of his hair, wrapping himself up like a willow tree. Then, the rocking chair merged with the person lying on it. A tall and upright yew with no branches until the crown of the tree rose from the ground. In the next second, a gentle breeze blew, and the yew tree seemed to be piled up of foam, turning into green leaves in the sky, mixing in the wind, and disappearing. My name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom quietly stared at the silver crown on the rocking chair, licked his lips, and asked, do you think this magic can be learned? I think you can make something similar. For example, how about you becoming a small silver ball rolling around? Tom raised his eyebrows. You can give the enemy a hard shot while running. At the edge of the forest, two young men met. They have the same youthful faces, the same pale skin, the same muddy boots and the same dusty exotic costumes. From the time they disembarked at the pier, the two of them had been one after the other, neither too close nor too far apart. Mister, what are you doing in the forests of Albania? The young man in front finally lost his breath, stopped, and questioned the man behind him. Looking for someone. But it seems to be a step late. Oh, the person you are looking for in the forest? My family. It's a coincidence. So am I. The young man in front stepped forward, walked into the shadow under the tree, and turned around vigilantly. Since it's late, why not go back? What's your name? The person behind did not answer his question. My name is Draca, the young man asked rhetorically, loosening his neckline, revealing two pairs of sharp fangs. How about you? In front of him, the shameless young man with impressive eyes twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, my name is Boginbok. Chapter 228. Tom, why do we sit in the forest in class? It seems that I'm still more used to this kind of life of standing on the podium to give lectures, although for me, the last time I picked up the pointer was actually yesterday. The lecture I gave you and the first session for Hogwarts, the students speak no differently. Rowena took a sip of the teacup filled with petals, and Quandang watered herself. She looked at Nelson, who was sitting down right down the stage, and sighed. You seem to be students in the same class, but they may have been. It's turned into Lois. Nelson nodded and said nothing. Rowena seemed to be unable to relax at all. The next day after Nelson was mouthing leaves, after confirming the stability of Nagini, she secretly took Nelson's blackboard with a tiny vine, and waited until Nelson found her. She has arbitrarily transformed the empty space behind the hut into a temporary classroom, and her passion for imparting knowledge seems to have been carved into her bones. Even if it is to survive as a memory, she can't bear to let go of the pointer in her hand, just like in the battle against Haibo. She also kept on explaining the details of the battle without stopping and chattering. But you are a little better than them. Rowena shook his head, as if recalling the students in the previous class, with a warm smile on his face that he had never had before. In our age, many people even recognize letters incomplete. The students recruited by Salazar are okay. The naive little guys in Helga have to learn spelling from the beginning. This is really painful. You don't have to sit so upright. Now it's time for get out of class. Nelson moved his hips, feeling the little Mazza who was too small in his seat, and couldn't tell. You are better than them. I don't know if you are really smart, or you want me to think you are smart. Rowena added a cup of hot tea, holding his mouth and blowing warmly. Their passion for knowledge is even mine. It's too much. In every class, half of the world is asking questions. Do you know what I admire most about you? Nelson shook his head. What I like most is that you never ask questions. Don't ask me what gestures should I use for this spell. And don't ask me how to pronounce the spell. Rowena blinked and praised. You are a perfect listener. Nelson no longer knew what to say. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the blackboard behind Rowena, indicating that he didn't want to ask questions. But Rowena stuck his head out as if he couldn't see his movements. Out the window. Slytherin, hurry up and move a bench by yourself when you come back. Class is about to start. A few seconds later, the stern Tom walked out of the back door sullenly, carrying the chair he had taken out of Nelson's pocket. He was neatly dressed and looked like he was about to leave. How is Nagini? Rowena asked with concern. It's always in a state where there is no life-threatening thing, Tom replied, curling his lips. But it didn't get better. She told me that she had phantom limb pain. But I still couldn't imagine what it felt like. Phantom limbs? Rowena frowned, then stretched out, and said, for a wizard, the best way is to practice. Would you like to try it? No need, ma'am. Tom replied dryly. Even if I cut off one of my hands, it won't help to ease Nagini's pain. In fact, I think pain is necessary for her now. A certain degree of physical stimulation can make her mentally more awake. Rowena motioned to Tom to sit down and put the teacup on her vine. On the table full of flowers, she continued, the pain will always remind her that she is a person, not a snake. Nelson propped his head with his hand and leaned against the desk. The sound of Tom moving the desk and chair did not make him move. It was not until Ravenclaw rang the bell on his hand that he raised his head mechanically. Slytherin, last class we mainly talked about the application of the improved curse in life. You can ask Nelson after the class. Rowena cleared his throat, and the lazy temperament between classes disappeared and replaced him. It's an extremely self-confident aura. In this lesson we will talk about their role in combat, involving 35 kinds of spells. Since you all know their original spells, I hope you don't waste time on these simple content. Rowena raised a hand to his chest, as if holding a non-existent book. A rattan pierced out of the ground, curled up the pen, and sprinted on the blackboard. The original intention of Defense Against the Dark Arts was to create a spell that can cause the same damage as the Dark Arts but does not need to mobilize too much emotional energy to resist powerful dark wizards. Rowena stood on the podium and talked. Even for Tom and Nelson, what she said was novel and profound, because the unlimited use of black magic will cause irreversible damage to the soul. And the use of black magic dealing with the Dark Wizard is simply a joke, so it's better to say it's the Dark Wizard Civil War. That's why the early white wizards turned their minds to the commonly used spells, such as the floating spell, the flying spell and even the automatic sock-washing spell. The source of the defense against the dark arts you are using now, maybe it's some kind of carrot-cutting spell. Sufficient time always flies quickly. Under the teaching of Ravenclaw-style duck-filling, half a day passed quickly, and the sun also climbed to the top of the three of them. Rowena told Nelson and the tree next to Tom to be closer, covering the noon sun for the two of you, while bathing in the sun, clapping your hands, and briskly said, "Okay, we are over for today's class. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Given that you are still on vacation time, we will only have 2 classes in the morning every day." Nelson was a little touched. Although it was unreasonable to have classes during holidays, when Rowena said as a reward, only 2 classes a day in the morning, he even felt that Rowena was kind. It is indeed the Big Four of Hogwarts. After that, Rowena's figure shattered into a pile of leaves, scattered into the wind and disappeared. leaving Tom standing by the podium to ponder the principle of this magic. Nelson was sitting in the audience sorting notes. He was surprised to find that although the morning was very tired, it was also very efficient. At Hogwarts, just take the spell class, which has 2 hours a week. Because of the need taking care of everyone's progress, the process of learning a spell is roughly like this. In the first week, Professor Sykes will spend one class explaining the theory of spells, teaching students the spells and casting movements, and leaving another class for the students to practice. In the second week, she will spend one class to test the results of each classmate, and the class will be corrected by another class, tutoring students who are behind in progress, and a paper will be assigned after class. In the third week, Professor Sykes will comment on some typical homework and comment on this. The precautions for Taoism spells are supplemented at the end, which will take about 2 lessons. In this way, you may not learn a few spells in Hogwarts in a semester, but Hogwarts is also very generous to people who are hungry for knowledge. As long as it is not some strange time, the door of the library and the professor's office, it is always open for everyone. And Rowena's course today is for Nelson and Tom to make this self-study time more systematic and more efficient. Take today's 35 kinds of spells. Most of them they have been in contact with, and the rest are also related to each other, easy to comprehend. Rowena just introduced their spells and effects, and these are for Nelson, and it's enough for Tom. In fact, Rowena never thought that she would speak so quickly. In addition to her own physical strength of a tree, it might also be because there was a speechless Nelson and a Tom who was too lazy to ask questions. Right. Seriously, nah, don't you think it's weird? After confirming that Rowena had left, Tom approached Nelson and whispered, "Although Miss Ravenclaw's course is really great, we are on vacation. It is now holiday time. Why do we sit in a big forest full of wild mushrooms and all kinds of game in a sunny day and have classes?" Nelson looked up from the thick notes, thought for a while, and shook his head. "Well, I mean, I always thought the holidays were a time for students to rest." Tom frowned, clutching his messy hair, and said, "Look at my hair. How many times have I lost in a class?" "Root." Nelson shrugged and nodded. "No, what do you mean by nodding and shaking your head?" Tom's body movements became richer. He looked at the blackboard on the podium and fished it off with a wave of his wand. "What are you up to?" He craned his neck and looked at Nelson's desk. "Fine, Nelson." Rowena added a layer of history of magic to his comprehensive class. "Fine, Nelson." Every word the ancients said was history. "Oh." Tom nodded heavily. "Can Professor Binns read the letter?" His focus was a little strange, and Nelson didn't know what to say. "Then why don't you just write on these papers and tell me?" Tom continued to ask, "Is writing on the blackboard one of the rituals of animagus?" Nelson's final period clicked very hard. "By the way, nah, I asked the snakes in the forest to pick some mushrooms for me, and hit a few small animals by the way." Tom waited for Nelson to write his signature on the letter paper, picked up the blackboard, and walked out. Half suddenly stood still and asked, "Did you bring an owl?" Seeing Nelson drew his cane from his pocket and poked it on the tied letter paper, it turned into a white light and disappeared. "Of course not. In fact, after you said that Sprout was proficient in herbal medicine last time, I also went to read some herbal medicine books," Tom said with his chest upright. "Didn't you say did Aunt Bella pass on all the stewing skills to you?" "Let me know." Nelson shrugged, pulled the blackboard back from Tom's hand, tucked it under his arm, and walked into the cabin. In a short while, cooking smoke emerged from the chimney of the hut. In this inaccessible virgin forest, there are even few hunters setting foot. The smell of this kind of food is unfamiliar to the animals in the forest, and some courageous animals have planted out of the trees one after another, approached this hut, but they were quickly driven away by the surrounding snakes. "Miss Ravenclaw said so many spells today. I think the best thing you made is the automatic carrot cutting spell." Inside, Tom was sitting by the fireplace, looking at the cauldron they used to cook the soup. His body rhythmically moved with the gurgling sound of the thick soup and the sound of the lid being lifted by steam. He put two on his knees. The upper arm supported his chin, looking at the pot, his eyes blurred. Nelson rummaged in his pocket for the bread box while writing on the blackboard. He turned his head and saw Tom, who seemed to fall asleep, silently erased the writing on the blackboard and replaced it with a sentence after writing. Nelson walked back to the counter with the bread he found. Suddenly, Tom was awakened by a violent shaking from under his feet. He looked left and right, and shouted, "Nah, is there an earthquake?" Immediately afterwards, he picked up Nelson's small blackboard, picked up the pot on the fire, and ran outside the house. As soon as he ran out of the house, Tom saw Nelson carrying a chopping board full of bread operated to him. "Have there been an earthquake?" Nelson nodded and shook his head. "Although the ground is vibrating, the feeling is still very different from the earthquake in the book. It feels like something big breaks the ground under his feet, from the mud drilled over." Tom hurriedly put the pot down, raised his hand and blew. Upon seeing this, Nelson flipped through his pocket and threw a small bottle. Tom caught it and saw that it was a bottle of fresh food. He raised his head and looked at the axe-shaped mountain not far away. There was nothing unusual about the mountain, which was completely different from the behavior of the earthquake. At this moment, Rowena pushed open the wooden gate of the fence and walked in. "I seem to smell someone cooking," she asked, raising her eyebrows. "What is it?" "Is creamy mushroom soup with roast chicken, Miss Ravenclaw." "What happened?" Tom asked hurriedly. "Did there just be an earthquake?" "It's nothing. Two strange guys came out of the forest, fighting hard." Rowena shrugged. "I drove them away." "Who?" Tom asked, gritting his teeth while applying Baxian to his hands. "A fool," Rowena thought for a moment, "and a dumb." 229th chapter. Remote assistance. Mr. Wiltning, I'm very happy to receive your letter during the holiday. For me, a ghost who can't feel the heat and cold, I actually felt a trace of long-lost warmth in this scorching summer. You know, for me, the feeling is undoubtedly precious. What makes me even more pleased is that you did not give up studying history during the holidays. This is the quality that a good historian should possess, and you can draw inferences from history and analyze your own experiences. This makes I am more pleased. Forgive me for this old man's insulting. Let's get back to business. I should be able to give you answers to some of the questions in your letter, and some questions that I haven't even considered. I think this requires us to study together and learn from those old ones. Find the truth we want in the ambiguous parchment. The first is about your patron saint. Although I don't know how to curse the patron saint, I still have some understanding. You mentioned in your letter that your patron saint failed after colliding with another emotional energy, which reminds me of a spell that Salazar studied back then, and studied the wonderful connection between the Dementor and the patron saint. Later, Salazar tried to create a solar-complete soul composed of positive and negative emotions, possessing 7 emotions and 6 desires, and indistinguishable from human beings. This touches the taboo of magic research. You must know that creating life has always been a field forbidden by wizards. Even the simplest soul is not allowed. Salazar's research was very deep back then. He himself could not use the patron saint curse, so he found the most talented student in Slytherin. You can find that person's name on the 2nd floor of the cabinet in the deepest part of the prize showroom. With his help, Salazar was quickly cursed by the patron saint. On the basis of this, another magic spell that mobilizes emotional energy to make it concrete can be used in combat linguistics. The extraordinary thing about this curse is that as long as you are a thinking person, you can use it to map the strongest emotions in your heart to reality, whether it is kindness, love, lawfulness, or greed, murder, chaos. As long as it is strong enough, you can create an alternative patron saint. No need to think about happy things. As long as it is firm enough, anyone can use it. In the beginning, Salazar taught it to several senior students in Slytherin at the time. Word spirituality played a big role in the fight against Dementors. Unlike the patron saint, this is called the summons of speaking spirit can't have obvious restraint effects like the patron saint expelling Dementors, but relatively speaking, it is difficult for Dementors to find them, and the most inconspicuous of them can even be mixed into Dementors. Key location intelligence. Everything is moving in a good direction, until Salazar asked the first student to cooperate with his experiment. He could use the Patron Saint spell. Salazar stimulated him in an impermissible way and forced him in extreme anger. He used the spirit of speech, which was exactly what he wanted. He explained the truth, dispelled the child's vigilance, and merged his spirit of speech with the Patron Saint. This experiment was undoubtedly a success. Although some students suffered irreversible injuries in many recurrences afterwards, it was indeed successful. The child had mastered an unusually powerful magic and played in the Dementor. In the chaos, he has repeatedly made remarkable achievements, but the good times are not long. He always feels that something is gestating in his heart. In order to solve this problem, Salazar did many experiments afterwards, and found that as long as two different emotions are brought into contact, similar changes can be produced. If the emotions of different people are blended with each other, the result is controllable and powerful. Combat power. He is more involved in experimentation, and is ready to collect all emotions to create a complete soul. Finally, the apprehensive apprentice told Godric about the incident. Under the intervention of others, Salazar finally stopped the experiment. He repeatedly emphasized that these were for victory, but even for victory, some bottom lines are still needed. Complied. So you don't have to worry about your Patron Saint. If I'm right, the user of verbal spiritism should be your good friend, Mr. Riddle. I don't care where he learned this magic, but UEDA is exactly recreating Salazar's most feasible plan back then. That beautiful falcon may have some changes, maybe smarter, maybe more powerful, because it is already richer than pure pleasure. Of course, this is just my guess. I have written to several wizards who have made great achievements in this field. I believe that your problem can be properly solved with the collective wisdom. Rest assured, I did not tell them your specific information. Nelson was lying on a chaiselong in the middle of the small courtyard at the front door. On the small table beside him was neatly stacked a stack of thick parchment paper. Judging from the state of the paper, these letter papers may have been stored for 1,000 years. Nelson's handwriting is new. The first page is densely packed with small handwriting, making Nelson dizzy. Is this the way the ghost writes? He closed his sour eyes, shook his head, rested for a while, and picked up the next piece of parchment. These parchment papers vary in length, and the new one he picked up was completely changed in handwriting. It turns out that Professor Binns caught a few house elves to help him write letters. Nelson had cares in his mind. He looked at the endless forest in the distance. It is said that looking at large green areas helps to relax his eyes. He straightened up from the chair, holding a page of parchment, appeared on the branch of a tall tree not far away, looked far away, and in a short while retracted his head to continue reading the letter. Ravenclaw? Are you sure you met Rowena Ravenclaw? I have never heard of her becoming a ghost. In fact, her death happened during the time I was coaching at Hogwarts. This was an unacceptable disaster for all of us. The wisest, most sensitive, calmest and most reliable of the Big Four suddenly left us. I'm sure she died. It's a pity, but this is an undoubted thing. But you saw her in Albania, which is thousands of miles away. It's incredible. Sorry, I have never heard of memory that can survive in this way. Maybe this is why Rowena Ravenclaw is different from other mediocre wizards. But she is really just a memory. After all, she once told you if I was still alive, if it was Rowena himself, she would know my choice. But whether it is her or not, since she has the memory in the crown and is interested in teaching you, you must seize this opportunity. Ravenclaw has always been known for her agility and eagerness, and did not listen to her teaching. Opportunity is a great pity for wizards of this era. In the era of the Big Four, Hogwarts was not as clear as it is now in every subject, with clear boundaries. All of the four deans are all-rounders, and their courses often integrate various types discipline, except for the history of magic. Maybe her tutoring can help you integrate what you learned in school. With Rowena's wisdom, she should be able to easily see your faults. She is a master of discovering students, for you. a mole-born person like you. For the wizard, this is a rare opportunity. As for Rowena's story, if you have a chance, you should ask herself. The life of each of the big four can be called ups and downs and full of legends. Compared to history, they are more like you like me. Legendary novels read in class. Turning to the reverse side, there was not a single word. This parchment was much shorter than the previous one. The handwriting of the house elf who wrote this page was a bit mad. Nelson collected the sheepskin, turned over and jumped off the tree, and appeared at the front door in a flash. On the recliner beside, Professor Binns's reply came very quickly, and it was only less than a week after Nelson sent the letter. It can be seen that his vacation was really idle. Nelson put the parchment paper back in the thick pile of parchment paper and put it away carefully. This drastically changing handwriting made him dizzy, and Nelson was going to read the rest of the content later. The letter delivery owl and Nelson also had a fate. It was the big owl that belonged to Hogwarts and was filled with other bird feathers. It is now stomping on the yew next to the house. Looked at the Axelite mountain without squinting. I didn't bring owl food. I don't know if it can eat this ... I remember it ate a few grains last time. Tom, who came out of the hut, raised his head and looked at the owl. He dropped a handful of small tomatoes and went up. A hurricane suddenly appeared in the air. A dark shadow flickered in the air. Nelson only felt a flower in front of his eyes. He rubbed his eyes. I thought it was an illusion from reading a letter. After a few seconds, the canopy was calm. Except for the sudden bulging of the owl's cheeks, nothing was different from just now. Is this really an owl? Tom asked in a low voice. Forget it, Tom asked, pouting his lips. By the way, what did Professor Binns say? These old professors like to say this kind of thing. The older they are, the more they like to say it, Tom said weakly. He didn't even look at Nelson's small blackboard. The 7-day experience of communicating with dumbs made him more comfortable in eye contact. Fortunately, today's class is over. I just don't know how many days will pass. I think it will be at least 23 days. Slytherin. Rowena's voice suddenly came from behind Tom, frightened him. This single leaf of Mandela must be contained by him. 23 days. After that we still have to wait for the storm to come. Miss Ravenclaw, it hurts me to think that I won't be able to listen to your teachings in 23 days. It doesn't matter. The storm created by magic is useless for animagus practice. If you really like listening to my lectures, Rowena said with a smile that knows everything, dragging a long tone. Summer vacation is still a long time away. Holding a sign, Nelson walked past the two of them and went to invite Nagini to observe the situation. His pocket contained the Dumbledore's help that Professor Binns had sent with the letter. He had some expectations. Among the people who are still alive, Dumbledore should be the one who has the highest attainments in transfiguration. With Dumbledore's help, Nagini's situation should be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Nelson couldn't help but move faster. Oh, seeing Nelson's figure disappear into the woods, Rowena looked up, saw the owl grooming his feathers, and sighed. Is this your child? What? Tom asked in a low voice. Miss Ravenclaw, what are you talking about? Nothing. Rowena turned his head. This owl looks familiar. Is it Hogwarts owl? Yes, I found this in the owl room. That's it. Its ancestors may also serve Hogwarts. After all, such capable owls are rare. Na said that it had single-handedly broken into the heavily guarded Newmangud. Newmangud? What's that place? Rowena blinked curiously and sat next to Tom. I remember hearing the name from Nagini's memory, but didn't elaborate. It is the stronghold of the strongest black wizard ever, a magic fortress guarded by countless men who are loyal to him. Tom excitedly began to tell the story of the Dark Lord Grindelwald in the tone of an old grandmother telling a ghost story to his granddaughter. Nelson, wait for me. Nelson rushed to Nagini, opened the small wooden box sent with the letter, and a familiar acorn was lying quietly in it. Then, Dumbledore's voice came from the nut. Nelson cautiously placed the acorn on the ground of Principal Nagini and stepped back. A few seconds later, Dumbledore appeared at the place where the acorn was placed. He put down the suitcase he was carrying, heard two soft coughs from Nelson behind him, and turned his head. Nelson looked at the tall Dumbledore, blinked dry eyes, and stopped talking. "Professor, I remember this seems to be you who are dedicated to silent. I'm sorry I didn't tell the truth. In fact, the only one who can solve the silent is myself. If Jewel is really silent, I will come over at the time." Dumbledore saw the tall U-Root system at a glance. Nagini, who was on the road, immediately became nervous. "Professor Binns told me everything you asked him to tell me. This is the girl you were talking about, isn't it?" "Yes." Nelson frowned and stretched out again. Unexpectedly Dumbledore would come in person. "The situation is very urgent, Nelson. You have a good idea, but her injury is too serious." Dumbledore bent down and opened the zipper of the suitcase. "You will help me, won't you?" The 230th chapter. He cares about the most. Dumbledore opened the suitcase and spread it out on the ground. The huge suitcase was empty. There was nothing but a few pieces of white stone-like debris. He found a fairly flat ground and carefully removed it from the suitcase. He took out something that Nelson couldn't see, and placed it gently on the ground. Then, he drew out his wand and pointed it at Nagini, who was convulsing on the root of the tree. A milky white light slowly flew out of the wand and climbed on the most hideous wound on Nagini's body. He put away the wand. The milky white light spread and extended as if it had substance, and quickly clung to Nagini's body, wrapping her like a protective film. Nagini's convulsions stopped. Nelson didn't know what the snake's heartbeat was like, but he heard a soothing, human-like heartbeat echoing vigorously in the cave. "The spell is shield from wounds," Dumbledore explained, seeing Nelson's curious eyes. "It's Miss Joey's improved emergency medical spell, and your friend should be similar too, right? Come closer." Nelson nodded, and walked around the place where Dumbledore had placed things. He glanced at him a few times, but he never saw anything. He didn't see the phantom of the glass refracting light. He couldn't help but look more. Gave Dumbledore a few more glances. Dumbledore stretched out his hand and waited quietly. For a while, the whole cave was so quiet that only the sound of water dripping on the rock wall was left. The tree did not move, and Nelson did not move. He hung on the tree. Under the influence of Dumbledore's curse, Nagini fell into a silent sleep. At this moment, the time here seemed to freeze. I don't know how long it took, maybe a few minutes, or maybe an hour. A loud and clear phoenix sound suddenly resounded throughout the underground cave, and the thick roots trembled, as if they had already felt the coming creatures. A small flame appeared in Dumbledore's high hands. It was faint, active and warm, bringing the damp cave into the spring-like temperature for a while. Immediately afterwards, the flame suddenly expanded, expanding outwards like an explosion, and instantly reflected red on the stone walls on all sides. In the next second, the sound of the phoenix sound became clearer and clearer. In the hottest place at the center of the flame, a beautiful and elegant the bird opened its arms and rushed out. She fluttered her wings and sang, and the air showered with warm golden light and rain, illuminating the gloomy underground like daylight. The phoenix has a slender body and wings and tail feathers that are too long compared to the body. This proportion may not be in harmony with any creature, except for the noble phoenix. She is like wearing a gorgeous long dress, walking from myth to reality. It is difficult for Nelson to compare the bird that he can only describe as beautiful and the little wrinkled chicken like a fading chicken. When the animals were connected, she stretched her wings and flew in the cave. The originally wide void seemed to be cramped at the moment, and the only thing that was worthy of her was the sky. "Fox, she will leave it to you." Dumbledore put down his hand, looked at the phoenix hovering above his head, and said in a deep voice. Fox, who was flying happily, started in slow motion, lowered her head to look at Dumbledore, and let out a short call. She tilted her head and looked at Nelson behind Dumbledore. Nothing. The extra action suddenly appeared beside Nagini like a phantom. She put her head close to Nagini's body, let out a sigh, and stepped on the branch next to her. "Let's go, Nelson." Dumbledore looked at Nelson expectantly, blinked, and said, "The problem of the soul needs to be solved in the world of the soul. To tell you the truth, I have never been to the illusion." Nelson nodded, and the mist came from the hollows in all directions. Under Fox's curious gaze, he and Dumbledore disappeared into the fog. Fox looked at the mist that filled the cave, flapped his wings in disgust, and flew to Nagini. A few kilometers away, in Nelson's hut, Rowena, who was drinking tea with Tom about the little Slytherin stories of the year, suddenly stopped talking and looked in the direction of the tree stump. "What's the matter, Miss Ravenclaw?" Tom, who heard something above, thought Rowena was choking on the pastry, and asked with concern. "It's nothing. Let's talk about the story of Salazar and Godric's duel on the north coast of Ireland." Rowena put down the teacup, and Tom filled her with quick eyes. She lifted the teacup with satisfaction and took a sip. "Doesn't care about the temperature at all, Slytherin. When Salazar was your age, she didn't have trouble like you." "Is this the illusion of confusion?" Dumbledore was curious about all the whiteness here, stretched out his hand to the surging air wall around him, grabbed a handful of the mist in his palm, and rubbed it carefully. "Yes, Professor." Nelson nodded. "Will I come here after I die?" Dumbledore was curious, and kept looking at the surrounding scenery. "Does everyone come from the same place, or is it the same place as where we live? There are different regions." "I don't know, Professor." "Are you okay?" Dumbledore looked at Nelson with some big tongues with some concern, and asked with concern, "I thought you just bit your tongue, so you're so like Eamon by myself." Nelson opened his mouth, revealing a green leaf inside, then closed his mouth and explained, "Sorry, I have something in my mouth." "Leaves of Mandela grass?" Dumbledore raised her eyebrows. "That's right. Minerva told me you want to practice animagus." "Speaking of which, Albania is indeed a good place to practice animagus." "Is there any difficulty?" "I haven't encountered it yet." "Well, I don't think you will have any problems." The two exchanged a few words, and Dumbledore saw that Nelson was really uncomfortable and suggested to do business first. "Let's go. Where is that girl?" As soon as the voice fell, Nelson stretched out his hand abruptly, and with a strong wave, the thick fog wall separated to the two sides, and the scene in front of Dumbledore turned rapidly. In the next second, the two of them were in a place exactly like the outside world, just changed. Color cave. The scenery in the blurry territory is similar to the outside world, but there are differences. These stretched scenes are more magnificent and absurd than the outside world. For Dumbledore, who came out of this place, the root system in front of him is like a mythical world. The tree-like pure white you had already shocked him. He sighed, but he soon gathered his mind and looked solemnly at the thin figure who was sitting at the base of the roots holding his knees. Nagini was still wearing the long green dress that Rowena had woven for her. Some of the leaves on it were already withered. She curled up, trembling slightly, wrapped her hands around her knees, and buried her face deeply in her arms. Dumbledore took a step forward and strode towards Nagini behind Nelson. The snake's feelings were very sensitive, but the steps of the two did not disturb her at all. "Nagini," Nelson yelled softly, coming closer, "Professor Dumbledore is here. He is the best transfiguration master in the world." "Huh?" Nagini's voice was extremely hoarse, with a hint of snake-like aura. "Why are you here?" Nagini's voice is a bit weird because she hasn't spoken like a human for too long. Of course, this may be because she has some accents. She greeted the two with an ungulate voice, but never lifted her face from her knees. Dumbledore looked at the thin woman in front of him anxiously. Her bare arms were almost skinny, and the bones on the elbows were unusually prominent. His whole body was in an unhealthy grey and pale, and his heart was tight, even if it was. A well-informed person like him has never seen such a weak person, not to mention that this weakness is directly manifested in the soul. As he approached, Nagini shook more violently, and Dumbledore actually felt the fear of himself from her. He hurriedly bent down and half-kneeled on the ground, trying to comfort her. But this action led to the completely opposite result. Nagini curled up further and further back, almost hiding himself in the roots of the yew behind him. Dumbledore was at a loss for a moment. He wiped his pockets, only to find that the wand was not on him. "Nelson, what should I do to cast spells here?" He was a little anxious. Without a magic wand, he couldn't really help Nagini. "Professor, Use mine. Nelson handed his black walnut wand to Dumbledore, but his eyes never moved away from Nagini. Dumbledore took the wand and didn't ask much. He just started to heal Nagini right away. He didn't have many spells about souls, and even fewer were used to heal souls. These spells are also in his books. Carefully searched in the museum, and took it immediately after sharpening the gun. Just as Dumbledore was casting the spell, Nelson's eyes were suddenly pierced by light from the other direction. He looked in the direction of the light source. On that side, in the ground formed by the lost fog, there was a piece of green scales inserted, a scale that seemed to be polished, shiny enough to reflect light, and the scales looked like a lot. A mirror. Mirror? Nelson was taken aback and looked at Nagini. This time his eyes noticed a lot of things that he hadn't seen. Dark red dirt between his fingers, a few curly scales hidden under him, and a long rattan skirt, the black stains on it. Dumbledore was still patiently helping Nagini to heal her injuries, while helping her to remember the fate with him. Nelson stood aside, holding his arms, and suddenly said, "Nagini, what's wrong with your face?" Nagini's shaking body suddenly stopped. She shook hard, but instead buried her head lower. Nelson frowned, stepped forward, and repeated, "Nagini, what's wrong with your face?" "Nothing." Nagini's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Nelson took a step forward and squatted down on the other side of Dumbledore. He was about to say something but was stopped by Dumbledore. Through Nelson's reaction, he also had a general guess. "Nagini, do you believe me?" Dumbledore asked suddenly. "Believe that I am the most deformed person in the world?" Nagini did not speak, but nodded with his shoulders clamped. "Do you have scales on your face?" "Snake scales?" When Dumbledore asked these words, Nagini froze like a power failure. Her breathing even stopped, but Dumbledore was still chasing after him. "Is it the same scales as the body of the snake outside?" "Professor," Nelson whispered. "Trust me, Nelson." Dumbledore looked at Nelson seriously, stood up, and walked to the side. "About 10 years ago, a man who claimed to be Aurelius Dumbledore found me." "Oh, you may be more familiar with his other name, Credence Beerburn." Nagini's stiff body seemed to have suddenly regained its connection with the clockwork. She raised her head after a meal, staring at Dumbledore. When she raised her head, Nelson saw that her face did not have a scale, but was covered with nail-sized wounds. The blood in some wounds had coagulated and formed thick blood scabs, and some wounds were still bleeding. As her head moved away from the skirt, a drop of red blood dripped directly onto the pure white ground, and was sucked dry by the thirsty mist in an instant, as if it had never existed from beginning to end. "He seems to have something he has to do. He wants to entrust another important thing to my former student Newt Scamander before leaving." Dumbledore helped his glasses. "He originally wanted to find that person directly, but he didn't find it after a lot of effort, so he retreated. But he didn't seem to find Newt again. In fact, most of the time, I couldn't find him either. So Credence Beerburn had to give me that thing. By the way, are you curious who he cares about the most?" Dumbledore looked at Nagini with a smile, and stepped back. Nagini let out a weird sob, and his eyes were full of complex emotions. Nelson thought it was fear at first glance, but soon he realized that it might be more complex emotions. He. Dumbledore said nothing, continuing to talk about the thing Credence wanted to leave Newt. "Aurelius thought of a stupid way to delay your blood curse." Dumbledore stepped back at a standard pace, and after a few more steps, he finally stopped, bent down, and put his hands on the white ground. "He found a treasure, a perfect treasure that should only appear in myths and legends." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and sold it. "In reality, it can be hidden without traces at all. Will stay in the soul world, according to him, that can deceive the monsters parasitic in the souls of others. In my opinion, this is only a temporary cure, but in this case, this treasure can show its meaning, unexpected effect. It can help you deceive your body." Nelson looked at Dumbledore, who had squatted to the ground, with a strange expression. Huh? Dumbledore changed his tone suddenly. I remember I put it here obviously. Why can't I touch it? 231st chapter Invisible Clothing. Dumbledore's peripheral light noticed that Nelson suddenly disappeared behind him. He thought a little and understood what had just happened. He tried to find some topics to talk to Nagini to ease the somewhat rigid atmosphere at the scene. There is a little problem, I think. It may be that it didn't enter the realm of the soul with us. Dumbledore smiled. The embarrassment on his face was beyond words. Nelson should have gone for it. I hope he can turn up. Mr. Dumbledore, Nagini asked timidly, is he okay? No problem. You have to believe him. Dumbledore nodded and said, I remember he was very concerned about protecting his eyes. When he met him in the library, his eyes were kept in a fairly safe position with the book's distance. Before he gets it back, let me heal the wound on your face. Dumbledore stood up, patted the non-existent dirt at the bottom of his clothes, shook his head, and walked towards Nagini. You should have told him about these scales earlier, Dumbledore comforted. In fact, there is no need to worry about it for you now. Growing some scales is not a bad thing, at least it represents your body. Recognize that your soul and body are mutually influencing to a certain extent. Thank you. Nagini nodded lightly. Dumbledore held Nelson's wand, and with a light wave, her face became as smooth and healthy as it was when she was not injured. But she did not give it to herself. With too much attention on his face, he asked, Mr. Dumbledore, what I want to ask is credence. Credence? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and recalled. He put down things that day, left something that I need to tell Newt, and left, looking very healthy. He has nothing to tell me. Nagini's expression was a little frustrated. He stayed for less than 5 minutes. And at least 4 of them were talking about you. Dumbledore raised his eyebrow on the other side with a stretched smile. Isn't that enough? Nagini hugged his knees again and whispered, did he leave me nothing? Nagini, Dumbledore asked, holding her shoulders on her shoulders. Isn't that a good thing? I still remember how he looked when he came to me that day, dusty, agitated. But when it comes to you, the emotion in his eyes at that time is really familiar to me. But a few words bounced from Nagini's mouth, and there was no sound anymore. Her eyes became blurred, and the dark blood vessels under her skin became more visible. Dumbledore was a little worried, but he quickly controlled his expression. He clapped his hands and made Nagini, whose eyes were a little vague, to return to his senses. He must have a lot of things to say to you. But is it convenient to tell me? We are actually not familiar with each other, but he knows it for a while. I can't find Newt. I think you'd prefer to let him say what he wants to say in person. But nothing, Nagini. Dumbledore stood up and said sternly, if he really had anything to say, I would worry about him even more. What's the difference with the last words? Since he was before he left, still remembering your blood curse, it proves that he still wants to come back and spend his life happily with you as two healthy normal people. Spend a life happily. Nagini chewed on the words in Dumbledore's words repeatedly, which made him a little worried. Did he read it wrong? After all, he and the two of them are actually not very familiar, in case Credence and this girl are not in such a relationship. He shook his head, for fear of something wrong with him. Professor Nelson suddenly appeared in front of Dumbledore, breaking the embarrassment here. His 2 forearms were raised to the level, as if he was holding something. Sorry, I forgot to put you outside. The equipment is brought in. When Nelson quietly left the illusion, he was catching up with the singing of the phoenix. Fox flew around in the cave like an industrious little bee, constantly sprinkling golden light feathers. And the crisp chirping sound tactfully continued. With the tune, it echoed farther and farther in the special environment of the cave, and it resonated with Nelson's soul. As if sitting opposite the ancient goddess across time and space, the two of them plucked the strings together and sang lightly. The anxiety and unhappiness in their hearts disappeared under the beautiful and sweet singing, and even the exhaustion of the body was wiped out. Phoenix's singing had such an effect. Nelson only felt shocked, could not help standing in place, listening to the sound. Until Phoenix's singing came to an abrupt end, he still stood on the spot and did not get out of this wonderful melody. After repeated chewing and aftertaste, this song became more and more charming. A great song requires not only the creation of a great composer, but also a performance by a great singer or performer. In Nelson's view, the performance just now undoubtedly meets any of these requirements. He even feels fortunate that Dumbledore left something. If you don't come out, you may not be lucky enough to hear this song, Fox cried and interrupted Nelson's reverie. He raised his head and saw the gold-eared Phoenix stopping in front of him, pointing his paw at Nagini, who was sitting on the root of the tree, watching the posture and wishing to slap himself. He immediately realized that there was something serious about his coming out, so he hurriedly searched carefully on the flat ground where Dumbledore had just put down his things. Soon, Nelson touched something as cold as the ground. It seemed to be a piece of clothing. It was as smooth as a metal object. It seemed to slip from his hands at any time. Nelson even lit the light source to try to see it refracted light, but always in vain. Except for the touch, Nelson couldn't feel what he was taking. It turned out to be the invisibility cloak. Isn't it passed on from generation to generation in Ignatius' family? How did it get into Harry Potter's hands in the end? In his mind, this thing is just shouldn't be here at this time. This incident made him extremely confused. And this invisible effect is too good. He attached the invisibility cloak to his body and looked down. Hey, guess what? His body completely disappeared. Business matters, business matters. Nelson shook his head, took off the invisibility cloak, and walked into the white mist holding the invisibility cloak as Fox looked at him like a fool. Nelson, you found it. Dumbledore stretched out his hand to face Nelson, who also stretched out his hand, and the two seemed to be performing a non-physical performance with a confusing theme. It's there, Professor. Nelson handed the invisibility cloak to Dumbledore carefully, for fear of it falling. That place is easy to remember. Dumbledore gently felt the transparent cloak with his fingers, found the shoulder and waist of the invisibility cloak with great effort, and carried it towards Nagini, relieved. With it, everything is easy to handle too. Too much. As he walked, the transparent cloak suddenly changed. Although the space in this blurry illusion is shaped to resemble the outside world, there is still a small mist of mist floating in the air. When the invisibility cloak in Dumbledore's hand actually touches the mist, the silver luster suddenly flickers. Nelson rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen an illusion. Although the invisible cloak that was in contact with the mist still couldn't see the shape, it showed the outline of its clothing, infinitely close to a blank clothing outlined by the white silver border if in the painting. This is a silver line draft on a transparent layer. Oh, Dumbledore picked up the invisibility cloak with interest and looked at it, but it became undetectable immediately after it left the fog. He was surprised. Don't worry about not finding it anymore. Is it because the invisibility principle of the invisibility cloak is to simulate the scene behind? But the lost fog that does not belong to the material world cannot be simulated by it? Nelson thought, watching Dumbledore hand the invisibility cloak to Nagini. Is this effect good or not? Nelson was a little surprised. Even talking more, it seems to be an emperor's new outfit, not an invisibility cloak. Neither did I expect it. Dumbledore was also very surprised. I think the effect is good, except for not being invisible. As soon as he applied the invisibility cloak to Nagini, the hideous blue-black veins on her face calmed down, and her breathing became stable. But the invisibility characteristics of the invisibility cloak were not brought into play at all. Genie was still sitting there, not invisible at all. Strange, it's obviously invisible outside. Dumbledore rested his chin. I tried it. This is really an invisible cloak. Indeed. Nelson nodded, and Dumbledore glanced at him and let out a chuckle. But she is indeed invisible in a sense. Dumbledore checked Nagini and said, I just tried the magic Hogwarts used to find ghosts. I can't feel her at all, even if she is now right in front of me. And he pointed to the fog wall not far away, and Nelson looked closer. These walls made of lost fog should be eager for memory and soul all the time. This is why he arranged Nagini in the middle. The reason, but it is indifferent to the weak soul not far away. On weekdays, it is waving its twisted tiny arms at all times. It doesn't seem to see Nagini. So she is indeed invisible. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Maybe this is why Credence specifically sought it out, hiding the body in the material world, and hiding the soul in the spiritual world. It's like it's amazing. He stopped talking and repeated, "It's amazing." Does hiding the soul really make Nagini recover faster? Like her, the long-term separation of body and soul is very dangerous. It will make her weaker, but if she is allowed to return to the body, she will inevitably not be affected by the habits of snakes. Think about it. I start to grow scales after hiding so far, Dumbledore explained. Both options have drawbacks, but if the body can be deceived through the invisibility cloak, the soul can stay in the body for a long time without being affected. It can make her face the full moon night more than 20 days later. Dumbledore raised his head, seeming to want to see a moon from the White Dome. I didn't expect you to come up with such a method. When Professor Binns told me, I only found it outrageous, but considering the actual situation, this is indeed a good idea. I don't have time either. Yes, who will have plenty of time to face everything. Dumbledore smiled and knelt down to look at Nagini's face. After hearing the news of Credence, she had fallen into silence for too long, as if she had fallen asleep. He looked into Nagini's eyes and said softly, "You are poisoned by the blood curse too deeply. This may be the only chance to solve it. I don't have anything to ask you or encourage your position. But I still hope you can understand. Credence still has something to tell you in person." "Really?" Nagini's voice was full of unconfidence. "I've seen too many boys and girls in Hogwarts who are suffering from acne or other adolescent skin problems, and Miss Joy can cure them in less than a second." Dumbledore waved his wand. A slice smooth scales flew from a distance. It was the one that was discovered by Nelson because of the reflection. He pinched the scales, handed them to Nagini, and said softly, "In my opinion, you are no different from them. You look, this piece of clothes prepared by Credence for you is about to cure you, and the rest only needs Nelson to repair you a little bit. I am the most powerful deformer in the world, and he is only worse than me." "A little bit, a little bit." Dumbledore raised his right hand and pinched his thumb and index finger together to make a comparison. Nagini held the scales and stared at himself in the mirror like looking in a mirror. Except for the color filter that comes with this special mirror, the person in the mirror is no different from a normal woman. Even looks better than most people. For many years, Nagini, who lived in the sewers of London, wanted to see this scene most. But when she really saw Hope, her reaction was not as strong as she had imagined. She held the scales in her hand and said softly, "Nelson is the most powerful shapeshifter in the world." Dumbledore was stunned, grinned, and laughed openly. "Yes, he is the most powerful shapeshifter in the world." He turned his head and threw a small bottle to Nelson. "The most powerful shapeshifter, I helped you prepare some dew, so you don't have to collect it yourself." "Thank you." Nelson caught the vial, and when he raised his head again, Dumbledore had disappeared in the warm flames with a phoenix. 232 chapters expose it's like slipping away under the eyes of death. Nelson told Tom concisely what had just happened, while Tom sat quietly and listened, staring at Nelson's mouth dazzlingly. Even the little tomato at hand was forgotten by him. Nelson finished talking about what had happened, and leaned contentedly against the back of the rocking chair. "So," Tom pondered for a moment, then spoke solemnly. "What's the matter?" Nelson looked at Tom's solemn expression, wondering if there was something wrong with his plan. "So," Tom stared at Nelson's mouth, and after a long time he said the next sentence, "You can actually speak." "Except your weapon." Tom, who realized he had been played around for a week, bounced off his chair, threw his wand out of his cuff and shot it at Nelson. "You let me play pantomime with you for a week?" The thunderous red light pounced on the rocking chair not far away, and the quick-acting Nelson was long gone. 1 week. 1 week. Tom waved his wand, and Nelson's rocking chair was blown to pieces. I mainly do it for safety, to prevent the leaves of the Mandela grass from falling out when I speak. Nelson's defensive words came from behind Tom. I should have thought of it. You usually don't talk less when you eat. Tom turned his wrist, turned his wand and shot it behind him. A chain tied the silver ball that made a sound behind him. The chain was inked as a whole. It's green, but when you look closely, it feels colorful. It is actually made up of small snakes with their tails buckled together. It's hard to believe how strong it is, but from the tightly locked one. As you can see from the silver ball, its toughness seems not bad. I just swallowed it to speak. This is basic table manners. This small ball that looks like a horn has not lost its function because it is locked. It is still chattering. Nelson's voice, as if to make up all the things you haven't said in the past few days. And Tom, don't you think that not speaking is actually a good thing? What's a good thing? Tom stood there, hiding his hands in the sleeves of his robe and moving secretly. Professor Sykes once said, the silver ball bound by the snake chain shrank sharply, fell out of the gap in the chain, fell to the ground and disappeared, while Nelson's voice came from another direction behind Tom. It came again. Alfred is a handsome man if he doesn't have a long mouth. Are you Alfred? Tom asked rhetorically. Don't say you, nah. Tom said suddenly nervously, as a snack. Your leaves almost fell out. Huh? Nelson's voice suddenly stagnated, and there was a sound of leaves rubbing against the bush on Tom's left hand. Snake net locks okay. Tom's long prepared spell shot violently, and a green light shot straight toward the bushes, cutting the bushes and trees in the way out of a large hole with neat edges. On the other side of the hole, a whole body was bound by a snake net woven with snake chains. The resident figure was lying on the ground, wriggling like a caterpillar. Tom shook his head contentedly, flicked his hair, and walked in the direction where the curse was shot. He let out his bad breath and laughed loudly. It can be considered as being caught. I caught it. Seeing Tom through the big hole cleared by the spell, he saw the man lying on the ground struggling to reach the wand with his fingers locked behind him. He immediately squeezed a snake-like voice from his teeth. The little snake that received the order fell out of the snake net, swam to the magic wand, picked it up and handed it to Tom's hand. Don't move. Nah, these are real snakes on you. I can't guarantee that they won't get into your collar. Tom approached the twisting humanoid creature, turned him over, and removed the snake chain on his face, revealing Nelson's helpless face. To prevent Nelson from accidentally spitting out the leaves of the Mandela, Tom also posted he sealed Nelson's mouth with a good piece of snake skin. Nelson didn't move right away, in fact, except for his expressive face and neck. He really couldn't move anywhere. Tom helped Nelson up, poked him in the face with Nelson's wand, and smiled. It feels amazing to be caught by someone's favorite thing, isn't it? Nelson shook his head hard. You mean you don't like to use nets? Tom raised his eyebrows. Seeing Nelson nodded again, he smiled. Are you nodding and shaking your head from Albania or England? British? Tom said to himself. He touched the snake head on Nelson's chest with his magic wand. In an instant, the snake net that bound him broke, and these little snakes, connected end to end, almost released their own at the same time. With his mouth, Nelson only felt itchy all over, and in the next second there was a burst of relaxation. The little snakes crawled down from him, swam into the jungle and disappeared. It's actually good for you not to speak. Tom put his wand back into Nelson's hand. At least my ability to read eyes has improved a lot. When I was young, I always felt that I could see through the heart of every child in the orphanage. What do you think? I feel that my ability is back these days. Is it a bit too late to take out the blackboard? Tom suddenly saw a blackboard. He suddenly felt ridiculed and said, "What's the point of congratulations? This looks like a sensation. No. This is dementia. This kind of title is not good. I would rather be called a natural master of magic kitchen utensils. At least it sounds like a positive character. A natural pantographus sounds like the kind of sleep that is often talked about when intimidating brats who don't want to sleep. Form a horror story." Although Nelson quickly figured out the blackboard, it was too late. Tom gave him a blank glance at him and the blackboard floating behind him, and said helplessly, "Also, you forgot to write with a pen." "You nonsense. I used to tell people horror stories before going to bed," Tom retorted. "After I finished telling the story, our relationship often improved significantly." "Nonsense. They are all kind to me." Tom curled his lips. "Have you forgotten? One Christmas, almost everyone gave me gifts. But I still accept them now." Nelson's eyes laughed like talking. He remembered that Christmas, the day before the orphanage organized some children to go to church for worship, and halfway through the famine years, the most common punk spotted him. Tom was in that period. At that time, there are two big things that are uncomfortable. One is that they don't understand the small ones, and the other is that they don't understand the people who bully the small ones. For the latter, he is even more uncomfortable with the latter. So until now, there is a legend circulating in the orphanage. A legend about a big brother with a high martial arts who once fell down here. I said, "Don't you really get tired of raising a blackboard?" Tom should be the most unfamiliar with this blackboard that has fooled himself for a week. Nelson pointed to his mouth and shook his head. "Well, I forgot this piece of snakeskin. It's nice to be young." In the depths of the forest, Rowena, wearing a black dress, stands on the branches of a towering tree, holding the thick trunk and looking at the distance towards a mushroom-shaped hut with two small figures, one gold and one black. This scene seemed to take her back to her childhood, and her mother sat on the bedside reading for herself those fairy tales with weird and warm endings. She had done this before, but she didn't know if it was because her storytelling level was too bad or Helena didn't like to listen to stories by nature. But the relationship between her and her daughter eventually turned to a freezing point that backfired. "I am proud that I didn't reflect on whether I did something wrong until my daughter left. The crown stolen by Helena was lost in this forest. Instead, he gave him an unusual rebirth 1,000 years later. In fact, with her wisdom, in the 2 days after the rebirth, she had considered the reasons for cracks in no less than 100 mother-daughter relationships and proposed no less than 200 solutions. But which thing is completely sincere?" Rowena fiddled with the slightly curly black hair that fell to his chest. "I heard that she was a ghost in Ravenclaw, and that stupid and stupid frozen barrow together. Even Hogwarts doesn't want to go back now." "The black is too similar to Salazar, but the gold is quite different from Godric. It doesn't taste that way, but it's not a lot of it. If there is another one with braids, you will like it if you are fine." "Ha ha ha, again just a girl who can cook a good meal." She stroked the tree trunk beside her, and sighed again. "It's so nice to be young." The trunk shook, as if telling her that you are still young. "Forget it, let's take a look at those two big babies first." Rowena clapped his hands, and a large net bag made of vines fell from the crown of the tree above his head, dragged by a thick vine, and hung in the air. Two young men entangled in the narrow space in the net bag in a weird posture. One of them held the other person's shoulders, his mouth was pressed against his neck, and the 4 sharp fangs plunged into the other person fiercely. His arteries, his bright red eyes, sharp fangs and pale skin prove his identity a vampire. And the man who was mortally wounded and bleeding ceaselessly wrapped his arms around the vampire, and the sharp nails of his fingers pierced into the latter's body. One of his eyes was only closed, and his eyelids were dry, as if the vampire was inside. There was a heavy blow to the eyeballs, and the two people gave up all the weapons from civilized society, and entangled them with their own claws and teeth. And no one let go. "Hey, you two, what are you doing in the woods?" The two people in the net bag slowed down a little, but they were still entangled together, and they didn't even look at Rowena. She skillfully controlled the vines to tie the two together tightly and separated them easily, showing that she was already very familiar with this action. "Vampire, you say first." Rowena pointed to the vampire who was hanging in the sun. Shrek gave her an angry look. His eyes filled with the resentment of a returnee who was inexplicably attacked at the door of his home and was inexplicably arrested. Adhering to the principle of non-violence and non-cooperation, he turned his head and stared fiercely. Boginbok on the opposite side. "You say, kid. Rowena picked up his chin at Boginbok again. My name is Borkinbok. Do you have anything else to say? Rowena waited for a while, but did not get a response. The two people tied up by the cane perfectly reached a static balance in the dynamic world. Okay, she curled her lips, clapped her hands again. The cane on the net bag dragged the two of them into the canopy again. I will see you again tomorrow. On the way to the hut, the blackboard suddenly flew in front of Tom. "You?" Tom stared at the text on the blackboard, nodded, and said, "I want to say too. You should prepare these little bits and pieces. This is the folk remedy. You might as well believe the old lady who sells the amulet at the door of Knockdown Alley. I don't know if she has found the Bella Swan you mentioned. You'd better keep it." Tom curled his lips. "Just use the dew you collected. Everyone else, even Dumbledore. Tom slapped his mouth and shook his head. Nelson nodded, put his hand into his pocket, and found a crystal bottle filled with transparent liquid. "The bottle is not bad." Tom took the crystal bottle from Nelson's hand and commented, "It looks very valuable." Boom! A muffled noise suddenly came from the bottle in his hand. The crystal bottle instantly shattered, and the liquid in the bottle spilled on his hand. Tom shook his hand, looking at his hand with surprise on his face, feeling unreal for his grip. Immediately afterwards, the transparent liquid in the hand suddenly flowed on its own, attracting the water droplets that had fallen on the ground and absorbed by the soil, and condensed into a water ball. After collecting the scattered water droplets, it slowly elongated like a noodle and gradually became black. A few seconds later, a straight wand appeared in front of Tom. It hovered and wrote the text of the golden circle in the air. "The stump above the cave is a good place. There is a small hole next to the jewelry that looks like a Ravenclaw crown. The dew inside is very good. Of course, for such a large forest, it can get dew. There will never be less places." 233rd chapter Defamation Note: The moonlight is good tonight. Tom was holding his wand, standing on the top of the axe-shaped mountain, putting one hand on Nagine's coiled body, and said with satisfaction. The second full moon finally arrived, and the rare cloudless weather appeared above this virgin forest. The blue sky showed a quiet and secluded ink blue because of the lack of sunlight. Standing on such a piece of art is like a work of art. Under the sky, everyone will feel relaxed and happy. If today's sky is a perfect crown, then the shining moon standing in the middle is the most dazzling gem on the crown. The moon tonight is especially bright. So bright that there is almost no star in the sky where the stars should shine. Only the most dazzling stars in the northern hemisphere still persist under the night, but their light is also become invisible. Even the celestial phenomena are helping you, so it will be successful. Holding his magic wand, Tom stared at a small cloud tentatively wriggling in their direction. He seemed to feel the lessons learned from the predecessors. After a while, the cloud drifted away to the south. Tom nodded in satisfaction. This is a cloud of knowledge of the times. It has saved his life. Nelson half kneeled on the side, with a gleaming silver carpet under his feet. Neatly placed in front of him a row of crystal vials of various shapes. Beside him, in a silver lamp with ancient charm, there was a clear spring like a spring. The dew is rippling with moonlight. Tom, I think you have mastered the essence of prophecy. Nelson stretched out his hand in front of him, opened his mouth, and saw a leaf of emerald green dripping, as if a fresh leaf that had just been picked from a tree, slowly flew out of his mouth, holding the leaf in the palm of his hand, and Nelson carefully transferred it to a vacant one. In the crystal bottle, carefully tightened the lid. "Help me get that funnel." Tom patrolled the sky like a competent security guard, and handed over a silver funnel. "Thank you." Nelson took the funnel and picked up a crystal bottle placed in front of him. After a while, Tom turned his head and saw Nelson lift his head from the funnel, holding a vial full of unknown liquid in his hand, and picked it up with his magic wand. That leaf stuffed it into an unknown bottle of liquid. "Hey! What's that?" Tom curled his lips and said disgustedly, "It's not saliva, right?" "Good eyesight." Nelson wiped his mouth and pulled out a hair from his forehead. After thinking about it, he threw that hair aside, then pulled another from the unconvinced hair on the top of his head and threw it in. crystal bottle. Well, I don't want to learn animagus. Tom shrugged and continued to observe the sky. You can go to a place where there is no one to learn secretly, and I can turn my back then. Nelson took a silver teaspoon with a serious face, scooped a spoonful of dew from the silver cup at hand, and added it to the crystal bottle. He squeezed the crystal bottle, held it up in front of him, looked at the moonlight, and sighed. The potion is really amazing. The bottle is obviously full, so you can add so many things. Is this a potion? Tom turned his head and said, do you call this kind of pouring and condiment potion? Beware that Professor Slughorn dissuades you. Fortunately, it looks the same to me anyway. Nelson shrugged, took out a small silver ball from his pocket, tapped it lightly. 2 crystal clear, cold ice cubes fell out. In the center of the ice cube, 2 dark cocoons being sealed in the center. The silver teaspoon beside his hand turned into a small pickaxe. He knocked on one of the ice cubes. The ice cube neatly split a gap from the center, and then hammered it down to become a small pickaxe. In the crystal clear ice ballast, Nelson picked up the pupa from the ice ballast. As the temperature rose, the pupa of this obsidian grimace hawk moth had become alive, with a faint heartbeat rhythm coming from the palm of his hand. Nelson stuffed the pupa of the grimace hawk moth into the crystal bottle, sealed the mouth with a cork, stood up, and placed it on the silver shelf prepared by Tom's side, where the moonlight was most abundant in the entire forest. Okay. Tom turned his head, looked at the extra crystal bottles on the silver shelf around him, and patted Nagini next to him on the head. The giant snake's mouth opened slightly. Chirp, let me come. Tom waved his magic wand, and a single leaf of mandala grass flew out of Nagini's mouth. Compared with Nelson's, the veins of this leaf showed a special black. He went through the process that Nelson had just done, and quickly put the stoppered crystal bottle on the other side of the silver frame, and said casually, I don't know if Nagini's saliva is poisonous. I think there should be, but there should be no snakes that will be poisoned by their own toxins. Nelson adjusted the position of the silver frame so that the 2 potions could better receive the moonlight. Against the backdrop of the night, the silver brilliance in the 2 crystal bottles became more conspicuous. It should be enough. Nelson supported the silver frame, apparated to the foot of the mountain, and hid the potion in a dry cave they had previously discovered. The small animals in the cave had already been migrated once, except for the black spots. It is no different from the cleanliness of Anon's home. Nelson walked out of the cave. Rowena and Tom with Nagini stood together, talking about something. I just went to the south to take a look. There is a big air-conditioned cloud floating here. You might really want to become the fastest person ever to practice animagus. Seeing Nelson walking towards, she said, one of them. This is nothing to commend. It's purely a matter of probability. Nelson wiped hand on his forehead. Although the pharmaceutical process just now was not complicated, it could even be called simple. But when the dust settled at this stage, he still felt a burst of exhaustion from the bottom of his heart hitting himself. He cleared up his fatigue, thank you for paying attention to the weather. Oh, nothing. Rowena shrugged. I'm just afraid that the storm will come tomorrow morning, so you can escape a lesson. So can you skip a lesson? Tom asked more. Of course, Slytherin. Rowena smiled. The storm may come tomorrow morning, but don't worry. I will help you make up for it the day after tomorrow. Boom! It seems to be in revenge for Tom's bullying of Little Cloud yesterday. The heavy black cloud from the south ran over the prisoners of war like an iron horse, and occupied every inch of the sky above them, but it was in Tom's arms. He sat in the courtyard and stayed up all night. He hurried back to the living room and wanted to wake up Nelson, who was sitting on the recliner, but when he ran back to the living room, there was no figure in the swinging chair. After finding that Nagini was not there, Tom flashed away, appeared at the top of X Mountain. He looked at a bold grassland in the forest at the southern foot of the mountain. There was a clearing space prepared by Rowena for the 2 of them. The tree inside had been night. After pulling himself out of the soil moved away. The sun has just risen from the east, and the sky is just breaking dawn, but within a few seconds it was blocked by thick black clouds, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. even more like last night when there was the moon. At night, a bolt of thunder fell and hit a towering tree not far away, instantly reflecting the whole world white, and in the next second, the tree burned from the middle, becoming the most conspicuous light source besides lightning. Tom stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the dark clearing to the south, and sat down quietly, waiting for the result. When Nagini opened her eyes, she was already in the cave where the potion was stored. The snake's unique perception system allowed her to clearly see that there was only a bottle of potion left on the shelf in front of her. She stretched out, take out the tail, roll up the crystal bottle, throw it into your mouth, and hold it in your mouth carefully with the letter. Immediately afterwards, she fumbled for it with her tail. There was a small wooden stick under the crystal bottle, which was a wand prepared for her by Nelson. She rolled up the wand with her tail, held it like a wizard, twisted her body, and crawled towards outside the cave. The latter thing can only be done by yourself. Nagini remembered Nelson's instructions a month ago. After finding the potion, take it and the wand to the reserved space, and use the wand to point to his heart and recite the spell. I know that this spell is silent in the snake's body, but Tom translated it for you in the snake's voice. In fact, the ancient pure blood wizards used the snake's voice to cast the bailing spell. Nagini crawled out of the cave and quickly came to the open space outside the cave. The ground was flat, with only a few scorched spots and a few sharp nicks. She found a relatively intact ground and began to cast the spell according to Nelson's instructions. Doctomido, Animo, Animado, Animagus. A hissing snake-like voice came from Nagini's mouth, and she curled her wand with her tail to point to her heart. Boom! A sturdy white lightning hit the ground, like a big tree growing down from the sky. It was attracted by the high mountains behind Nagini on the way. It slashed fiercely towards the axe handle, and the whole mountain was attracted. Dyed the white of lightning. Even snakes can see clearly in the dark if they are not good eyesight. Nagini turned his head, his gaze revealed determination. His upper and lower jaws tightened hard, and the crystal bottle in his mouth instantly shattered. Suddenly, the sharp crystal shards pierced her oral mucosa, but this pain was nothing to Nagini, compared with the humiliation of being a snake in the sewer with spiders and mice for many years. It was compared to before she was born. The despair that the soul was eaten by the parasitic monster. Any physical pain, including the phantom limb pain that was always harassing her, seemed insignificant. Nagini's eyes were full of tears, and the potion and blood in the crystal bottle slipped into the body together with the slag of the crystal bottle. Suddenly, Nagini solidified as if frozen. Her tail was no longer soft, and the wand Nelson had prepared for her slipped from it and plunged into the ground. Fortunately, it has completed its mission, and then it's up to Nagini himself. Nagini only felt the sharp pain of acupuncture hitting her. It was not just a needle piercing herself, but countless hard and thick steel needles pinching her body inside and out. She only felt her own every muscle, every inch of skin. Every nerve and every bone is stirred by a steel needle. The bones and flesh are squeezed and deformed. Under increasing pressure, the blood of the body almost breaks through the skin and bursts, sprayed out. Nagini endured the pain and wanted to regain control of her body, but the attempt failed. Her huge snake body crashed to the ground, and her head hit the ground heavily, bleeding red blood. Her heartbeat became rapid, and even her blood vessels began to expand and contract. "I want to be a human." Nagini groaned feebly, only a helpless hiss came from her mouth. She was about to lose control of her tongue, and the slender letter slipped from her grown-up mouth, hanging on the lips. "You must insist, Nagini." Nelson and Tom's instructions echoed in her ears again. When magic is hard to give us advice, we can only believe in things that are more magical than magic. "I want to be a human," Nagini begged, but I don't know who was begging. Maybe it was the potion she just swallowed in her belly, maybe it was the blood curse that had tortured her for a lifetime, or maybe it was difficult for her. The fate of resistance. On the top of the mountain, Tom, who had just blocked the lightning strike, couldn't bother to recover his hair curled by the lightning strike. After applying the night vision magic, He looked anxiously at the scene below the mountain. "I want to be a human," Nagini said in an answering tone. But no one knew what the problem was. Her tone became more and more determined. The hissing sound even overwhelmed her violent heartbeat. The heartbeat became more violent and rapid, echoing throughout the forest. Even for the tough heart of a snake, such a violent heartbeat would soon kill her. "I want to be a human being," she yelled, recalling all the misfortunes of the past, and throwing them all behind her head. With all her strength, she raised her head and looked towards the top of the mountain. No one noticed that her snake tongue had already joined. There are more and more dialects of English. Bang, bang, bang. The short heartbeat was suddenly mixed with an equally intense but relatively soothing heartbeat. These two heartbeats slowly moved closer to each other and became harmonious in a very short time. Nagini just felt sultry all over, and sweat couldn't stop running down her forehead and wet her hair. She raised her hand, stroked her drenched black hair, and sweated from her hand. "What hands?" A cold, familiar and unfamiliar female voice came from her mouth. She raised her arm and looked at the five-fingered hand in front of her eyes and the black leather jacket dotted with scales above her elbows. Her tone of voice was full of disbelief. Tom looked at the little figure who had suddenly disappeared, and was anxious. Suddenly, a silver figure slammed down the cliff from his side, turned gently in the air, stepped on the cane, rocks and branches on the cliff wall tossing and turning, performing difficult movements like a stroll in the garden. In the blink of an eye, it fell from the top of the mountain in front of Nagini. He landed gracefully, stepping on the soft ground, stretching his tail. Nagini looked at the kitten that suddenly appeared in front of him, and only felt that what happened was like a dream. 235th chapter. Cats and snakes. Am I dead? Nagini rubbed his eyes, looked at the silvery kitten under the moon, and slumped on the ground and spoke softly. Her black hair was drenched by the heavy rain that followed the thunder, and pressed tightly to her skin. A pair of black eyes with oriental outlines were just right dotted on her soft and firm face. The skin is very white, extremely white, but not fair. It can only be said to be a nearly transparent paleness caused by not seeing the sun all the year round. Her hands are thin and bony. Her fingers are slender but without power. Her nails are dangerously black, and the cyan and black blood vessels can easily show their veins through the back of her hands. With her close-fitting snakeskin dress, it shows a special morbid beauty. This black long dress perfectly shows the figure of the sickly beauty. Even if the person sitting paralyzed here is a person, but everyone will think that this is a snaky, a beautiful, dangerous and tough snake. Nelson was a little curious about who helped her draw her eyeliner, and at this moment, from those eyes with black eyeliner, there was a frustration and unforgettable expression of death. "Are you here to pick me up? I heard that the cat is the messenger of the god of death, but I thought." The kitten took a light pace, and got closer. She paused, and then stretched out her hand to touch her. The cat impulsively said softly, "I thought the angel of death would be a little more mighty." Meow. The silver kitten raised his front paws, looking like he wanted to take a bite, but seeing the mud on it, he restrained this action again, but this action made the kitten even more cute. This silver kitten is not big. The body is about as long as Nagini's forearm, and the tail is very long, almost as long as the body. It looks handsome, at least for humans, but I don't know where it is. Will he be inferior to the cat because of his looks? His hair is not short, but his long hair is extremely smooth. There is no pilling and knotting like that of long-haired cats. Under the shining of the moon, he presents a dazzling silver-like moonlight and a bunch of golden hair. It was on top of his head like a crescent, standing proudly in the thunderstorm, which is why Nagini regarded him as the messenger of death. He jumped into the arms of Nagini, who was sitting on the ground, stretched out his paws and pulled at her black dress made of snakeskin. Seeing that it did not grow on Nagini's body, he nodded in satisfaction. The kitten raised his head, and two full, bright moons were reflected in the dilated pupils in the night. "Do you have any last words?" he asked in a voice as dignified as possible while holding the shelf, but it may be affected by the cat's vocal organs. This voice is like a child pretending to be an adult. Is it still mixed with a few meows? The movement of meow. Nagini seemed to have million words to say, but the words got stuck in her mouth. She moaned for a moment, poked her lips, lowered her head, and gently placed her hand on the kitten's back. Rubbing his index finger against his silver satin-like hair, said in a heavy tone, "I'm sorry, I have disappointed those who believe in me." "Is that all?" The kitten changed her posture and asked her to stroke the fur on the other side, and asked, "Is there anything else I want to say?" "No more. For example, I want to say something like, what is your level to the person who made a transformation plan for you?" The cat tilted her head and looked at her. The moon above her head was not as bright as it was at the beginning. "Makes more stars in his eyes." "No. His level is very high." Nagini shook his head. "I am also very grateful to him. Since his level is very high." The kitten jumped from her arms, walked across to her, raised her head and looked at her, and said, "Then why do you think you are dead?" "What?" Nagini didn't react, rubbed his cheeks, and asked with a dazed expression. "Get up, Nagini, you are not dead." The kitten no longer speaks in that pretentious voice, but brings a touch of intimacy and banter. Nagini can hear it. It's Nelson's voice. Nelson, who had become a kitten, nodded and said nothing. He moved a little bit faster than Nagini. After bringing Nagini into the cave, he went outside alone and swallowed the potion. Nelson also experienced an indescribably beautiful transformation. Doubt races are caused by him. In the process of learning transfiguration, Nelson has kept correspondence with Minerva McGonagall. Under the continuous influence of her brainwashing offensive, Nelson gradually believed that cats are the most flexible, intelligent and beautiful in the world. The creatures, plus he prefers cats, so he actually guessed early on that his animagus result might be a cat. "Seriously, I also thought I could become a mighty beast, a fierce cat." Nelson glared at Nagini and said, "I didn't expect this cat to be so small ... but it's cute. It's really cute. Do you know what kind of cat you have become?" Nagini asked curiously. "I want to accuse you of racism." Nelson shook his head and shook his body quickly, throwing out the moisture absorbed by the hair. The whole cat looked like a fluffy fur ball, and he shook again, with fluffy hair. He quickly changed back to the state of being close to the body. "I don't know. I am actually not very familiar with the type of cat." Raising his front paws, with a light wave, the wand dropped by Nagini flew back to her hand with a swish, followed by a lunge, jumped to Nagini's shoulder, and used claws grabbed Nagini's rain-soaked clothes, and meowed dissatisfiedly. "What's happening?" "Although you may prefer to feel wet and cold, I think I still need to dry your clothes." Nelson stood firmly on Nagini's shoulder and waved his paw again. Nagini could only feel the warmth, wrapped by herself. Soon, her hair and clothes were blow-dried. "I'm going to sue you for racial discrimination." Nagini could already joke with Nelson despite his weakness. "Of course I like to wear dry clothes." "That's good. Let's go back to the cabin." Nelson poked Nagini on the cheek with his beard, pointed her in the direction of the cabin, and said with a smile in her ear, "Welcome back, Nagini. How does it feel to be a human being?" It's amazing. I've been looking forward to such a day, but when I really face it, Nagini supported the ground, stood up strenuously, stumbled to the edge of the clearing, and helped panting against a tree. "I don't know what to say. Maybe it's because I believed you could help me solve the blood curse. On the day Tom promised me, I remember you were still there." "It's the first grade." With an explosive head, Tom stood on the top of the mountain and looked at Nagini, who was staggering, and he secretly encouraged her. After a long time, when the rain gradually stopped, she dragged the two legs that seemed to be picked up to the edge of the clearing. She supported the tree and twisted her shoulders. There was something on it that made her feel uncomfortable. "Hey, I'm starting to pretend to be old." Nelson firmly grasped her shoulders, and even had time to take a nap. His eyes were attracted by the broken hair from Nagini's temples, and he unconsciously stretched out his hand to fiddle with it, he said nonchalantly. Then you thought you were dead just now? Ha ha. Nagini let out 2 dry laughs. Although the laughter was embarrassing, it was indeed her only real happy laugh in many years. Go back, get used to your body, Rowena will show you the way, Nelson asked. As soon as the words fell, the woods in front of Nagini moved. The tall trees blocking her way quietly pulled out the roots from the soil, and moved in small steps to the sides. If Nelson and they are the same size, and maybe they can't find their little movements. The woods slowly parted a straight road in front of Nagini. At the end of the road, a fairy tale house was standing there quietly, with warm orange lights shining from the doors and windows. It seems that he was afraid of Nagini falling. Rowena did not know where he caught some glowing animals and threw them in this tree-lined path, illuminating the whole road more like a fairy tale scene than the hut. Nelson saw with his own eyes a 5-branched vine that moved surreptitiously toward the middle of the road like a hand against the ground, grabbed a rock that was lying in the middle of the road, threw it aside, and surreptitiously retracted. Don't worry, he'll go get Tom back. He just seemed to have been struck by lightning. Nelson patted Nagini on the shoulder like a big brother, and said, go back to sleep and wait until you wake up. I will try to turn you back into a person's first meal and make it richer. After that, he jumped down his shoulders, turned into a silver light, and disappeared behind Nagini. Upon seeing Nagini straightened his back with the trunk of the tree, clenched his fists to cheer for himself. For the disabled, it may be more difficult than treatment, but it does return to the process that a normal life has to go through. Tom, who has made a full career plan for himself, is also quite insightful to the magic medical industry. While sending spiritual encouragement to Nagini, he quietly stood on the top of the mountain and breathed the moist and fresh air after the thunderstorm. Lightning still seems to remain in the air. Sometimes when he takes a deep breath, his hair will twitch. What are you doing? Nelson's voice suddenly came from behind him, looking at Tom, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain with his explosive head, suspiciously. Have you read any strange novel again? No, nah, Tom answered flatly. Actually, I felt the feeling you said before. How does it feel? Does it feel like being burned by God? No, that's a feeling of improving the state. Tom's breathing became longer and longer, but his tight body under his relaxed appearance still made Nelson more vigilant. I feel. What do you feel? Is your whole body numb after being struck by thunder? Nelson warned. I suggest you better let me turn on the electricity for you. Otherwise your hair may suffer. These are not important. Hearing Nelson, who turned into a cat behind him, yawned, Tom suddenly turned around and rushed forward, clenching his wand and pointing at Nelson. The rope nets that had been prepared almost completely covered him. Nelson, the only gap was the direction he was in, and Tom made a scheming laugh. You know, from the moment I saw you emerge from the woods, I wanted to catch you. He can already think of himself sitting around with Rowena and Nagini watching the scene of Nelson rolling. What do you think, Tom? Nelson's voice that suddenly appeared in his ear broke his beautiful illusion. As the cat's claw slapped Tom's face, he felt a huge force hitting himself. The person was pressed on the ground, and then Nelson lazily showed off in his ears. Don't you know? For the cat, the action you just made was slow motion. I caught a lot of cats like this, Tom yelled when Nelson stepped on the ground. None of them are so fast. That's because you silly boy have a lot of food on your body. They think it's better to be caught. Do you understand? Nelson grabbed the innocent Tom, helped him turn his face, and grabbed his collar. Drag him to the edge of the cliff. You can catch cats not because you can catch them, but because they want to be caught by you. Well, before I die, I have a wish. Tom turned his head and looked at Nelson seriously, who was dragging him to the edge of the cliff. Can you hear me finish this wish? No. Go pick the bacteria quickly. Nelson dragged Tom to the edge of the cliff, kicked on the ground, and pushed him down impatiently. Need to get Nagini to eat hot dishes when he wakes up. Do you need meat and firewood? Tom's voice became smaller and smaller as the free fall. It is estimated that the little animals will be more diligent after the rain. Don't have tooth marks. Let your snakes converge. Okay. Tom's cheerfulness can be seen in his tone of voice. As for Nelson on the top of the cliff, the kitten's whiskers are shaking slightly, and he can see that there is a lot of joy in his heart. Nelson's eyes widened, staring directly at the still bright moon in the night sky and the brighter stars in the sky, taking 2 steps back, running for a while, and jumping into the moonlight when he approached the cliff. He tried his best to stretch his body. Let the hair of the whole body feel the cold mountain breeze at night, feel the power and magic rushing in the body of this animagus. Under the gaze of countless bright or dark stars, this one runs towards the moon. Mo's hair really disappeared into the stars. In the moonlit forest, a young figure in a black robe kept flashing where mushrooms might grow. He got closer and closer to the hut in the middle of the forest, and soon appeared in his vision a woman in a black dress who seemed to have just learned to walk. Chapter 235. Chapter What is this? In the garden outside the cottage, Nagini sat at the dining table with his arms sternly on his face. The texture of the wood on the log dining table is still clear, and even exudes the fragrance of wood, which mixes with the fragrance of the food to make the dinner tonight. The feast became more and more mouth-watering. She pointed to the steaming noodle soup in the white porcelain bowl in front of her, and asked curiously, "There is about half of the soup and half of the noodles in the big bowl. There are a few slices of green vegetables floating on it. Except for a few drops of orange oil, there is no fishy meat in the whole bowl of noodles, and the half bowl of noodles looks so thin." She just broke, holding the fork. She didn't dare to start for a long time, for fear that a fork would break all the noodles. Nagini has forgotten when she had a hot meal last time. Even before she completely turned into a snake, it would be difficult for her to sit at the table leisurely and taste it with a few friends. Opportunity for pot delicious. This is called longevity noodles. It is a kind of food that oriental wizards like when celebrating birthdays. Tom raised his eyebrows. "Na said you have an oriental appearance." So he shut himself in the kitchen and spent half of it. "In a few hours, I made this bowl of noodles for you with a unique secret technique." Birthday celebration food. Nagini lowered his head, moved, and explained, "I left home a long time ago and didn't even meet my mother. I didn't have any deep impression of my childhood, family or origin. It doesn't matter. Today is your birthday, and we are your family." Tom glanced at the noodle soup in front of Nagini. He raised the quilt filled with birch sap on his hand and held a cup with Nagini in the air. He blinked and said, "Happy birthday." At the end, he smiled and added, "We belong to orphans in a meeting, so relax." Rowena laughed out loud with a pounce. She glared at Tom with a smile, seeming to complain that he was not careful. But this kind of joke does work at certain times. For example, now, Nagini was not as melancholy at the beginning. "Thank you." Holding the big bowl called Shanghai bowl in both hands, feeling the fiery heat from the wall of the bowl to his hands, Nagini buried his face in the mouth of the bowl. Even the shredded hair from the temples did not fall into the bowl. Concerned, she suppressed her voice, restrained her shrugging shoulders, picked up a fork, patted and snorted and pulled the noodles into her mouth. When she raised her head again, her face was covered with what a young man should have on his birthday, a happy smile. The flaw is that her exquisite makeup was destroyed by a few drops of crystal water hanging on the corners of her eyes and lower eyelids. She raised her arms, wiped her face, and smiled. "I'm still not used to grasping with my hands. The feeling of eating with a fork. Ha ha ha." Rowena, who was holding the knife and fork quietly pulling the empty plate and not knowing what he was eating, smiled. A large tree not far away stretched out a vine and wiped Nagini with a large soft leaf. She patted Nagini on the shoulder and said softly, "Look at you, makeup is all spent." Honestly, in my age, every girl put on makeup when she was very young. "It's like you." She poked Nagini in the nose as if playing with her own daughter, causing Nagini to laugh. He waved her hand, and plants suddenly appeared in the grass around the dining table. The twigs of the flower bones, under the gaze of everyone, they head, grow, and bloom. In an instant, the open space left in front of this hut is really like a fresh garden, surrounded by Nagini sitting in the center and regaining new life. It's getting better. Yo, I haven't seen you in a few seconds. Has the doorway of my house become so beautiful? Nelson's voice came from outside the flowers. The next second, he appeared next to his empty seat. He was wearing a rather formal suit and pants with a tartan waistcoat over his shirt. At the moment, Tom's windbreaker is sitting on the back of the chair. Tom has seen him wear countless such or similar coats, and he doesn't know how many he has saved. Nelson let go of his hair again, letting them drape freely behind his head, with one hand behind his back, and the other holding a large tray. On the tray are several thick sliced steaks that have been grilled. With the appetizing smell of meat, he turned the tray upside down, and pieces of steak fell into the empty plate in front of everyone like a golden snitch. Nelson put away the tray, and then took out the hand behind his back. If he didn't wear this coat, he would be a professional magic waiter. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly shrank and turned into a white kitten. After losing the moonlight, he also lost the night miracle, but the appearance during the day was enough to make cat lovers feel amazing. Nelson stepped on with Tom's head leaping to his seat. He suddenly changed back into a human again. When Tom, who was stepped on his head, reacted, he was already holding a knife and fork and began to cut meat. Actually, you really don't need to perform the transformation of Animagus so intensely. Tom fiddled with his hairstyle and reluctantly suggested, actually, you only need to take a step to get back to your seat. You tell me, in the few days when I first learned to apparat, I used apparition to pull the curtains when I got up. Nelson raised his eyebrows. Pepper pass me, thank you. Okay, Tom shrugged, and handed the pepper bottle. You know Animagus, you have reason. Wait a few days, this symptom will be relieved. Rowena looked at them, as if back to when she was young. She felt that she might not have grown on a tree in her life and smiled a lot in the past few days. When I first learned Animagus, I once set a record of maintaining deformation for 72 hours. Can't the deformation be maintained for a long time? Tom and Nelson asked almost at the same time. Of course, it's just not convenient enough. Rowena patted Nagini on the shoulder and explained, if you get used to it, you can come back for the rest of your life. I've heard of a wizard, cough. That's good. Nelson nodded and asked, Fang is not convenient to disclose, what is your Animagus? Isn't it obvious? Rowena smiled without saying a word, and immersed himself in dealing with Nelson's steak, not knowing whether protein has any effect on the growth of plants. I don't remember that I let them catch cows. And are the cows in the forest? Tom murmured, rubbing his chin. He didn't think much, and continued to eat. It tastes good, by the way. Can you make a bowl for me? He seemed to be tired of eating meat. He rubbed his stomach and whispered, you are not talking about yourself. What? That noodle. Tom raised his eyebrows. It looks delicious. Tomorrow I can. Didn't you say that you can make 132 bowls in 1 second? Tom still didn't give up. Well, to be honest, I actually don't know how to make noodles. I can't make noodles, and we don't have flour. Nelson leaned close to Tom and whispered, I wanted to make a cake, but it became a brick, so I had to go. Newman had ordered a package to come back. Ha ha. Tom suffocated a smile and asked, where is that egg? Brick. Under a tree 2 kilometers away. By the way, Nagini, give you a gift. After eating and drinking, Rowena took the leftover drink on the table and glued the surrounding flowers, then took out a small box made of rattan and threw it in front of Nagini. This is ... what? Nagini asked curiously, picking up the rattan box. This is a magic wand. Nagini, you are a wizard, you need a magic wand, Rowena said. Open it and try it. Remember to put the spell farther away and don't hurt the flowers in my garden. This is my garden. Tom curled his lips, but Rowena, who had left, could no longer hear him. Wand? Nagini just opened the rattan box in his hand, drew out the wand and fiddled with it. Then, with a shake of his hand, a turquoise light shot out from the tip of the wand with a swish. Let's relax. Tom appeared next to Nagini, erecting the barrier. Nagini is an adult wizard, even due to the blood curse, Her magic power is stronger than the average adult wizard, but her early career in the circus and the experience of becoming a snake made her not like an ordinary wizard. After experiencing magic education, she may have learned a little bit, but she hasn't used it very much. This makes her magic power more like a little wizard, or even a silent person. Her personality is tyrannical and difficult to control. She still needs a lot of time to adapt. Own human body and magical power of wizards. As soon as Tom raised the barrier, the curse flew into the distance with lightning speed, and after penetrating a tree, it happened to hit the axe handle of the axe-shaped mountain. Boom! Nelson looked into the distance, shrugged, and disappeared in place. Nagini looked at the wand in his hand nervously, feeling at a loss, and even wanted to throw it away. It's okay. This will happen to anyone who loses their wand for too long. Although it's really embarrassing, but they have to face it. Tom grabbed the wand that was almost out of his hand and put it back into her hand. At least you didn't blow up this house. It's already pretty good. Yes. Is it? Yes. Tom frowned, recalling the touch just now. Wait. What's the matter? Nelson apparated back to the place, said, the power is not big. It's a small hole, but the prospect is really good. What are you waiting for? Show me the wand. Tom looked serious and stretched out his hand to Nagini. Huh? Okay. Nagini slowed down, and subconsciously handed out his wand. Hey, Tom, although Nagini's first spell is really not that pretty, it's not as good as it's not because of this. Tom interrupted Nelson, took the wand to his eyes and looked at it carefully, rubbing the marks on it, his complexion getting more solemn. What's the situation? Seeing Tom's appearance, Nelson became nervous. Do you have any impression of this wand? Tom suddenly held the wand and handed it to Nelson. Let me see. Nelson pretended to glance a few times, and shook his head. I remember, Tom said categorically, I was pointed at by this wand, and I remember every wand pointed at me. Who pointed it to you? Nelson raised his eyebrows. That pet shop owner won't die in the forests of Albania because of the poaching of magical animals. He didn't, Tom explained, choking out of words. By Nelson's god, the previous one was worn by the nephew of Caractacus Bok. That disgusting cyborg. Nelson frowned. It only repeats the repeater Ofembok in Bok. Why is his wand here? Anon's wand can be here, but his wand shouldn't be here at all. Tom took a breath, and Nelson felt that Nagini on the side was about to hibernate. I remember he was bombed with dregs. No more. Why is the magic wand here? That old guy still kept a hand. Tom put the wand on the table, drew his wand and pointed it at it, shaking his wrist. The prototype is here. Nothing happened. Why is this guy lingering? Nelson was a little puzzled. I understand Hellbow. After all, his brain is not good, but Caractacus seems to have the IQ of a normal person. How can he keep repeating it? Where are you going to die? Tom tested the wand by various means, but found no clues, so he handed it to Nelson to check again. After Nelson said that everything was normal, he exclaimed, like Roy in Ravenclaw, this kind of person will not give this magic wand to Nagini until all dangers are eliminated. But the question is, how did this thing get into her hands? Nelson held his chin, changed his position, and leaned back in the chair. Why don't you ask me directly? Ravana's voice suddenly came. A month ago, two people might have been frightened by her, but now they have adapted to Ravana's magical behavior. She stepped on a ladder-like vine and slowly leaned towards Nelson's direction, and under her feet were two people who were tied into mummies by thorns neatly. It seems that the world is really small. Rowena lightly kicked the man who was squirming more violently on the left. He rolled over to the two of them grumblingly, and said, it sounds like you and the wand. His former master has a grudge. This family has been fighting him on the edge of my forest. Do you know him? She waved, and the thorns on the face of the rolling figure were quickly unraveled, revealing a face that Tom, Nelson, and even Nagini had never expected. Mr. Trucker? Why are you here? Trucker with a bloody face seemed to be about to yell at something, but when the blood on his eyelid slipped, he immediately stopped talking. He paused first, as if to slap the two people in front of him. Corresponding to the little bit in memory, After a while, he twisted excitedly and said loudly, "It's you. Help, help. Tell Albus, I was harassed by a lunatic first, and then caught by a madman." What are you talking about? Rowana's voice sounded faintly above his head. 236th chapter. Fan of self-confidence. Woo. I really just went home to have a look. My hometown is here. Woo. Trucker, the owner of a vampire bar in London, was sitting on Bogin Bok with a basket of bread and a few plates of vegetables and meat in front of him, sobbing with red eyes. His clothes are in tatters, the original style is no longer visible. The whole body is dirty, and the color of the clothes is not visible. The exposed skin is covered with wounds that have healed or are healing. Those are visible to the naked eye. The speed heals is all small scratches, as if he had just been thrown into a bush of thorns and rolled around. Don't get me wrong, he is not crying. Normal vampires have red eyes. The reason why he speaks with a cry is only because his mouth is full of food. He even ignored the process of swallowing food and just stuffed his mouth. This appearance has completely detached from the vampire race, and he is officially heading towards the starving ghosts. Can vampires eat? Nagini couldn't bear his curiosity and asks in a low voice in Nelson's ear. Woo. This lady, Trekka, swallowed the food that was full of dangling, and took time out of her busy schedule to answer. Vampires can eat, but blood is far from effective. I need to fill my stomach, and later go to the forest to catch some fresh blood food. Vampires have a very sensitive hearing, Nelson added, looking at Trekka, who was starting to gobble up again. It was difficult for him to connect the desolate homeless man in front of him with the handsome bar owner who had a relationship. Are you going to catch an animal in the forest and nibble? Tom, who was taken by Nagini, held his hand and stood aside, twitching his mouth and looking at Trekka, his eyes full of disgust. I thought vampires who pretend to be nobles only drink human blood. This way faster. Trekka raised his head and reluctantly defended. I don't usually do this. After all, there is no high-quality blood food around. You may not know that most people's blood tastes good. The quality is very poor. He hiccuped without image and patted his stomach with satisfaction, which was very different from the image Nelson saw in the bar for the first time. He secretly looked around, licked his lips, and seemed to be thinking about the number of people present. How does it taste? But after carefully weighing the risks, Trekka's eating habits have turned into animal blood very firmly. Isn't there one under your butt? Tom curled his lips and slanted his eyes to indicate that Trekka's chair is a big living person, adding, but don't suck him up, I still have some questions to ask him. Under my ass? Trekka reacted, looking at Bogin Bok, who was tightly tied up with a cane under the seat, and suddenly retched. Oh. This is not a human being. He went to his own poisoned in the blood. Poison into the blood? Nelson raised his eyebrows, stretched out his legs and gently toes Bogin Bok, who was still motionless, and asked, did you suck his blood? Yes. Trekka's eyes were full of regret. When he attacked me by the forest at first, we were both humbled by when he glanced at Rowena, who was passing by. His words suddenly stopped, and he swallowed and continued, in order to avoid more damage to the beautiful forest, that kind and beautiful lady took away this lunatic's wand and separate us briefly. So you've been entangled with a wizard without a magic wand for so long? Tom said in amazement. I didn't expect that Bogin Bok turned out to be a figure comparable to Dumbledore, who could beat an adult vampire with his bare hands. Such. I am not. I don't. Trekka shook his head vigorously. We vampires have a special magic that can temporarily control the bitten person through blood sucking, but when I inhale his blood, I feel weak. It's like eating a bite of a summer's aging garbage in the sewer next to a pub. Tom hooked his fingers, and one of the vines that bound Bogin Bok was broken. On the bare pale skin, a small blood trace slowly emerged, and a drop of dark red thick blood was squeezed out of the wound. Sticky. There was no dripping until the scab was formed. Tom looked at Nelson and nodded slightly. How could he know the smell of a summer of aged garbage in the sewer? Nagini, who became a little bit ridiculous because of remastering the language function, began to whisper to Nelson again. I have been in the sewer for so long, I don't know what that thing tastes like. The hearing-sensitive trucker glanced at Nagini. His face was as ugly as he had eaten trash in the sewers, turned to Tom, and continued. His blood is really poisonous, not only because it tastes bad. I take a bite. I almost got poisoned by him. Wait. What did you just say? What do you mean? You just said that his name is Borgenbock. Trekker's face was full of suspiciousness. How do you know his name is Borgenbock? Did he tell you too? Isn't it? Tom felt that the vampire might have hurt his brain because of hunger, and was already a little impatient, but he explained with patience. You may not know that Borgenbock is a magic shop in Knockdown Alley. Of course I know. Trekker interrupted Tom, which made his expression even more unpleasant, but he didn't notice Tom's expression at all, and just said to himself, how can we creatures in the dark don't deal with Knockoff Alley? I've seen Borgenbock more than once. He told me more than once that he was him, but I'm sure this guy is definitely not the Borgenbock I've seen. Okay. Nelson and Tom lowered their heads at the same time, staring at the motionless person under Troker's buttocks. Except for the vine that was just cut apart by Tom, only his nostrils and eyes were exposed, and those two eyes were so familiar. As if they were breaking up, one looked emptily forward, and the other eye with small pupils but with breathtaking blue light was turning frantically, turning to the back of his head from time to time, observing the surrounding environment at a glance. What's your name? Nelson got up from the chair, leaned on the back of the chair and walked carefully to the blue demon's eyes, and slashed the cane that sealed his mouth with his wand. A pair of thick lips that were completely different from the impression were slowly exposed, and the bound person couldn't wait to say, my name is Borgenbock. The sound is different, Tom commented. But the intonation is exactly the same, Nelson added. The words, the pronunciation and the emotions are all exactly the same. Borgenbock should be dead. Perhaps the Horcrux has not been destroyed. It regenerated on the fragments of the soul and obtained a body. Caractacus Horcrux. Tom reached into his pocket and found a small lead box full of magic words. Here is that eyeball. He may have many Horcruxes, just like Hellbow. Nelson said, it turns out that when one is crazy enough, his soul can split many times. Hearing Hellbow's name, the crazy eyeball paused. Tom nodded thoughtfully, pulled out his wand from his sleeve and pointed it at the lead box. With the sound of gears rubbing, the lead box was slowly opened under the drive of the spring. The azure blue eyeball that was exactly the same lay quietly inside. After he took out the lead box, the suspected Borgenbock didn't do anything special. But when Tom opened the lead box, he began to struggle violently, even directly throwing Trekker sitting on him to the ground. Give it to me. He said the most urgent words in the most plain tone, like a printed letter. You don't seem to understand the current situation. Tom closed the lead box, threw it aside, bent down, and looked at the people on the ground playfully. I don't know why you say you are Borgenbock, but since you have used this name, you have to pay for it. Now, you are the one who was tied up and thrown on the ground. Let me see what you look like. Nelson took his wand and gently slashed across his face. A crack appeared, and the cane spread out along the fracture to both sides. Under the curious gaze of the two, a face that was unremarkable except for the eyes, a paler face that was lost in the crowd and would hardly be found a second time, appeared in front of the two. Nelson said softly, you may not have thought, the person by this name has a big grudge against us. The man who claimed to be Borgenbock finally had some emotions in his words. This was human instinctive fear, but soon his tone became plain again. You are Chamberlain and Karkaroff. This is the source of my familiarity. You? It's really you? Nelson raised his eyebrows, and began to wonder how Borgenbock had escaped from his berth and changed his face. But it's just your pseudonym, Borgenbock said without thinking about it. Nelson Wiltning Williams. There is a picture of you in the 1943 annual collection. You. The topic of the paper is harmony, and the recommender is Minerva McGonagall. Unexpectedly, you are still a dark wizard who loves to learn. Nelson raised his eyebrows. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Borgenbock turned his gaze to Tom, Horace Slughorn's proud protege. a regular visitor to the Slug Club, and a destined Hogwarts graduate. Are you a narrator? Tom frowned. I thought you got rich because you got financial support from a big family. Now it seems that selling antiques in Knockdown Alley as Chamberlain is your real source of income. No one has ever connected you together. The Gunter family is a direct descendant of Slytherin, so it is logical that you have Slytherin's treasure. What do you want to say? I know your true identities. This must be something you don't want to expose. If you are obsessed, then the result will definitely not be what you want to see. Buckenbach wanted to make a winning expression, but stiff. But his facial muscles are not enough to support him to make such a move. Our interests do not conflict, and even have a lot in common. Last time Caractacus and I paid a sufficient price. You can get what you need. You two weak people, even if they are powerful, shouldn't refuse our help. Interesting. Tom tossed the lead box in his hand, with an expression of I am very interested, and asked, tell me, what do you want? Give me that eye. Buckenbach's breathing became heavy. He closed his mouth and swallowed hard. What else? Tom raised his eyebrows. His hand slipped, and the lead box fell to the ground. Such as Slytherin's treasure, Slytherin's magic, or if you wanted to kill something we had to get before. This is my sincerity. Buckenbach tried to make a sincere look, and said respectfully, our previous behavior must make it difficult for you two to trust again. But please believe that we have already recognized ourselves. Really don't want anything? If you want to get in touch with us even more closely. Buckenbach was silent for a long while, staring at Tom with his crazy blue eyeballs motionless above his head. You may be able to provide us with some trivial help, such as some magic that can be obtained, potions or antiquities that you want to replace with other things, and even some information, such as I just heard the name of the Great Hellbow. If you want more for related or other valuable information, I guarantee you can get everything you want. I have some valuable news, Nelson said suddenly. What? Buckenbach asked eagerly. Do you know when a person who has always been masked will take off the mask? Nelson asked, before answering. When there is no need to pretend. For example, I would feel that there is no need to be conservative when facing a dead person. Secret. Because I can make the dead unable to speak. I can definitely pass on your true identities. Buckenbach said confidently, I don't mind your offense, as long as I can catch them, right? Nelson raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Several mayflies wrapped in mist flew towards him from the forest with translucent eyeballs. By the sole fragments of escaping to convey the news, the class is stupid.